Shit, look, the mic's not even on now. I bet. Who wants to bet this thing freezes this morning? Who wants to bet me? 10 bucks. Gentleman's bet. 10 bucks. The blue light didn't even come on when I popped up OBS. The reminder did come on, and I didn't do it because I just, just a lot, man. Just a lot going on here. Good morning. I hope you guys had a great weekend. I didn't do a watch list last night because I got stuck watching the GME movie. It was kind of stupid. I don't feel bad because it's ignorance. If you don't take your money, I took my money 4 or 5 times on the upside and the downside. So, listen, if the market pays, you take it. Kramer said this years ago, and it just always stuck with me, right? It's not yours until you take it. It's not yours until you take it. All right, so take it. Take your money. Get paid. Get paid. All right? But again, I hope you guys had a good weekend, man. It's really messy where I'm at. It's been messy for like all week. I still haven't got a haircut, shaved, all that fun stuff. It'll get done in one of these days. But let's go over the watch list. If you guys have anything, throw them in. If you have any questions, tickers, throw them in the chat below. If you have any questions about the market, really anything in general. Had a really good week last week. Tesla, SPY, what else? Moderna, I think. Have to go back in my orders and look through them. So let me go ahead and log in real quick, and we'll get some of this stuff underway. I really don't have much. I don't have much. I mean, other than what I've been watching. The markets did pull back. See, I haven't even really looked at the markets this morning. I was up late yesterday watching and getting some ideas like Baidu. We can, we'll go ahead and cover. Let's see real quick. The S&P's, what is that, 7 o'clock. Let's see what happened at 7 o'clock here. Let me make sure everything looks right as well. Again, I appreciate everybody joining us. And if you could, hit the like button, subscribe. Let's see here. Let's see. All right. I used a big blue cup this morning. I said, give it to me. I need all the coffee. All right, what's this thing doing? All right, there we go. 7 o'clock. Nothing really. We do have Tesla. Tesla has delivery numbers tomorrow, so if you guys are watching Tesla, please watch out for that. Just be aware that that's happening. Here's some of the news. Micron ticked up 1.1%. Bank of America increased their price target. I've been really bullish on Micron. I think there's a lot of people. There was a Twitter post over the weekend. I feel like my monitor's twisted. There's a lot of people that don't really understand, or really that they don't know about anything about Micron and how they, like, the parts that they played into NVDA, and just how good of a product they actually have to compete and actually be better. So I'm really bullish on Micron. Obviously, Gold, Barrick, Royal Gold, the gold miners, and Gold Royalty Company, respectively, rose 2% and 1.7%. The move came as gold climbed on a record high on Monday, boosted increased expectations by the Federal Reserve could cut rates as early as June. Devon Energy up, let's see, added 1.4% on the back of an upgrade, overweight to equal, from equal weight to overweight. Wells Fargo expects the company to turn a corner. So it looks like these are all signs of possibly a recession. Everything's adding up. I'm going to show you guys something too during the day. Once we get some people on here, I'll go ahead and show you guys. AT&T. There was news over the weekend with this data leak. Not sure if you heard about it or not. All right, MicroStrategy. So pull back more than 2%. MicroStrategy shares of the cloud service slipped more than 5%. Executive Chairman Michael Saylor sold nearly 4,000 shares of MicroStrategy stock last week. Oh, okay. Was he going to use that money for Bitcoin? All right, so on the scanners today, let's go look at the scanners real quick. Man, like a lot of the charts I was looking at yesterday, it's like, it's not that I couldn't find anything. It's just, Tesla vehicle rose 1% after its previously announced price increase. Model Y took effect on Monday. I was kind of looking at Tesla to see what she wants to do. She's got to hold 175. We traded that Friday. That was a really sick move. That was a really nice trade. We called that to a T. I went back and watched the video, and I think I got to do that a little bit more. Talk a little bit clearer about freaking Baidu, man. Baidu was on my watch list. All right, Baidu's large caps. I'm at large caps right now. So Baidu is making a little bit of a move higher. Baidu was one of the names I was watching here. There was. You're coming right into this gap, though. Coming right up into that gap. So, Baidu broke above the 50-day. It pulled back into it. It held it. This thing has room up to about 108. All right, 108. Sorry, I just want to turn this stuff down just a little bit. All right. So Baidu's has room up to 108 roughly today. Actually, I'm going to look for a rejection. I'll probably be looking for a rejection. Let's look for a rejection on Baidu. Let's look for that rejection, baby. Let's look for that gap fill rejection. All right, Baidu. Look, I am not playing with this thing today, all right? I am not playing with you today. All right, this is what we're going to do here. All right, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to set this up right now. I'm not fooling around with it.
Okay, we're just gonna keep riding on that. Don't we need something new? What have you done for me lately? Yes. Well, they're working on 5, ChatGPT 5. Apparently, there's a question now. I'm sure you guys saw this journal story today about running out of data.
Sorry, just give me 1 second. I do not want to fool with this. I don't want to keep playing around with it. It's just the truth of the matter. All right, so look, I'm going to be watching this rejection up here. You have that 100-day moving average on Baidu. That's up there at like 10. The 100-day is up at like just under 110. It looks like it's at like 109 to like 130 or 109.30. Here, let's go look right now. I'm not going to tell you guys. Yeah, 109.25. Okay, 109.25, 109.24, whatever you want to call it. I mean, this is a major level right here, guys. Looking at this 109.75, 110 area. Anything you guys are watching, guys, please make sure that you guys are looking to see if it has news, whether it's an upgrade, downgrade, some sort of like news release. All right, just keep that on your radar. It's important because you could be like, yo, why is this thing doing this? Why is this doing this? All right, and there's probably something you may not know, whether it's an upgrade, a downgrade. All right, let's keep it moving. So that's Baidu. What I'm going to look for, I'm going to see if we can't try to get a pullback off of the bell. All right.
Whether we see a follow through on these reports of a couple of weeks ago about the tie-up with Alphabet Gemini. I was in San Francisco. You were here. We talked about.
You have some. So I would look for a pullback into the 50-day. I got to be honest. If not, like 104, 104 area. 104. It's like, it's not like I don't really like it that much, but. See if this gap up gets taken back. See if you get a pullback off of that. Look for a pullback off of this gap back here. If you guys can see on Baidu, you have this gap. Right now we're trading at 107. That was just filled. 107 was just filled to the sell side. So it's bumping up with Friday's high. So watch this gap fill here. You have a gap up here at like 108. Okay, so I would look for that 108 rejection and to see if we can't pull it back into the 50-day. All right, that's Baidu. All right, that's Baidu. I don't want to spend a bunch of time on this, but like, look at this chart. Like, this thing looks like, it looks nasty, bro. Like, this up, down, up, down, up, down. Look how volatile it is these past couple days. Again, that was with the Apple news, but good morning, man. What's up, buddy? But again, you know, let's look for that pullback. I'm going to look for it right off the bell today. We got 20 minutes. Let's keep it moving. We've been watching ARM. I'm going to have to go back and look at all of my stuff. So I will look for Baidu to see if it does want to hold. I will look for Baidu if it wants to hold. I just want to see something real quick. Right? I want to see something real quick. Okay, that's that. Yes. Good stuff. Good stuff. And let me know, guys, if you guys are just joining us, where are you guys tuning in from? Where are y'all located at? What y'all watching today? All right, let's go to ARM real quick. I told you guys to watch for the possible break of this consolidation. All right. I would watch semiconductors in general. Right? Watch NVDA, watch SMCI. Shit. You know what? I apologize. I have to write this down. I have to write down Baidu real quick. I gotta write that down. Dude, I don't know what to do with this mic. It's just in the way. I need to get it out of the way. I need to go get a stand for it. Bro. This is what I want to get out of. Staying on a stock too long and the stupid shit. All right, sorry for cussing, but all right, so we'll look for that 108 rejection. We'll see if we can get 108. But if it doesn't give it to us, it doesn't give it to us. All right. I would like the 100-day. I would love the 100-day. Just don't know if it'll give it to us. I would love, right off the open, even if you get like this little push, bang, take it back. I'm not sure if we will. So look, though, if we end up pulling it back from now until the bell, and off the bell you do get this just sell off, not massive, but like a deeper pullback, I would look for this 50-day and this 105 to hold. So I'm looking at this both ways, right? Watching the 50 days for 105, and the 50-day all to hold. It's like 104.85 and 105, 104.85, 105, possibly for the long back up to 108, or if we can somewhat try to get like a little extension higher. I just don't know if it's going to. Up into 108 and that 100-day moving average. I mean, that would be ideal. This, see, it's this whole area, guys, is what I'm watching for the rejection. Just for a small trade, right? Not anything crazy, right? This area right there. I'm watching that area right there, right in front of that 109, 108. All right, you have that gap fill right there that you just tested, and it looks like, yeah, you're still at 107. The gap is at 107. All right, it's actually at 107.85. Sorry about that. 107. Yeah, 107.85. So we'll say 108. 108 rejection. And I have that written down here from last night. Long 2, 108. I would just see how the overall markets do, though, with this. Where am I going to? The 50-day. So I'm going to look for that 108 and look to get back down to like 105. All right. That's Baidu. All right, that's Baidu. That's Baidu. All right, let's go to ARM again. You guys know that it has this consolidation, and we said we want to keep it on watch because randomly, as it gets up to the, like when nobody's talking about it, it seems like they just randomly step in and sell it off. You are just sticking the lows down here. So, me personally, here's how I would play this. There's two different ways to play it. All right, I would watch NVIDIA. All right, I would just watch the overall semiconductors. If we still get a little bit of a bump higher, and kind of just hang out, then I'm going to be patient and wait for ARM. All right, I want to see us. NVIDIA is still holding up fairly well, a lot better than the others. ARM, like for instance, ARM's hanging out a lot better than AMD is, and there's a reason why. ARM has a pretty legit product going on. Right? They are the product for Taiwan Semiconductors or Qualcomm, right? They make the blueprints. Like they come up with the formula to say, here is the thing. You guys take the metal and put the metal together and you guys make it, right? They make the blueprints to processors and maybe graphics cards. I don't know, but I know they do processors. So you can see this consolidation up here at like 124 to 120, right? Watch for this. See if you end up getting that pullback, you can see the increase in volume. If we get the pullback, okay, look for a bounce at like 120. All right, you do have, which would be like, honestly, I would look for like, I would look for this area right there, 115. But you would get that initial pop right here if you pulled back, right? If you pulled it back. I just don't know if you will. Like, you might break down a little bit underneath of it today. Like, I would see you, like, wick underneath this 125, 124.60 level. Like, you can see how it did it for Thursday, Friday, and it looks like it's trying to go there today. But I wouldn't be surprised if you get some support down here at, like, 123.95, right? See if you get some support there. But if you start to reject and semiconductors as a whole starts to sell off, that's when I'm going to want to look for ARM. My goal with ARM is to wait for this thing to get back higher. Nobody's talking about it, whether it's next week, whatever, then take the short because we know that's what they're doing. They've done it a few times already. All right. Now, if we see them start to step down in a major way and you start to see volume, then you're seeing institution like the ownership of arms start to take profits. They took profits. They waited about a week and a half, and then they came back in. I think it was like Tuesday or something like that, right? Monday or Tuesday they came back in. You guys can see right there. They came back in. Wham! No reason at all, and we were watching it. Right, we talked about it. I didn't see it at the time, and I remember going back and be like, "Oh shit, what happened to ARM?" So that's kind of what I want to wait for. Just like Boeing, right? Everybody got wrapped up with Tesla earnings. Bank of America came out with a downgrade on Boeing. Bang, that was our Boeing hit. Everybody was worried about Tesla. So it's like, think about that. All right. If it breaks, you can look for the bounce back and the rejection. I just think that ARM is a bit overdone. And I think we're going to get a bounce out of ARM. I do. Unless we have news where the overall markets pull back. Or if you get a downgrade or some type of news that separates ARM from the markets. You guys know what I'm saying? So, me personally, I'm going to wait for a bounce back to like 135. I think we can get it. I do. They're holding up. All this is a rally consolidation. You might even get a stage 2 rally, bro. The Wall Street may understand ARM has a pretty damn good thing going on here. We want to talk about this stock being in the 3 to 400s. Whether that matches up with their PE ratio or how much they bring in every quarter, every year, all right? Whether it has something to do with that or not, it doesn't mean that this can't go higher. I don't know what it's trading at. Everything's trading expensive right now. So, I mean, I'm not saying that I expect this to make a stage 2 rally and go to 2 to 300. I'm just saying I would not be surprised if we get a bounce and then we start to look for this thing to get short at like 134. All right? Again, unless we get some type of news with semiconductors that separates, that brings in a lot of weakness. Okay? All right, so that's Baidu. Baidu, we're looking for that 107 pullback. But again, if we get that pullback early, right before the bell, then you'll look for that 50-day to bounce up to 108 on Baidu. ARM, I'm going to keep it on watch. You know, I don't really have much of a watch list. Tesla has delivery numbers tomorrow. I think everybody and their mother knows that. If you don't, now you do. Watch 175, okay? We called that out perfectly last week. I went back over the tape and I rewatched it. And it literally did exactly what I said. Look for the pullback or, look for that bounce right off the open. Get short, 179, 180, bang. I mean, literally I said 179. So that was a beautiful trade. I should have stayed in that trade. I should have stayed in it. But that was the target. I was watching a couple videos yesterday, not really watching them, but, a couple of people saying, hey, I'm looking for some upside for the next few days. Like, upside to where? Like, what does that do for anybody? Doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything for you. All right? And, a couple people made good points, right? You gotta watch who you guys trust and what people's motives are out there. And I think you guys have a good judgment for yourselves on just like Mamba FX. The day I heard this kid say gold's going higher because people are taking their money out and putting it into banks or putting it into gold. They're taking their money out of bank accounts and putting it into gold. I said, this dude really put that video out there and embarrassed himself like that? Who let this kid say that? Who let this kid say Ma and grandma are taking their money out of banks and throwing it into gold? I didn't know a single motherfucker doing that. I did know that gold got shifted with Basel III to a tier 1 asset, that banks could hold it on their balance sheet. I did know that, right? That seems a little bit more logical. But, so what I wanted to show you guys, real quick. I know. I know I need to go over it. Bro, what did I do with it? Oh, it's in the notes. That's why I saved it into a different area. Alright, so I just want you guys to know you know, I don't bullshit. If you guys know, I come on here, I post my losers, I post my winners, and stuff like that. You know, that's all. Hold on, guys. I'm just trying to get my come on.
Taking innovation to the skies with better, faster, more sustainable technology that lifts people up and brings them home safely. Electrifying and decarbonizing the planet. Helping to make tomorrow brighter for everyone.
All right, so I wanted to show you guys, just so you guys can see here at, where's it at? Right there, executed at 9:34. Like, you guys, you know what I'm saying? Just so you guys are aware. Just so you guys are aware, right? Everything that I do on here is not a paper account. I don't have time to play around with that bullshit. All right? Just so you guys know, and that is 9:34. And I mean, hey, you're going to have to answer to the SEC probably, too, at the end of the day. You know, this is what I do. It's what I've been doing it. I've been doing it for years. And we also scalped the SPY, right? I did get a trashy fill on one of the last ones. You know, I don't need to prove my innocence, but you know, I just know it because it's true. I just seen a video yesterday that popped up. It was like, you know, why do these people not live stream their stuff? Why do they make you go somewhere else? Well, we all know, because they want to make money off of you guys, and that is what enables them to be able to, you know, come up with capital to make bigger moves. This, that, the third. Look what I did. Look what I did. You know, that's all. You know, just. You know, and that's why I started this, because I think, like, there's a way where people can have access to stuff like this. And I just hate when people get screwed and then they go over there and it's like, it's a bum-ass time. It isn't what it's perceived to be. But anyway, all right, back to the charts. Tesla, if for some reason you do end up breaking 175, I would look for 166, 164. All right, you have a gap fill here. You have some nice support here at 166. Obviously not today. Not today. All right, 166. And then you're going to look for the gap fill. Now, again, this is for delivery numbers. Is the chart telling us right now that the market's going to perceive it? Doesn't matter what it comes out to be. We got a gap below us. So do I think about taking a small position today and just buying way out of the money because it's early in the week? All right, I have to be comfortable with losing it all because it could rip. Do I sell spreads? I wanted to tell you guys, for anybody out there that do sell spreads, I have been watching Shopify, and it's, you know, it may not do it today. All right, today you could possibly get a bounce, but I wanted to let you guys know, for the ones that do sell spreads, look at Shopify. It's just been consolidating and not really moving. Be careful, know what you're doing. Oh, they started clapping. I thought it was 9:30. So it's just been like just hanging out, right? We could actually look for a bounce today on it, possibly. You need a little bit more downside. If you see Shopify down here at 76.50, I wouldn't mind trying to take a long down here. Right? That would be like a 77, 76.50 long, and see if you can't take that back up to like 78. You know, it probably might take you a couple days. Like, let it pull back a little bit, like maybe later in the afternoon. It gives you the long on Shopify, right? I would look for it a little bit later. It needs a little more time. I think this thing needs a little bit more time if it can pull back down in that area. But for anybody that sells spreads, man, this thing really isn't moving that much. All right, you could cover this thing both ways. Just watch out, because it could move on you. Now that I'm saying it, it's stuck between the 50 and 100 day moving average. All right, stuck between that 50 and 100 day. today, I'm going to be mainly focused on, coming up with what I'm going to be doing for the rest of the week. All right. This is a nice little support area. Where are we at? 77.40. Okay, so we did bounce there. Daily. Yeah, I would look for a bounce on Shopify, guys, but I would seriously give it just a little bit. Like, give it down here at that 76.48. Look at 76.48 for Shopify to see if it can get down there and give you a bounce. It may not happen until later in the day. Right? You could bounce right now, and then it could just play around a little bit, pull back. It may not happen until tomorrow, but I do expect this thing to pull back and give you a little bit of an upside move on Shopify. All right? But for anybody selling spreads, man, this thing might be right up your alley. We only got 3 more minutes, guys. So I gave you that. All right, the SPY. I may look at the overall indexes again today too, just for a few trades. I'm not sure what the pullback was all about, other than Q2. As Q2, guys, let's watch the first couple weeks. If we start pulling back, look for a bounce and a rejection. What is Q2 going to consist of, right? On a bigger time frame, what is it going to consist of? You saw what Q1 was a straight pullback early, and you just rallied. Are we going to pull it back, kind of consolidate from where we are to the 50-day moving average? Are we going to consolidate? Are we going to get like a pullback? Are we going to pull back, grind, try to make a new high, and then fall? Like right now, I don't know of any catalyst, but I do want to say quarter by quarter, week by week, what are the markets doing? Because it can really help you. All right, if you just kind of take the markets in intervals. If you're new, you're not really gonna, if you have some experience, you'll be able to understand what I'm saying. Like right now, you can see the Qs are just like a little top heavy here, and it feels like they need to consolidate, pull back a little bit. Like if I were to draw this, right? You guys may not see it. If I draw, look how steep that is, and then it gets to like here, and then it's just like flat, right? So, but good luck today. Tesla, obviously 175. I'm probably not going to be trading Tesla today. I'll probably just scan the markets, and I'll be looking. I might trade Baidu today. We might even be able to get a bounce. I think Tesla's going to just. I don't think Tesla's a trade today. I really don't. I don't think Tesla's a trade. I'm gonna watch Baidu to see if they're gonna give me that pullback right off of the bell on Baidu, guys. All right, I'm looking for that 50-day. All right, so give me this. Look, they're already starting to do it. They're already starting to take it back a little bit here. If you guys have questions or anything, just throw them in the chat. If you guys have questions, just throw them in the chat. I'll be happy. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, guys. I did not know. Shit. What do we say? Look for a pop, and then we see if we can take it back. Doesn't even look like it's moving. That sucks. All right, I'm going to take this right to the 50-day. I'm going to try to take Baidu to the 50-day, guys. All right. I think Friday was a good day for me. It really helped me. I like being able to talk the markets out. Let's see, 105. Let's go for a weekly. What are we looking for? 105, 75. What's the volume? Man, this thing has like no volume, bro. Are you serious? Wow, this thing is poop, bro. That sucks. That's why it's not moving. Okay. Let's just keep it moving then, guys. Let's keep it moving. Look, those 105s already went up. Fuck, I want it though. I want this. What's by? What is? See, what was it? 70. Look at that. Look how spready that is. Ew. What? 87 to 131? Are you crazy, bro? There ain't no way in hell. There ain't no way in heck. That's crazy. There's no way. 80. You might as well have made it 160. Made 100% spread. That's wild. That is wild. Bitcoin was holding up. Bitcoin was holding up. Coinbase here. See if you get a little bit of support right here at 260 into, what is that, Thursday's close. You could look for a possible long. Just watch. You have an increase in volume. Just watch when you start to get up to like 270, 270, 50, 275. Just watch as you start to get up there. I think we can. I think we can get up to 275. Just my personal opinion. That's without doing no due diligence as far as looking at upgrades, downgrades, and news. I don't want to say something to be like, yo, there's a big hit piece out on Coinbase and the SEC, all that fun stuff. But Bitcoin is consolidating. I would look for this gap fill down here at like 265.50 or 256. Yeah, 256.50, and see if it becomes support. You see the gap here, right? Your gap's there at 250. Why am I coming up with two different numbers between the 1 minute and what the heck? Oh, because one's showing me. Okay, so yeah, look, here we go. You're pushing right down into the gap, guys, on Coinbase. You're pushing right down into it right now. And what else do you have? You're coming up to that 20-day moving average as well. You know, this thing does have some room down to 250. Let's look at man, I don't want to start my week with a hurting from Coinbase. I really don't. Just there's something about Coinbase that I've always had that we don't get along. It's just one of them names where we don't get along sometimes. But I'm watching that gap from Wednesday because the market was closed Friday, so Thursday, Wednesday, and see what you do there. Maybe you look for a pre-market, like a bounce back to like 260. I just think this thing is yeah, it's longer term. It's pulling back. Yeah, see, not really though. Oh God, yeah, I'm gonna look for a bounce, guys. Personally, I'm gonna look for a bounce. Let's go to Bitcoin real quick. Bitcoin's at that 69, trying to look for a bounce. All right. Yeah, I'm just gonna say right now, guys. I like a bounce on Coinbase. I do. That's just my personal opinion. I like a bounce off of this gap here. All right. And there you go. You pulled right into the gap. Look for that bounce. Let's look. Let's see what we have here. All right. So major support level down here. Also, keep in mind, it may pull back a little bit further to shake some people out. But 255 looks like a little bit of a support zone down there on Coinbase. And here you go. You can see that quick rejection off of that on Coinbase, guys. Look at that. What did we say? Bada bing, bada boom. I still think you can break back above that 260 pre-market. Again, I don't know if it has any news or upgrades, downgrades, or anything. So take that for a grain of salt, everything that I'm saying. Understand there's a disclaimer for a reason. I'm not going to be responsible because you do what I say and you lose money because you trade too much size, this, that, the third, and you just don't know what you're doing. You know, I want you guys to make money. You guys can make money in the markets. I do it every day. Do it, or not every. Let me watch what I say. All right. I have my days. Listen, February and March were 2 tough months for me. I finished that quarter out and the end of March out strong. I had a good week last week. It put me back in the driver's seat. I did a lot of dumb things. February, I had a great January. January was really good to me. February, I kind of fell outdoors. I did some stupid things. March, it started out that way. I had some good and bad. And then I finished off strong. So, there's that. Let's see. So here's the thing. Again, guys, I want to see if we can get Coinbase back to 270, 275 for the real rejection. All right. Let's just see. Dude, there's no way. You're crazy, bro. They're so expensive. They're so expensive. Holy shit. Let's see here. I might look at something else, but I do like it, man. I'm telling you guys, I do like it. Where's the volume at? See, the volume's kind of low too. There's a lot of orders more so stacked there at 260. You know, because they're seeing this gap here at 250, 258, and they're buying at 260 calls, looking for a reversal. And you're probably people taking some profits there too, as a matter of fact. All right, let's keep it moving. Let's see what semiconductors are doing. Listen, if you guys have any tickers, throw them in the chat. Okay, if you guys have any tickers or anything you guys want me to cover, throw it in the chat. Questions, anything. All right. I need to pull up, and the chat should be right here on the right hand side for anybody that's watching on the phone, on the web, at work, whatever. There's the chat below. I do want to get a phone so you guys can call in. Let's go scan the markets real quick. All right, let's look at JP Morgan. Look at the bank sell off. Wow, look at that. Bank of America. So banks are selling off, guys. Look at the regionals. What's going on with regionals? What is going on with regionals? Something's got to be going on here. That's a decent pullback. Look, the very first thing. Dude, sells asset SDN insurance agency bro. Let's go to Google. Let's see if we can find any news, guys. Banks are getting slaughtered right now. What I could do also, because if there isn't any news, what we can do, I have not looked at this lately. Let's go. We don't have time to bullshit. I know they don't upload it until... Okay, monthly housing payments hit an all-time high. Okay, so no news? Where's the news? No news. Okay. Feed. Look at AMD, guys. AMD.
There are potential issues with AMD.
What the hell did he just say? Okay, see what this does to ARM. What did I say with ARM? See, if I said ARM, I would look for a bounce. Look at the bounce on ARM. So, this is why it's a good idea to be here. All right. I would love to be able to teach for anybody that's new how to be able to read the markets. Listen, I don't know that this is going to happen because, again, you have to remember you're trying to predict the future. You can predict a move and you can trade your plan. That was my plan, was that we would get that bounce off of 125 on ARM and semiconductors. Like, watch semiconductors to see if we get help on the upside. All right. Yeah. So, here's the thing is, like, yes, it's doing what I said that I would, I expected a bounce off of that 125 off the bell. But that doesn't mean that, like, a bomb couldn't have landed in Poland or, like, the NASDAQ shut down. Like, things can happen outside of the stock. And or what if somebody comes out and news drops about ARM? Maybe they just lost, Taiwan Semiconductors, TSM. What if they just lost them and said, hey, yeah, we're going to drop all our business with you. All right, so semiconductors at the moment bouncing higher. AMD with some pretty serious volume here. you have this top here at 182. You have VWAP also right there. I'm not sure if you'll get it now, but 182 is the area I would look for a pullback if you like the long. I don't know if I can do it. I got to be honest. I don't know if I can do it. I love Micron. You might have a little more room. You might have a little more room on AMD. I don't know, man. I don't know. Again, this is what happens when you get news that separates it from the markets. You know, look at this, actually. You did have a flat top. Look at this setup it was actually putting in here. Look at this. You had that ascending wedge, flat top resistance right here, and it breaks out. On what? On volume. So, can't say it didn't warn us. Like, look at that. It was putting in that flat top resistance right there, and you can see how it's just anchoring, making higher lows. So I would look for the pullback. I just think it's overdone. I think that's it. I think it's overdone. You might get a failed break higher on that, actually. You might get a failed break higher. Let's see if it ends up rejecting. But that was some pretty nice volume there. Wasn't crazy, but it was pretty nice. Yeah, I think you got a failed break there. I think it's going to pull back. I look for 182 on AMD. I look for 182. Let's check in on Coinbase. Coinbase right back to the highs, guys. Did anybody get that long? Did anybody take that? That's a pretty sharp move also. Right off of that low. That's a really nice move. I still think we have room. I just, you know, paying $600 to $1,000 a contract. You know, listen, I would do it, but I have a history with Coinbase. You know, I really like this trade, though. It doesn't have that much volume, which tells me that the rejection as we start to get up to the rejection as we get to 270, 275, we climb up there on low volume. And that tells me that you know, we get some sellers to really step back in up there and that, you know, I would, yeah, I think that, you know, we could see the bigger pullback come in on Coinbase up here at that 270, 275 level. So let's look for Reddit. What else do we have here? Palantir. We'll look at Reddit, Palantir, SPY. SPY is a little bouncing. But again, JP Morgan and banks. Really big pullback here. Let me see here. 4 hour. I think that hourly chart, 15 minutes. We look for a bounce. I want to see if I can get short. This may sound real stupid because banks are really strong right now. It's a secular bull market for banks. I want to see if we can try to get maybe even a touch higher and get a pullback on banks. I want to see if I can try to get a pullback. I don't know yet, though. I would rather find it on a weak name like regionals. All right, I would much rather look for regionals. You know, I wouldn't want to do something like that with like JP Morgan. You're just asking for trouble. You know, don't fight the trend. That's a really nice support level there at 199. You guys can see it right there. You pulled right into it. It wicked. It held from Thursday's low and last week's pivot high. It's a break and retest. But I do think this is the first sign of a bigger pullback coming in the banks. All right. Let's look at healthcare real quick. Let's just get an overall glimpse of the market. So healthcare is flat. Let's look at Apple. Excuse me. Apple's pulling back. Microsoft. Nice rally. Look at that. This was another one that was on the list. All right. I think we might still have room for Microsoft. Yeah. Might have a little more room to the upside. It's just my opinion. I think we could have a little bit more room to the upside. If it could give us a little bit more of a pullback, like right now, I would look for the long. All right. I would look for the long. If we can get another pullback to like 424, If we could get a pullback and hold of 424, it's kind of doing it.
Yeah, let's get to PMI ahead of some data at the top of the hour with Rick Santelli. Hey, Rick. All right, March finally the
All right.
PMI. We'll have ISM PMIs shortly, but this was 52.5 2 weeks ago. It drops down to 51.9. So that makes it, well, the second best of the year outside.
Look at the Qs just outperform. Look at the Qs just outperform here. All right, let me give you guys what I. Oh, this is weird. This is really weird. That is so weird. This is showing you that we're gonna go higher. Not today, but if we just sit here and consolidate from 447 back down to 444, you could watch for an extension breakout. And I'm going to show you guys something. If you guys want me to show you now, just let me know in chat if you guys want me to. If you want me to keep looking for names here early in the morning for trade ideas. Whatever you guys want to do, you let me know. I got something really cool for you guys. I was doing a little bit of work this week, and I'm looking at the IWM, and I'm like, hold up. Hold up. This is our answer. You know, I posted a glimpse of it on Twitter. Right? I didn't post the whole picture, but I did post, like, the idea. Like, you look at that chart and you let me know what you see. I think I posted it yesterday or Saturday. I can't remember which day it was. It was either yesterday or Saturday.
I wanted a sustainable option, and that made TimberTech the obvious choice for me.
Looks like you might get that pullback here. I think you get this bounce here. I would look for the IWM 210.08, 210 rejection. All right, get a bounce in the 210, and then we look for 209 to break. I would look for 209 to break. All right. So look for that bounce back up in here to like 210. Maybe it goes a little bit higher, like 210.50 or 210.78, and then you get your rejection. That's what I would look for. I would look for a rejection up here, pre-market lows. That's where I would. 211. I'm sorry, 211. In between 210, 211, and then we look for that rejection. Unless this thing continues to scream to the downside, it could. All right, Baidu breaking out higher. All right, there's news with Apple and Baidu. You know, it already came out. Oh, shit. So it's above the gap fill. I still think Baidu. 109. Like we said, this area, you have this pivot high. That whole, remember that box I gave you guys? Right there? That's your box. That's the box right there. Let's see what it does. I cannot believe that thing is so spready like it is, man. That's crazy. It's seriously insane. All right, what we got here? So let me look at the scanners real quick. I gotta find something here. Maybe I look at the SPY. You know, Baidu, actually, guys, like, I don't think you're going to get a pullback on Baidu, like, trading it. I don't think you're going to get it to pay you. I think this thing has a bit of relative strength, and on a daily, I think we could see this thing. We have a gap fill up here I did not see. All right, you have a gap fill up here at 112. So I wouldn't start looking at this thing up until 112 and a break through the 100-day. If it can break the 100-day. Sorry about that. Chris, what's happening, bro? Did you have a good weekend, my guy? Did you have a good weekend, man? It's still raining, bro, where I'm at. Like, just for, like, the past 2 weeks, it's just been like just raining, windy. It's been warm at least. It's been warm, it's been nice out. I know like Midwest are supposed to have some are you in Indiana, bro? Like in that area? I don't want to give out, you know what I mean? Indiana, we know is a good place. Not like here's this address, but I know I'm pretty sure you're on the Central Time. There's supposed to be some pretty bad storms. My sister is a doctor. She lives in she bought a house in Austin, Texas. And I was telling her and my mom yesterday to just be careful because there's supposed to be a lot of hail, tornadoes, and that's why I'm coming live from Tornado Alley today as we speak, because some pretty serious storms there that are going to be brewing later today, into the night, into possibly tomorrow. Yeah, same here, buddy. It was a nice chill weekend as well. I wanted to get a haircut and stuff, but like Saturday, I actually went and took my grandmother to like the stores and stuff like that. My parents took her to Florida for a few weeks, and then they came home. I ended up taking her to like BJ's, Costco's, and just took her out for the day. Got a washer coming Tuesday, so I might have a little bit of like beating and banging possibly Tuesday. We're getting a new washer, but all in all, it was a good weekend. It was chill. Yesterday I was watching again. I was just saying early in the morning that I was going to put out a watch list last night. I watched Dumb Money on Netflix last night, and it just got kind of late, and I'm like, I just didn't. Like, and a haircut. Yesterday I was watching March Madness, and that's what I've been doing. I'm watching basketball. Tried to come up with a few ideas for the week, and I kind of was like, not really seeing anything outside of what I've already been playing, right? Like Tesla, they have delivery news. Yeah, keep your eye on Baidu, guys. This thing has got relative strength. It's above the VWAP. It's above VWAP. It's above the 9 EMA, 15-minute, 3-minute, 2-minute. Why do I have the 5-minute here? Shit, I knew I was going to forget to change that. Damn it. So yeah, I wouldn't look for a rejection up until higher. It's going to have relative strength. It has room news with Apple. Apple's pulling back. So here's Microsoft. Here's the level that I was looking at. See, I don't even want to take a long there either on Microsoft. Wow, that's actually... It didn't do anything there. Wow. Yeah, I would look for a pullback on Microsoft. I may try it. I may look for a break of this level and see if we can get Microsoft down to 422 today. Let's see if we can get a bounce. All right, and let's see if we can reject VWAP. I might take this trade real quick. See if we can get a rejection here at VWAP at 525. I might take this. Guys. See, it's above VWAP, and it's above the trade line. Yeah. Let me go here. Let's look at this. Alright, guys. So man, this thing could just consolidate. This sucks. So I like this thing to pull back, but off of that pullback, I still think you could get a little bounce, which is kind of telling me that I think that Microsoft may just have an inside day off of a few levels. All right, this is just my opinion. Let's see if Coinbase had a nice bounce off that Wednesday, Thursday close. See how she's doing. I'm going to go back to... Look, I told you guys. Did anybody take that? That was a sick trade right there. Again, that was a little more expensive. It's a little more expensive than I wanted to pay for a weekly. Look at that. Perfect. 258 off of that, right in front of that close from Wednesday, Thursday. Look at that. Beaut. That's a nice trade right there. Triple top. Yeah, I was going through the queues, and I was actually saying that I think you get a small pullback. Ultimately, like throughout the days, we get a small pullback, but then break out higher. I gotta be honest, bro. And look at the volume today. You can call that a triple top or not. That thing's got some volume with it. Watch out. It's got some decent volume. Um, I am not even going to lie there. That's some really nice volume out of the Qs. Look how consistent that volume is. Look at that volume. There's a few other things too, though, right? Not just this, right? We can't just use like Mark McGuire, the weekly candle. I'm just messing with you, bro. You're my guy, whether you hate me or not. Maybe not. Actually, maybe not. It's decent volume relative to what we had last week. How about that? But what I would look for in the Qs. You know what? You're right. I get it. I agree. Let's see if we can rally today and then pull it back. I don't know. I'm mutual. I feel like we could either we either pull it back, consolidate, and like we continue to consolidate with small pullbacks, small rallies, and you just find that the Qs are oversold, but yet they're still sitting at highs, and all the indicators are telling you that it's oversold, and then just bang, you get that extension higher. Whether it's off the back of, finally we get the rate cuts the market was looking for. From now until tomorrow, I would expect a pullback. From now until the end of the day, I would expect a little bit of a pullback, right? I would. See if you can take it back to the open. All right. But as far as like a week and a half, I still think this consolidation here that it's been doing for the past 2 weeks, it's setting up bullish, right? Because the longer you sit here and consolidate, all of your indicators are going to just start pulling back and be really weak. And the sellers are just going to be out of, they're going to be done selling, right? And then just buyers are just, this is showing you that buyers are still stepping up at the end of the day. Buyers are still holding the Qs up. Now again, versus the Dow and the IWM, the Dow with a nice pullback here today. That's a nice cup and handle. Like, look at this cup and handle. But I don't like that the handle's way up there. Let's see what it looks like today. Give me a 5-minute chart. I would want consistent volume down here to be bullish, the Dow. That's just like, it doesn't get any better. When you guys see things like this, like you see how the price action is really tight. When you see reverse head and shoulders, cup and handles, this is what they're supposed to look like. And the price action be real tight. I don't like this. You got to understand you need that volume on whatever, whether it's like, if it's a cup and handle or an inverse head and shoulders, you want an increase in volume on the side of the pattern where you want to look for that move out, right? Like this, I want to see low volume pullbacks, right? The left side of this cup, low volume, right? I still want the price action to be tight. I don't want this thing whipping up and down and coming, to the downside like this here, right? This area right here. I don't like that. It's okay. It's not that big of a deal. But I would much rather like something like this, where the price action just goes into that area and it doesn't have major upswings, downswings. It's hard to explain if you're new, but the price action to be tight, right? Like this here, you see this? You see that to start the cup sell? It's nice and tight there, and it gave you that directional move. This is a multi-day move, so it's not going to just be like that tight, but we'll see here. Let's see if we see this handle on this cup here on the Dow pull back to like right there at like 395, and it's a low volume. Watch out, this thing could go higher, but it looks like you have an increase in volume, so that's kind of telling me this could be the start of a deeper pullback, because you want a low volume pullback, not an increase in volume on the pullback to break out higher. That ain't going to happen. That's just going to lead you to a failed breakout, right? It'll suck people in long. Oh, look, a cup and handle. But I don't really know how to do, I don't really know how to read technical analysis. And they get hurt. Man, this thing could. All right, Disney. I would like a pullback on Disney, but it needs a bounce first. Fuck. All right, let's get, I did a long on the Meta and sold already. You did long on Meta? I haven't looked at Meta in a while. I need to do something here. Kind of, again, I didn't really come in with a major plan today. I looked at a few this weekend, but how was your weekend, Animal? Hopefully I'm saying that right. I'm just going to say Ann. All right, construct. Here, I'm going to throw this up for you guys so you guys can see this.
Higher here, not just on PMI, but now ISM. Let's get back to Rick Santelli. Hey, Rick.
Yes, popping up here, and it certainly isn't the construction spending side of it, but we did get a read on Fed construction spending. Not
Man,
the one
look
we
at
were
that wick on
expecting.
the
We're
SPY.
expecting up 7/10, almost 0.75%. What we end up with is a drop of 0.3%. That is the biggest negative month-over-month change going back to October of 22. Now, here's the reason rates are moving up a bit. These are ISM, March reads, PMIs, manufacturing.
Yields did
50.3.
move
It
a lot
breaks
higher
a
this
streak of
morning.
16.
I forgot to mention
16
that.
consecutive reads under 50.
Keep your eye on the 10-year,
50.3 is
guys.
The best read since Sep of 22.
Keep your eye on the 10-year.
55.8 on prices paid. Moving in the wrong
He's
direction.
yelling at me because I'm
though.
talking over
This is
him.
higher than expected, higher than
Look
the
at
rear view
yields.
mirror. 55.8 is
It's
the
a big
highest
move.
read going back to
Right at
July
where?
of 22, and in this instance, that's not really a
Look
good
at
thing.
now that
especially
is
if
a
you're
cup and
looking for
handle.
Prices to
Bang.
moderate to actually get
See how the price
credence
action
to the
is
fact
tight?
We're still pricing in a cut
guys see that?
in June, despite the fact we really didn't get any.
That is
backup
a
in the
beautiful
inflation
cup
data
and handle.
I was here releasing on Good Friday.
That's really
If you
nice.
Look at new orders, 51.4 pops above 50. It's been kind of up and down. But most of last
know,
year, if not all of last year, was under 50.
I still
so
think
here we go again.
yields
January,
don't go
the
too much
outlier
higher,
at
though.
52.5.
Just
We're
my
back.
opinion.
So now the final read on employment before we get the big jobs report, 47.4. Roughly
They could.
in line with
They could.
expectations, where new orders were better.
They
It
could.
popped over 50. The employment
Keep
remains
the,
under 50.
if you
Now,
don't
how
have
many
them
is this? This is 6
up,
in a row under 50.
keep the percentage, the
47.4
CME
would be the
percentage for
weakest
rate
level
hikes
going
for
back
June.
to, well, the
Watch
weakest
those.
level
Keep
this
your
year
eyes on
was
those.
47.5.
As the data comes
I do
out,
wanna point out
good, again,
that
getting
at 430
rounds.
in 10s, we're up 10 basis
Man,
points.
listen,
Twos at
I'm gonna pray
468
for you,
are
buddy.
up 5 basis points.
I feel like you've been dealing with a lot the past year, man. I hope things can get better for you. I really do. I really do, man.
Hence, long rates and issuance remain a big factor. Sarah, back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Rick Santelli. Kicking off,
And
what is
I
gonna be a
just hope
busy week
that it's not
of
that
economic
serious
data
to
for
where
us
you
here.
can't recover
Rick just
from
mentioned
this.
better
And
manufacturing numbers. We're going to get
you know, you
a
can
lot of
finally
data,
get
including
out
the
of there
jobs
and
report
live your-
on Friday, the government report, which
live
means
your
we'll
life,
get the
man,
ADP,
seriously.
private sector read on unemployment. And we are eager for March data.
I'm glad to
because
hear
a
that.
lot of
Glad to
economists are
hear
looking at
that.
January data.
You know, there's only so much we can do. You know, as far as drinking water, exercising, and trying to be healthy, there's only so much we can do. Okay, good. Okay, I thought so. All right. I hope he's all right. I lost mine about 2, maybe 3 years ago. Well, yeah, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, actually. Now it's like 4 or 5 years ago, and we got along really well. Like, you know, I hung out with him when I was a kid. Always looked up to him, and you know, and lost him. You know.
It's a good step that she's going. This is one of a number of trips she's made to Beijing, and she's going to be meeting with Premier Li. It also comes right after a very key meeting that President Xi.
All right, Meta got a little rejection up there. Let's go look at the heat map real quick so we can get an idea of what sectors are doing what. I mean, obviously we know the Dow and IWM are pulling back, so we're gonna look at small caps, regional banks, stuff like that are pulling back here. Now look, energy pulling back. All right, energy pulling back. Semiconductors nice and hot. Google, Meta, right? PDD, Baba, Microsoft. Let's see if you can get software infrastructure to go higher in that technology, like Palo Alto, Palantir, Fortinet, Square. Square's down 3%. Square's down 3%. I wanted to look at Ford real quick. So Square, let's go here. Let me pull up the other chart. Let's pull up the other chart. All right, so Square could be at support right now. Possibly. Possibly. I don't know what's going on with it, though. Yeah, see, guys, Square could get a little bit of a bounce here. And you could get that bounce up to... It's rejecting VWAP. I want to take a trade. I do. I want to take a trade here. Let's look at this daily chart. I can get rid of all this. Remove. Okay, so it looks like this is our support. This could possibly be a support level here on Square. Fuck, I just had it. I thought.
Look, I just want to finally hit the PCE numbers that we got because the only really negative surprise there in
Long Google.
came to a January revision. It was revised up to the point
I'm kind of with it. Let's go, Chris. We listen. We're in it together. We are in it together. Go to the 4. I cannot believe the camera's on, bro. It's actually working today. Don't get used to it, guys. Oh shit, man. For real, bro. Watch yourself, bro. Yo, listen. As a fellow Spartan, as a Spartan, I gotta say, my brother, watch yourself. I think you might get banged in the head, and you might not be living too much longer with that long. Just my opinion. You may not be living much longer with that long. My guy's gonna come out of nowhere and sneak the shit out of you real quick. So be careful. Wait for the pullbacks. Oh, you're long Apple. Okay, like if you guys are already long Google and stuff, that's cool. I can dig it. I think I'd be taking profit right now on that candle that it just gave us. Look how the volume just fell out of bed, and it fell out of bed for a reason. Like I'm not trying to, you know what I mean? Listen, it could go higher, but I'd be worried right there with that volume. That just did not come in there. That's also a sign. Maybe it goes higher. I don't know. Does this have news or something? Because there's no way I could take it. There's no way. I already have to be on it. Let's see here. Bang, boom. Bang, boom. Alright, let me get that. Let's throw this up. 5-minute chart. I got the SPY up. SPY's trying to bounce off prior day's close. If this thing pays you guys, don't be shy. Take your money. Take your money. I would be very surprised if Google continues. It's just my opinion. I would be really surprised if it continues. What did I write down here? I wrote down last night. Let's see if this works. So I wrote down 24, 25 rejection. Okay, it's below it. So I guess I said yesterday I'm looking for a bounce. Dude. Palantir's hurting right now. Palantir is up at its 50-day, down at its 50-day. Let's see. This has been an area where Palantir has been able to find some buyers. Man, I don't want to be the fool that just takes this, but I think I might try. See if we can't get a double bottom here, man. This thing is really weak, though. It's really, really weak. Microsoft. All right. Fuck.
One last thing, Mike. Page one of the FT today looks at the wave of bond issuance in Q1, and they look at corporates that are frequent issuers, and they quote Morgan Stanley here that the mindset is let's get this done in the first.
Birds are out. It must have stopped raining.
Hedge election volatility. Well, hedge election volatility and just try to capture a very tight.
I'm thinking about a rejection here on Microsoft.
So that's really a benefit.
I am. I'm thinking about a rejection. See if I can't take it down to 422.
We've started to see rather is an uptick in equity issuance. So that will change the supply demand a little bit. We've obviously also seen some froth developing in some of the speculative parts of the market. That creates
I need
going into the second quarter.
man, see how like 426 is where I should start to put it on right there. But
Takeover of MotoGP's parent company, Dorna, valuing it at $4.5 billion. Greg Maffei, Liberty Media CEO and president, joins us exclusively now. Greg, you know I'm the senior media
just give me 1 second.
racing correspondent now, so this is a very big deal.
Sorry, I didn't have
Greg, hello, Sarah. Hello.
That's a great title.
Are you going to? I just made it up. Are you going to follow the playbook here for Formula One on MotoGP?
Well, I'm not sure it's the playbook, but I'd like to think that some of the things that we've done to help the world see the value and power of Formula One, we can bring to
all right. So
recognition.
Microsoft might have a little bit more upside.
Enormously exciting. I don't think we need to change that at all. In fact, we don't want to.
I don't know though. I think it's got like right now. I think right now Microsoft should be pulling back. It should start to pull back and then extend higher. In my opinion, like rally, take it back at like 426, 426.50, reject, put in like a double top up there, and then pull it back. All right, that's kind of what I would expect out of it, but I feel like I feel like Microsoft might be a little done on that pop. Let's check in on Tesla. Tesla broke 175. Actually turned 176 into resistance. Look, it might be going for the gap fill today.
And I'm looking here in the release and not seeing it, but I just may have missed it. Is this accretive? How did you view this versus, for example, buying back shares?
I would be careful on Tesla if anybody's thinking about it. This is a low volume pullback. I think Tesla's overdone, and you could probably get a bounce back to 177.50 or 178, 177.65, like that whole area.
Are there any synergies here between these two, or are they just going to remain completely separate?
Well, this will be
If Tesla gives me 172, I will look for a bounce back. All right, I'm telling you guys right now. Yes, if you could, hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. We're on our way to 1,000 subscribers. All right, once we get there, I won't have to say it anymore, even though I don't say it that much. All right, that's an increase in volume there. So look, Coinbase, man, that was a beautiful trade. I should have taken it. Again, man, it's a little expensive. You know what I'm saying? Trying to pay $1,100, $900 for a weekly. I'm got a nice little bull flag there, forming. You know, it's a little hard for me to buy so far out the money and just everything about it. It's just a little, you know, because the thing is, when I see that, I see, you know, $800 to $1,000 a contract, and I see like, what happens if I'm in that with a bunch of news, and news hits the tape, like something stupid just happens and then limit down, bang, you're screwed. You know, I'd have to give myself some time on that. I'd have to be like really, I just can't. It's not a position I want to put myself in right now. I want to be able to, like Tesla Friday, right? I did a little, I went a little heavier on that position that I wanted to on a daily, not just a weekly, but a daily. And it's been a while since I actually got emotional about a trade, and my shit was pumping. It went a lot heavier than I should have. really confident about the trade. Really confident. And I don't know why I was so anxious. I would have been okay. Because I'd never going to blow myself up or do anything stupid. I don't know why. I don't know why. Just because it's a daily and I went a little heavier than I should have. Which is stupid at the end of the day. It's really stupid. But we did it. We managed to live. Sometimes you got to take some risk. All right. So semiconductors, you're having an outperformance of semiconductors right now. ARM's pulling back, like we said. We said look for that bounce on ARM off the bell. Coinbase, same thing. Pull back into that Thursday, Wednesday gap. Look for the long. That happened. You guys could probably be out of that trade already for a really nice gain. Baidu, I was looking for a pullback, but it's just up here at this box, up at that 100-day, but it's got some relative strength with it today. So I'm going to keep an eye on Baidu. It's got some volume. This thing is really spready, though. So it's a good thing I stayed away from it because this thing is really spready. Really spready. Look, 42 to 145. Wait, no. Oh, that's the delta. 145, 152. Oh my God, was I reading this wrong? I was reading it wrong. Okay, it's not as bad as I thought then. Okay. Oh my gosh. Monday blues. Alright, let's look here. Everyone has creators, AI future, P ratio, insights for Baidu. Will an AI make Baidu? Alright, so, man, I don't want to fight the trend, guys, but I really think this could be a really nice pullback. It's got volume, like, it's going higher. I can't sit here and, what I'd have to do is, I'd have to wait for a pullback on Baidu for a bounce higher. I'd have to play this long if I did anything. And that's probably why it's going to sell off now.
Liberty Media, CBC reporting Liberty Media CEO said still an exclusive negotiation period with ESPN.
So Liberty Media still a negotiation period with ESPN. All right, so again, Baidu, we set up here at this box, got a nice double top at the 100-day. I don't know, man. I don't know. I would like to take it. I just can't. I can't go short and fight the trend and be an idiot if I want to make money, even if it pulls back. So I made a mistake this morning. I was reading off the delta and the ask, or the delta and the bid. I don't know why. So the spread isn't that bad, actually. There's not a lot of volume, though. There's not a lot of volume on the weeklies. There is for the upside. It looks like the 110 calls have some decent volume. That's where I would look at, is the 110 calls on Baidu. Oh, no, I'm looking at, I have MU. Yeah, Baidu. So if you still like Baidu on this pullback to VWAP at like 108, then I would look for the 110 calls if you think you can break that 100-day. I just think it's time for a pullback. All right? Like, I want to take the pullback, man, but there's news with this thing right now. Kind of. Like, talking Apple AI news. Like, AI, C3 AI, and Apple. And, you know, so I would have been like 4 for 1 today. Right? The long off of Coinbase, ARM, long off the bell, off of that level. And this one I would have been wrong. So, you know, it goes to show that, like, that's what it takes to consistently be profitable. You know what I mean? Is to trust yourself and listen. If you want to learn the markets and learn how, I mean, literally everything that I've said for the most part has came to fruition. But again, I'm not sitting here trying to tell the future. I have a plan. That plan is with no crazy news that could hit the tape at any minute. Okay? So, you know, have that in your mind that a bomb could land in Poland by accident, whether it was from Ukraine or Russia. The NASDAQ power could go out and you can't get out of your order. Take your profits. Take your profits. News about the stock in and of itself could just randomly come out and you're in it and bang. You're like, oh shit, what's going on? And you just get a limit down.
As a 55, reiterates their $55
So,
target.
Tesla, we said we were looking, that the chart told us this gap fill below us at, what was it, 165 or so? Yeah, down here. That's where we were looking. So that's 4 for 1, 3 for 1
Shares of Biomedical
for this morning.
off the, right now down about 1%,
All right.
$14.75.
I still think
Biomedical Alpha.
it might not just be time just yet, but I think there could be a scalp on Tesla long. I really think so. All right, I wouldn't suggest anybody else do it if you don't have, if you don't know what you're doing. All right, this is probably the area that I would look at. Not that I want to fight the weakness. I just really think that it's time for Tesla to try to get up a bounce. The thing with, even if we bounce off of this level, we could just sit here. Doesn't mean that we have to move off of it like Coinbase, right? Coinbase pulled back and it just put in a V shape, like that whole downside move off the bell. It took it right back and some, right? So I don't think we get that with Tesla, though. I don't. As a matter of fact, I think it's got a little bit more downside to go. I think you're headed to 170.30, 170.29, or call it 170. I'm sorry, 170. I think that's where she's going. All right, that would add up perfect for a long down there at 170. All right, 170 on Tesla. But again, I would need let's see if we can get a bounce and try to take it short. Even though it's late, I'm okay with not having any trades on today. I kind of already came in the day feeling that way. I almost went after Baidu, but I read my options chain a little weird. I don't know why. So the spreads aren't that bad on Baidu, which is good. Let's see. Let's touch in where the S&Ps are. How did you do with that? How'd you guys do with Google? It's just consolidating up here, right? All right. So that's a good sign. That's a good sign. The longer it stays up here, the better. The longer it stays up there. If it stays all the way up from here until like 12, 1, 2 o'clock, oh, you'd be golden. That'd be awesome. You would set yourself up for a really nice long in the afternoon if you were able to put in like an all-day bull flag here. Was there any news with it? Record pace for record highs. And again, I'm not saying that it's going to sit here and consolidate for 2 to 3 hours. But if it did, you took the IWM. Yeah, that Google is, you'd had to have been on that really early. Nice. Nice. I think short term it's got to bounce. Again, I will agree with you, Chris, that I might take this myself. I'm going to watch for 210 rejection. 210 and I think, what did we say? 211? Wait, wow, that's weird. Hold up. That's so weird. Yeah, this thing's definitely going to bounce. That's so weird. Alright, I want to show you guys what I'm looking at here. That's so weird. Let me take pre-market off. I've never seen this. I don't think. Maybe I have and I just didn't notice it. I'm Greg Whitten. I want to buy your jewelry. I want to buy it for a quarter of what you paid for it. That $28,000 watch, I'll give you 14 grand. That's a lot of money. All right. Yep, I'm going to go with it. Give me that bounce. Give me that bounce back off of 210 if we can get it. If we can get it.
Sure. So, for example, with tech, we've taken from a long-standing overweight down to a market weight. We remain overweight software. We're market weight semis.
Why does it keep pushing itself back to the left? To the left, to the left.
From a balancing perspective, it brings
Are you short or long, Chris? Don't even. It's okay. Don't even answer that question. I mean, you can if you want, but it's nobody's business but yours. You don't have to answer that question.
trying to get at here is that we think this broadening thesis that we've been on.
Nice ascending wedge.
Carl, is beginning to evolve further, okay? The growth leadership has been very clear and well identified. As you look at the performance over the past month or
This is so weird.
you've begun to see value kicking in very slowly and quietly as an outperformer versus growth.
All right, I got to do something here. I got to get focused. I'm trying to be a little entertaining. Just kind of give some ideas out on what we're seeing here. Here's what we can do. We got some strength in the semiconductors and technology in particular. See if this pulls back, right? Like between, now this is like a 2 to 3 day type of thing. See if you start to see the rotation, okay? Tomorrow, Wednesday, all right? See if you start to see this heat map, okay?
But what if it all gets pushed
See, man, that's a lot of red.
Yields are higher.
Um,
Manufacturing numbers, prices paid, which people look at for inflation, firmer than expected. Yields are up and values
see if you start to see a pullback on semiconductors. And look, it's happening right now. Look, because energy was red. It is going green now. Energy is break even, getting ready to go green, and technology pulling back. All right? So let's watch it. Let's watch for it. Look at JP Morgan. It's back to break even. I mean, it's down 0.3%. Oh man, that's the first time I've seen Toyota Motor Company down 4%. That's crazy, bro. This thing has been a beast. Nobody's been talking about it either. Neo's up 4%. Delta Airlines up 2.5%. Resorts are doing really well today. Las Vegas Sands, gold's doing pretty well. That gold will get a bump also if energy can start to go green off of that pullback. So let's see if that's the case. You start getting banks and energy and right Dow those blue chip names start to get a bounce and tech pull back. Look, AMD pulling back like we said. United asked pilots to take unpaid time off, citing Boeing's delayed aircraft. All right, let me get to my chart. Let's get to the chart. Boeing. Yeah, Boeing. Pulling back. Let's go to the daily chart. Yeah, Boeing might be done, guys. I think this might. Fuck. It needs to bounce. Needs to bounce. It's gotta bounce. Sorry, I didn't mean to breathe so heavy in there or in front of the mic. All right, come on, baby. Let's do this. So, look, I'm going to pull up Exxon, Oxy. Okay. Oh, they've already started to go green. Oxy's already started to go green. All right, Devon had news this morning for an upgrade. Keep that in mind. Devon Energy has news. Or, you know, is. Oh, my goodness. Alright, so is that a rejection? XOM.
Trade is circulating a report here. The Office of New York State Controller, which was reported to PFMT, has been disqualified.
Nice. I hear you, Chris. I might do the same. I might be with you on that. I'm kind of just looking at stocks themselves. Squared, it never bounced. It's down bad. Blah blah. Eli Lilly. Oh man. Palantir still rejecting the 50-day. Palantir is hurting right now. Rivian, flat. SoFi, down. Meta, nice bounce. We already went through that. Like, I would love to take a short on Microsoft. I just think I'm doing myself a disservice if I want to continue to stay on the right side of the trades. I do. Because why I say that is because I still think Microsoft could just sit here and consolidate, and you could see it a bit higher. Let me look at IWM with Chris. It's a nice little double bottom there. Watch this level down here at 208, 207.96. Yeah, I would watch 207.96. Fuck, it's... We need the Dow. So look, this is a clue, all right? Oh, I got it. If you guys have ever seen South Park and the Clue, it's kind of funny. But look, I got a clue here, all right? You're starting to get banks that were red to try to go to break even to green. Let's see if this happens. Look at energy. Energy is starting to go green. It's got to be able to hold it, though. If you can get that and start to get health, see, healthcare is hurting. Healthcare is just straight up red. Biotechs are red, other than the few leaders. They're break even. If we could start to get some of these Dow names to go higher and start to go green, that would give the IWM, the sector rotation needed to bring it higher. Because the Dow and the IWM like to follow each other, right? They like to hang out together. For the most part. All right? Usually it's like either the Qs or the Dow that are leading or lagging, and and IWM is last, or IWM has some outperformance. I have something really cool I want you guys to see, though, and I'm going to show you guys as soon as we get out of this morning trade. I have something really cool I want to show you guys. I think you guys will be like, holy shit. And it's done it numerous times, and it's kind of like giving me a setup for a time to, it's not going to play out exactly, okay? It's not going to play out exactly, but if it does play out half of, even just half as close to what I think it's telling us, then it's kind of giving us a really nice time to buy leaps on the SPY or the Qs. Not necessarily leaps, but 6 months out, 3 months out, 8 months out. But we'll see. That's why I think this quarter, I want to see Q2. If we get if we can just get one last push in the beginning of Q2, and it fails, and we start to get that pullback middle to end of Q2 into Q3, we start to turn it around with we just flatten out a little bit and stay at lows through Q3. And then we start to get to that upside coming out of Q3 going into Q4, if that makes sense, right? Right now, Q2, beginning of the first half of Q2, I would like to see the first quarter of the quarter. See if we can't break out one last little breakout, okay? And then going into the last half of it, we start to pull it back and we start to break down. I would like to see that. That's what I would like to see. Again, I got to time it again with when Powell, when the Fed meetings are. I need a drink of water. You guys can probably hear my throat's dry. But that's kind of what I'm looking for. And a pullback from the second quarter into the third, You know, and then going from the third quarter to the fourth, we kind of flatten it out and it's try to, you know, get a bounce. We'll see though. We'll see. It's just a thought. It's just a thought though.
When it comes to investing, we live in uncertain times. Some assets can evaporate at the click of a button. Others can deflate.
Dude, Tesla's hurting today. Fuck, I should have been on Tesla.
Investors know that gold has
I got short Tesla on Friday. I got scared like a little girl.
you invest in gold.
I had too much size on it. Tesla's getting hurt now. Dude, this is looking really ugly for Tesla, y'all. That's really looking really ugly. It's not good. I don't think this thing can get any. It's getting ready to go negative on the RSI. If that's even a thing. It looks like it is a thing.
And when you're supported by someone who's faced them too, it's much easier. It's more than tech, more than service. What matters is having a custodial service provider who gets you and treats RIAs like they treat their clients. And that's Trade PMR.
Okay, so let's go look at the scanners and see what we have going on. I have not taken any trades yet today. It looks like CXAI is on the small cap list. I think I've been hearing this name float around throughout the morning. It's got some really nice volume today. This thing may still have... It's above the 200 day. This thing may still have some room on CXAI. I got to be honest. All right, CXAI, if anybody's watching that, I would look for 737, Boeing 737. Let's see here. Hold on. This thing. All right, so you broke above 493. 493, 495 has to be support. And look what you have right there on the 1 minute. 480, 490. So it's an area. But that is showing you a pullback. It's well overdone. The volume's pulling back as well. But still, I still think if you can get this thing to consolidate, you could get an end of the day bounce. All right. I still think this stock goes higher for a few reasons. If you go to the daily chart, CXAI, if we go to the daily chart, and what does this mean for Reddit? Last week, I don't mean to shout, I'm sorry. Last week, you had a lot of small caps break out. I still think this flat top resistance right there is where it's headed. $6, right? $6 to like $8. But I would look for $6 to be the resistance level. All right, look for $6. If you are able to break above $6, the next level is right around $7.90. $8. $7.90, $8. So, this thing's been setting up. Look at that. That's a really nice setup. Boom. So there you go. It puts in a flag. It breaks out. It pulls back. Takes a couple days. Bang. All right. So that's CXAI. CXAI, we're looking for $6. You know, the best thing I would say to do is to wait for a pullback or just to wait and see what it does. See if it can consolidate here and then give you the push. But I would be out going into that $6. All right, I'm going to start looking at energy and I don't know, man. I just don't really, I knew today I wouldn't really have many ideas, but GLD is pulling back. GDX. I wonder if it's the gold miners that are going to be the winners. Gold keeps doing this to me. So I have been trying to go long GLD, and I keep psyching myself out of it. Because, you know, I'm coming from a mindset that we called... Yeah, let's do it. I just put the chat back up. Sorry. Let me pull up SPY. We're down. Remember, it's Q2, bro. Taxes. Let's see. But let's see here. You said you're looking for a scalp, right?
And so the process I
Man, I think this 4 hour is just screaming. It's got more room to the downside, bro.
feel strongly about the talent on the rest of the board.
I would look for a bounce back. Like, I agree with you. A scalp,
When James Quincy
a scalp to the upside, but
there is a ton of expertise and it is
I might go short. I gotta be honest with you. I think I might go short.
That should Nelson Peltz win that board seat, you're going to have to be thinking about succession a lot sooner.
I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm talking if we can get this thing to bounce.
the way I look at it as a board member and a shareholder is we look at Bob Iger's
This is so weird. This is what I'm saying. I said it before. I don't think I've ever seen this.
harmony in the board.
It's like
Want there to be really
it's got a few different conflicting stories going on here.
media landscape.
But I think your bounce is coming here. I think the bounce is coming.
Just woke up to this fact.
I still think you gotta wait for 208. I think 208 is the level
Then in 2017,
for the bounce.
the entire thesis around the Fox acquisition was around getting
Let's see. Let's see. Let's see.
for streaming. Imagine if we
Hi, girlfriend.
company
Hi, girlfriend. Oh, she popped in to say hi.
launched the JV, announced the JV, I should say, with Fox and Warner. We have college playoffs, which just got renewed.
What was that all about, girlfriend? Holy cow. What was that leg kick all about? She just... Did you guys hear it?
Was if in fact Nelson Peltz wins and Bob Iger comes to you aboard and says, you know,
Oh my god, I need a haircut so bad. So bad.
too disruptive and
Gotta cut this shit off.
too short. What do you say as a board member to him if he says I'm out of here?
I think that would be a terrible outcome for Disney. We're talking the future of Disney is at stake here.
Alright, so there's your bounce back. There you go.
Bob is
She's giving it to you.
his leadership team of a massive
Disney board member
We're the number one
Everson on CNBC said number one priority is to oversee succession process, looking at several internal and external candidates.
share
That's
buyback.
DIS
We're going to
Disney.
get Disney Plus profitable in the fourth quarter. This is a report card of a CEO that every shareholder right now should say, I'm betting
Dude.
on him and I'm betting on this board. But it's also a report card of a CEO.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get this,
An activist investor who wants to join a board seat. Why not just keep that pressure, bring him on the board, and then you have a shareholder advocate? What Bob and his team have been executing in the board have not anything to do with the pressure from Nelson Peltz. This transformation started before Nelson Peltz announced his position in October of 2023. Nelson Peltz has made statements that the stock is performing as a result of his investment. It's factually not true. It went up 2.1% the day he announced. Then it went down 6.2% the weeks following.
I swear, my little girl, she's
Went up because he announced
the
that
best looking cat.
earnings on November 8th and on February 7th our
Alright. Did Microsoft ever pull back?
Bank of America
No, it's just sitting here consolidating.
stock is due to exit.
That's why I think, that's why I stayed away from it.
Bob made a lot of announcements. Let's see the next
Look, coin flipped back, went back to the downside, reversed it. Yo, why is the daily chart doing that?
leadership team that's doing it. They're not betting on putting somebody in the boardroom that could potentially be highly disruptive and change the future course of the Wall Street.
Man, I kind of wish I would have taken that trade this morning. That long right off the gap fill. That was a nice trade. That was $10 move in just a few minutes. But again, it was a little expensive. What's Baidu. IWM.
Very conscious of was turning the noise down when he came back.
See, with it being above VWAP and stuff, I can't.
And Disney does not want to be in the midst of a cultural war. And part of what Bob has done with reinvigorating
This person just said on CNBC
the lens and really think
that this girl said Disney does not want to be in a cultural war. Are you crazy? That's the furthest thing from the truth. Disney loves to stir stuff up.
he has killed 2X.
AMD. Are we getting that pullback on AMD yet? We are. We are. Okay.
TNB, Biopharma.
What do I have here, guys? I'm sorry. So I Coinbase. I just, I turned the page on my composition book, so all my trade ideas for the past few weeks are behind me.
Yeah, have you been lately? I know you go to the park. Twice. What are you up to?
Over 52 now. Yes, to Disney World. Correct. That's crazy. Yes.
One day you'll ride Jungle Cruise as much as I did.
I like Snow White. Really quickly, Karen, because you're on the Under Armour board, Kevin Blake is back as CEO today. Correct. That was a surprise.
IWM needs to bounce for me to get in this thing. Again, this is weird. Dude, my watch keeps hitting me in my face. Whatever light it's hitting off of. The IWM has a weird setup. It's so weird what's going on with it. Hit that like button. Subscribe. Hit that like button. I don't know, man. Again, I felt like this was going to happen today, where, you know what? That could be an idea. It's already 11 o'clock. I want to show you guys something though too, that I'm not sure if you guys have seen between the IWM and the SPY, and just something that, like, even using it with like the Qs. I don't know. I thought it was really interesting that, like, when I was looking at it, that's what I saw, and I'm like, hey, I gotta show some people this, because what the hell is that? Yeah, Chris, that's why I would have waited. You said you were trying to go long, right? I think the long is there. It's just, it's not giving it to you yet. Like, the market's just, like, not moving. I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. I still think you get the bounce back. I think you're just going to have to be patient. But again, it's weird. That's a good, I want to say that's good that you're out everything. I think this trade needs a little more time. Just a little bit. Like a little bit more time, like lunchtime. Right? I mean, it's trying to bounce right now, but it's just weird. Because I still think, like, you get this bounce here, and it goes back to, like, 210. And then you get the rejection off of 210. Like 210, 211. I still think that's the case. I'm with you there. But again, that's the thing about trading, is it's got to be able to give you that move when you take it. Like, it's got to give you that momentum in order for you to get paid. Because if it just sits there and doesn't do anything, that's why it's a good idea to, like, find relative strength and relative weakness. Or, like, something that is moving, that's got a continuation trade on it. I think the only one that would have been really nice, the one that I called out this morning, was Coinbase long off of that gap down there at 158. Hold on, she wants to go under. She's trying to go underneath the blankets. I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up yet. I'm not giving up. Let's go through some of the news. Abby, don't do this to me right now, love. I know you're tired. I can't have you bug me. Alright, so let's see what we have here. NASDAQ jumps on mega cap gains as softening inflation fans rate cut hopes. What? Falls after raising going concerned doubts. What? Hold on. Hold up. This is why I said to watch. I have a CME account. I'm not logged in, so I could log in. Oh, I am logged in. I think I am logged in. Never mind. Let's go look for. Okay. So it looks like, even though the 10-year is rising, the 5.525, they're pricing in a 50% chance that we do get it. So this is what I would be watching for even May. Like, I don't know, bro. I still think, like, we get CPI next week. January, February, March, April, May. I still think, I'm going to be honest, guys, I think the Fed might talk tough because it may not want to, like, watch. I mean, the market's already ripped. There's nothing you can do about that. It's priced in a rate cut. I wouldn't be surprised if this starts getting lower if we get a really good CPI and PPI number. I would watch May's. I know people will say there's 100% chance it's not happening. It's not happening. Well, we still have a little bit of data that's going to come out from now until then. And if you start to see a softening, again, they don't want to throw this economy into a recession. But, what if you get a couple banks that come out between now and then that say, hey, we're having trouble? What does that do? Right? What does that do? I think she's wanting to eat. I might have to go feed her again real quick and give her some food. She's wanting to lay down. I think she's hungry. If she comes back in and opens the door and comes back in here, she's wanting me to feed her more. So let's do this. What are you guys watching again? Tesla double bottom? Okay, cool. Sorry, I didn't have the thing was wedge in a 5-minute. Maybe I can get a breakout trade on that. Listen, Microsoft, just I would be patient. I'd be patient, man. I would be patient. I'm trying to trade it to the downside. Well, you could get a scalp. I'm hoping for a scalp to not a scalp, but I would like it to bounce. Just don't know if it will. I just feel like a lot of these things are sitting in a weird spot right now where like Microsoft needs to pull back a little bit more and just a little bit more, and then you could get the long. But it's so weird. Like a lot of these setups right now are so weird, guys. Like I can't explain it. Like I think ultimately Microsoft just gets stuck between 421.50, 422, and 426. I think it just gets stuck here for like a day or two. And I would just, play the back and forth on that. What I would be watching is that 15-minute trade line in VWAP. So you can see right now, it's got VWAP and the 90 MA right there. Right there. Can it and will it break down? Will it break? It's going to either break through VWAP or break down below the 90 MA. It's going to be doing one of the two things. And I feel like already this thing has already forgot on my time interval. Look, she's just right back in here. And it's 11 o'clock, and I would like to take a trade. Let me go feed her real quick, and I'll be right back. If you guys could, please do me a big favor and just hit the like button, share the stream, subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. If you are subscribed, when we get to 1,000 subscribers, I actually was thinking about it this morning that I think I'm going to do a few, not just one person, but like a few people. I think this, I'll tell you guys right now, the giveaway is pretty sick. I think it's going to be pretty sick. And I think you guys will be pretty stoked about it. But anyway, let me go feed her really quickly, and I'll be right back. See if we can't get something from 11 to 12. What do you guys want me to put up? See, Tesla got a double bottom. I was looking for a bounce back on Tesla. I was just waiting for the right time. And now you might be there. Man, that's such a big move, bro. If it looks like they're taking that move away. I talked about it pre-market about trying to buy, asking myself if I should have bought out of the money puts and calls to take advantage of this move. Because I felt like, personally, I just felt like, I felt like the downside was the move. If I have to read the chart, it felt like the chart was telling me that Tesla was going to pull back. And that's what happened. It's exactly what happened. So, look, she's underneath my leg. Okay, come on, Missy. I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second.
No politics.
No noise. From bell to bell and beyond.
Watch live
And on demand.
24/7, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services.
Available anytime, anywhere.
On any device for free.
Schwab Network, empowering every investor and trader.
Every market.
All right, never mind. She's just laying down now. I don't know what she wants to do.
It's time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next-gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Glad you are with us after a great quarter. First quarter, we're starting off with some down arrows this morning. Today's show on our 360 Spotlight, we'll talk to the president and CEO of Aspirion Therapeutics. Our disruptor today on holding following a bullish analyst call. And in our 360 round, we'll take a look at the potential economic impact of the collapse of the Key Bridge in Baltimore. In the meantime, as I mentioned, after 10% gain for the S&P 500, 5 months in a row of up arrows, the best start to a year since 2019. Today, somewhat mixed, and Friday will be a big jobs report. We've also now digesting the PCE number we got in on Friday, which was pretty much in line when you talk about inflation. S&P's down 11, the Nasdaq's gaining 15, the Dow down 234 points, down more than 0.5% at 39,574. The Russell down 0.75%. Real estate and healthcare utilities under some pressure today. Oil and gold, both are higher today with the VIX at 1387 right now. US dollar 104.68. Gold at 22.56 a troy ounce, gaining 18 bucks, almost 1%.
Sorry about that.
Oil 83.92 the barrel. That's up almost 1% today. Bitcoin pulling back to the 69 level, 69,465. So there are your numbers. We're kicking off a busy week. In the meantime, I want to look at some of the top moving stocks in today's market. Diane King Hall is here with us, Schwab Network, to talk about AT&T's data breach that it announced over the weekend with millions affected. Tell us more about that.
Massive data breach over the weekend that we've learned. Well, it was prior to the weekend, but we learned about it this weekend. So first, let's talk about the stock reaction. The stock right now down more than 1%. It has been down about 1.5%. So this is the first time Wall Street is having the chance to react to this news that some 73 million customer accounts, both current and former customers of AT&T, had their information breached in this. Among that total, 65
you just
million,
gotta watch,
more than
man.
65 million are
This
former
172.16.
and that information has hit the
Gotta
dark
watch
web.
this area
7
here.
million, a little more than
nice
7
little
million
area there.
current AT&T
And 70
account
to bounce
holders have
off
had
of.
their information compromised. Among the details that have been compromised, it includes Social
that's
Security
nice.
numbers, home addresses,
job, man. Great
dates
job.
of birth, PIN information. It's unclear right now if the breach came from within AT&T itself or if it was due to one of its vendors. So it's a massive cybersecurity issue.
I wish I had the confidence to say that Tesla would get back to 174.
The source of this data breach.
I just don't think that's the case,
AT&T
but
is alerting people
173
who
is
are affected.
possible.
It says it's alerting people by email to watch out
173?
for your emails because people would it's recommending issuing or setting up
The SPY
fraud
is
alerts
just
as a result of this occurring.
pulling back.
So again, it's some 73
some
million
water.
customers
Nice job,
approximately
bro.
in total.
Great job,
Of
dude.
those,
That's a
more
nice
than
scalp.
7 million current account holders, more than 65 million former account holders, affected information, phone numbers, addresses, dates of birth, social security numbers, and some PINs. They say it does not include personal
If y'all ever
want to
send me anything or Red Bull, if you're out there,
that is the information
let's do it.
that has
Let's
not
do
been
it.
exposed, but some
All right.
serious information
Celsius ain't never
exposed
had it.
in
Probably
this data
trash.
breach. And right
I'm
now,
just
again, the
playing.
stock down
I'm just
more
kidding.
than
I'm not gonna say that because I
8%
don't
at the
know. I
moment.
haven't had it. I'm
Right,
just saying.
and just,
Yeah.
you know, this is
I mean-
terrible. And also, I will say that within the report that I saw about the dividend, because they declared the dividend, which everybody wants to make sure about AT&T.
I had a monster last week, Friday. I was about to throw up.
But within that, it says about
At first,
AT&T,
I
this
finished
is
it,
their
obviously,
release, more than 100
but,
million U.S. families.
you know what I mean? I was just
friends,
like,
neighbors.
ugh.
You know, when you see 73 million,
Yeah.
that's
So-
basically, you know, 3/4 of what they're talking about. First phone call 140 years ago. All right,
Yeah,
so you have
so-
that. Delta, we have news on Delta today?
Yes, that's right. So Delta is on Morgan Stanley's list today. It's maintaining an overweight rating on its shares, but it's raising its
Delta.
price
What is
target,
that?
raising
No,
the
that's-
price
yeah,
target to
Del-
$85 a share.
DAL.
Previously, its base case previously was for $77
Yeah,
a share
dude,
for this
it-
stock. Among this bull case valuation for Delta, it's saying that its push into premium allows it to, quote, outperform the rising demand of airline demand growth. So when you look at that chart, you can see Delta having some just positive reaction, further catalyst today for that stock. That stock has
But I
been
agree.
higher today.
It's
Right now,
fucking
it is
disgusting.
up 2% at the moment, so it has been gradually increasing. Delta says that it compares, or excuse me, Morgan Stanley compares Delta to, interestingly enough, this is an interesting parallel, the same way that
is this,
Abercrombie and Fitch reinvented
is
itself
this
recently. Abercrombie and Fitch
too loud?
had some troubles.
This
You
Charles
can't
Schwab,
necessarily
is it
say
too
Delta
loud?
had the same troubles because it has been best in class for some time, but in terms of its
If it's okay.
premium positionings, it compares that to how A&F is viewed right now. It's saying in this
Watch the
research
SPY
notes
here.
that it's seeing the
This
case,
might
bull
be a
case scenario
nice
where
shot for
Delta's
the SPY.
valuation doubles, similar to Abercrombie,
Especially if you
to
see
this 12
that the-
times PE ratio from
You can see that the
previously less than
Dow
6
is
times,
also,
PE
and the
ratio.
IWM are
So
also
it
at
says it,
support,
could be,
trying to
trading
bounce. You
upwards
probably could get a
closer to
bounce here.
$110 a share eventually, compared to where it is today. Right now, it's at just below $49 a share. But again, the price
That's what I
target
was
right
getting
now,
at.
it's raising it to $85 a share from $77. So its base case has increased in terms of how Morgan Stanley sees Delta Airlines.
Right. Thank you for that. We also have news on United that folks are going to watch. The pilots have been asked to take some unpaid leave because of the Boeing delays.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. Unpaid time off in May and potentially other summer months. Diane King Hall, thank you,
got it.
for all of that. Great to see you. And we're just going to head for a quick break. Keep it right here. Rebecca Walzer for the Big Three. And I'm sorry. We'll be on to talk about inflation, and then we'll have the Big Three with Jessica and Skip. We got a packed show for you. We'll be right back.
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do side jobs installing windows, charging something like $100 a window when other guys were charging $400 or $500. He just didn't want to do that. He was proud of the price he was charging. My dad instilled in me, always put the people before the money. Be proud of offering a good product at a fair price. I think he'd be extremely proud of me. Yeah.
All right, so let me get back on track here. All right, 4 hour. It just never ends. Go ahead. If you want to go under, go under. You're okay. Go ahead.
There's no place like the New York Stock Exchange. We've got you covered. The biggest stocks, the biggest trends, all the market moves. The Watch List with me, Nicole Petalides, 2 p.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
A fresh take on the hottest trends in the market, from every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on Next Gen Investing. 1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Wrap up the trading day with me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, 3 p.m. Eastern. It's Market on Close. No place better than the Schwab Network.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
The CEO of GE Vernova with us for the first trade following that spin-off tomorrow at 9:30 a.m.
Welcome back to Trading
She is so
360. I'm
funny.
Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock
She said,
Exchange.
no, I don't
We
want to
have
go
some
under the
insights
blanket,
from
but I'll go
shaping
under
the
your
markets.
hoodie.
Rebecca Walzer, President,
right.
Walzer Wealth Management, joining me here to chat about the very latest.
Tell you what,
What
she
an
is
incredible
spoiled.
first quarter with the S&P 500 up over 10%. Now we're kicking off a new quarter, and the first thing we have to do is digest the PCE on Friday, which shows inflation somewhat, in line. Manufacturing this morning that exceeded expectations. Good morning, Rebecca Walzer. How are you feeling?
All right, so I wrote this down
Monday
yesterday.
Well, thanks for dealing with my technical difficulties.
Was that
Nicole.
523?
This next Monday on April 8th when the
522.
solar eclipse might interrupt internet. So I'm feeling good. I think PCE was
Yeah, 522, 521, and 519.50.
Already kind of forecasted with CPI and PPI, so we kind of expected that. The manufacturing data is any good news right now is really welcome because overall I think the global trend unfortunately is going towards the recessionary.
And like she's saying, any type of good news is good. I would watch your CME Fed Funds tool. Okay, just go to CME Fed Funds tool, type that in, whatever. Watch your May and June meetings. All right, if you start to see a shift and you start to see this May here start to pull back from 5.25, 5.5, right? You start to see 5, 5.25 start to rise. Listen, I don't think that's just going to give the markets a huge rally because we've already done so much. I think the market's where it wants to be. 5.30, 5.15, right in between that area. So the thing is do we get the IWM to catch up? I'll show you what I'm talking about here. All right, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about.
I was in New York that day, and I was, on a panel with Maria, and I was like, no, something's not right here. And then we saw a downward revision of 124,000 jobs the very next, retroactively for January. So I just would say, Nicole, we haven't seen this kind of corrective downside, except for the last
I need to
time
find
we
a better
saw
way to do this. I really do.
Massively to the downside was 2008. So I do think there's a little bit of data manipulation here, and I think
looks
that
like the SPY is getting ready to
It helps
bounce.
the market, But then again, good news is not good news because any kind of strong jobs numbers, Nicole, will really
I'm just going to turn her off, guys. I'm sorry.
Not
watch out for Thursday's pre-market support. Watch out for the monthly value area low right there at 522.50. You may need 521.50 to become your support level. So if we get a, like, I don't know if I should go long, like scalp the long, or if I should get short off of if we get a bounce back and then get short and look to get down to, like, what was that? That was this level here. Yeah, 520, 520.80. That's so weird. Yes, that's what I'm saying, Chris. I'm like, bro, I love you, bro, but you gotta just relax. Just wait. Wait for some of these things to set up, because unless you got something that's surefire, like right now, even trying to play this bounce is a little dangerous. The volume was low, kinda, I guess. The volume is pretty low on this move. So look, I'm going to show you guys something. I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to show you guys something here. I mean, it's 11 o'clock. I might have to wait because I still think there's a trade out here. But I don't know. Like this morning, right? That Coinbase, that pullback on Coinbase for a long looked really good in my opinion. I keep forgetting about Baidu. I want to show you guys this move I'm talking about, but I feel like it's got to be done around like lunchtime or something, because I still think there's an opportunity. Like Baidu, right? Like I want to get short Baidu. But I understand there's some relative strength on it that right now might not be the time. Like, I feel like it is, but I need to give it a little bit. Maybe I'll go see how much leaps are. Let's do that. Let's see how much, like a month or two out is. Like 4 weeks out. 3 weeks out, 4 weeks out. I don't want to get crushed on this thing, though, because it could just remain oversold.
From renewables to old energy, our next guest has 5 oil stock ideas in exploration and production as we kick off Q2.
See, this isn't good. Here's what I would do. I would wait, let this thing consolidate. You should see another rally out of Baidu, and then you possibly get the rejection. All right, I still think Baidu has another little push to the upside it left in it, and I think on that second push is when I want to get short Baidu.
The typical large cap energy stock trades at an 8% free cash flow yield. So whether it's companies like Canadian Natural Resources, Suncor, Cenovus, Canadian Oils, we think are an interesting place for investors to engage.
As for the majors, Conoco is interesting to you, and then you've got some thoughts as well on refiners.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. So on ConocoPhillips, the stock has done well over the last 5 years.
But what I was getting at, I'm just going to show you guys, because I don't think I'm going to find anything like to... I really wish I would have traded Coinbase. I'm regretting not trading Coinbase this morning. All right, so check this out, right? I show you guys the IWM. Now, I'm going to go to a weekly chart, all right? I'm going to go to a weekly chart, and I'm going to pull up the S&P. Sorry, that's my leg. I'm just like, I was always one of them. All right. For example, let's just start right here, 2019. Okay, let's start right here in 2019. All right, where are we at? 2018, 2017. All right, so can you guys see this okay? You can see we're setting up literally exactly like we were back then.
In the first quarter by going up so much. Is it going to continue to be a supply-driven story? And what do you expect?
Yeah, listen, it's all good, man. I think, you know, we still have a lot of week left and we have a lot of day left. You know, I don't know if I talked you out of that trade. I wasn't sure. Did it pull back? Like, what I would do, Chris... Damn, yeah, the SPY's pulling back. So it's the first quarter. We're really starting to pull back. The SPY is down. The SPY is only down 0.2%. Well, 0.3%. 0.3%. Yeah, you were right, bro. It just let's see here. Yeah, I think your support should come in at 442.50. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe you take it all back. Fuck, I don't know what I was going to say. I'll do this another time. I'll do this whole thing another time. Go back and look at the options. Excuse me. Go back and look at the options. I'm sure they did pay pretty nicely.
Today they're low ones. Ultimately, we think the demand growth in millions of barrels a day is going to be close to 1.5. There's no doubt, Carl. China is coming in softer than expected.
See, listen, for me, it would have been really hard to get short the Qs on the back of semiconductors. Yeah, right down here, right? 442, the 20-day. Yeah, that would have been a nice trade, because you can see here. Yeah, so that, I don't know. I can't remember this morning. I mean, I can remember it. I just...
This is very helpful from the macro to the micro. Good to see you. Thank you.
Good to see you, my friend.
Still ahead, watching Apple today. Loop cuts its target down to 170 this morning, says it now expects revenue and EPS
15-minute. Yeah, it's a pretty wild move there. Did something happen with semiconductors or anything? I mean, I expected it to break down. I expected AMD to break down. But look, if energy continues higher, that should... Let's see if energy went green. It's starting to go green now. That should put a weighting on it. Like, look, yeah, semiconductors are pulling back. They are giving you that pullback. So... Damn, listen, I'm right there with you, Chris. I should have taken AMD. I should have taken AMD short. It would have worked out. I just wasn't sure if there was news or not. I wasn't sure. Yeah. If the market keeps pulling back like it is, it's going to be tough. That might be a failed breakdown. You're going to find out right now. You should find out, like, very soon. You should find out within the next candle or two. That's for sure. That's for sure. Let's look. Let's find out.
Right now down about 55%.
She doesn't care that we work with billions in assets, and they aren't even aware that we spent over 2 decades focused only on RIAs. We understand what really matters to your clients is having peace of mind. Your dedication says you'll always be there for them, and at Trade PMR, it's our mission.
Yep. Let's see what happens right here. It's either going to break up higher and fail, or like that's a failed, like that's a retest of that wedge and it's getting ready to break down. the thing with Google is it's got relative strength for whatever reason. So this is why I didn't trade Google, because I could not find. I mean, I could look here. I could go to StockTwits or something. Alphabet's Google vows to destroy browsing data to settle a lawsuit. Okay, two things real quick. The two things being Baidu and Google. Baidu and Google are kind of doing the same thing. They're both related in the same news, as in it has to do with Apple's AI. All right, I don't know what like C3 AI is also in the mix. I don't know what's going on. I like Baidu, like Apple is using Baidu for like their search thing or something, but then Apple is gonna like team up with Google and use their AI. I don't know. All right, so Apple, Google, and Baidu, they're kind of like hanging out together, like, talking business. So as you can see, if I bring up Baidu, it's pretty much kind of doing the same thing. It's got a really nice rally and a consolidation here. Look, Baidu never bounced. I wanted to get short Baidu. I wanted to see if I could get short on a pullback here, grab some puts for a pullback, but it looks like it's not going to give me the bounce I was looking for. That sucks. Damn it. And I did say, and I forgot, I got mixed up. I did say, let's look for like puts like 3 to 4 weeks out. And I forgot. Nice Aquarius too, but SPY looks. Yeah, SPY. The overall markets look weak. Oh. Guys, European markets are closed today. European markets are closed. So we closed Friday, they closed today. So be careful holding trades overnight. Because if the European market's closed, that means the currency market's closed where it should be, I would assume. What's the euro dollar? Do you guys know what that would be? Euro. What the heck is it? Yeah, EUR. There you go. Euro USD. Is this today? Yeah, April 1st. Never mind, it is open. That's so weird. Okay, so yeah, look, you can see that their markets are closed. German DAX, German markets closed. Tomorrow should be interesting. So it makes sense. All right, it makes sense why I was coming in today like, man, I only have like a few ideas that I'm looking at. I probably won't be trading today, and that's why. Because there's weirdness going on here. Like as far as like this between the setup and the overall markets that are and aren't open. So it all makes sense now. I get it. Treasury yields are up 10 basis points this morning. I want to know why. Though. Could be the start of quarter rebalancing flows or digesting heavy corporate bond insurance announcements, but this is a big move on little news. Exactly. Let's see here. So that was from Liz Young. That we need bonds to rally, yields to fall. Let's look at TLT. Yeah, TLT getting hammered. So TLT had a weird pennant going on here. I think it's okay that we're down here because, you know what I mean? TLT needs to have room to move like in a longer term. Took that Apple long. Bro. Be careful you don't overtrade, bro. I'm going to tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. I could see that. I would give yourself some time with it. Or I would hope that you did. Yeah. Nice job, Chris. Hopefully you can get some volume there. Here's the thing, bro. European markets aren't open, so that's a lot of liquidity that's missing from the markets. So be careful. All right, so there's talking about a virtual meeting with what's his name? I forget. All right, IWMs. Oh, let's look at see if GLD can start to bounce. Gold, GDX also. I would watch energy, like XOM. Like, yeah, like look at GDX right now. We need, oh my gosh. You need Exxon. And look, there it is. I wish I would have taken that trade there. We sniffed it out early. Look at Oxy. Look at Oxy, man. Shit. Did the banks also get a turnaround? Nope, still flat. Healthcare pulling back. Oh my god, bro. I think it's happening. I really do. Guys, you guys were on here early. All of y'all know that I said, yo, watch out that energy. We have sat here for a long time watching this. Saying, hey, be prepared for either a buyout news for Oxy, or, you know, that they take it private, or we get a rally. Yo, this bull flag, guys, this takes us to all-time highs. What is going to happen here in the future that can possibly take Oxy Petroleum to all-time highs? All right. Not saying that we will get there, but, you know, that weekly chart still needs a pullback. I still think this is crazy. Maybe 88. I mean, again, it's not crazy when they make, as long as energy is above $40, $50 a barrel, they're making good money. And the stock price can perform. But this bull flag takes you right to the top. It takes you right to all-time highs. There's your breakout. Look at that. Like, damn near to the top. 115. I just did it quick there, but so I need a pullback, man. I would love to get long these energy names. If energy can keep grinding, gold can keep grinding, then hey, that's a sign of a recession that we could also, you know, have something to hedge with versus the overall markets. I want to look at Carvana and some other names. I'm thinking about GDX. I'm still not positive yet if I want to do it. All right, Carvana's holding up nice. It's not down as bad as some of the other names. Coinbase bouncing. All right, Baidu. But it looks like Baidu is actually starting to break down. I might try and trade Baidu right now. I just wanted that bounce. I'm gonna go for a weekly. To heck with it. There's not much volume on these though. Like, the volume is trash. It really is. I want to be able to get out of this. Like 123, 172, 420. That's so weird that they're going after the 102s. That's so far out of the money. Like, bro, this is the like, I could just buy the option exchange. I could be the open interest. And not necessarily the volume. I wouldn't buy 200 puts, but damn. Like, just like Chief Keef said, that's that shit I don't like. That's that shit I don't like. It needs more volume than that. I think you could get a really nice trade here on a pullback. If you want to give yourself some time, maybe look at the other options chains, but I guess I'm not going to trade this because of the fact that there's like no volume. Let's go to Apple. Apple, Tesla. Tesla, nice little bounce.
Question is, how far do we get? Good to see you. So I think, listen, there have been so many conversations since Nike and Lulu reported, and all of them centered around the fact.
All right, I may step outside for 1 second. What I would like to do is, we are leaving X. It's been fun, folks. Thanks for all the support. What? Why?
And by and large, across a broad group of consumer discretionary stocks, average revenues were up 4 or 5% this quarter.
But isn't the thing that consumer is being burdened by the cumulative impact of inflation? Consumer is changing as a result of COVID and post-COVID and travel and priorities.
Real funny. Real funny. I forgot it was April Fool's Day. I could have told these people. Oh my God, yo, I'm going short energy. Nah, April Fool's. Oh, you lost money? My bad, bro. That was an April Fool's joke. No, I'm just playing. I would never do something like that. But a lot of people out here capping with them accounts, talking about I made $100,000 today. April Fools. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I took all y'all money. And I went and just went crazy. I scalped for like, you know, I made 20 grand on my scalp. I threw $100,000 at the trade. Where'd you get the $100,000 from? From y'all. You didn't know? Yeah, every time y'all sign up, your money go to my account. Yeah. I appreciate you, bro. That's a good look. How did you do on the scalp, though? Did you get that 100? I'm just playing. Yo, I want to start making and selling t-shirts. Like, for real, for real. Like, I'm telling you guys, I really want to I want to be able to get to a studio. I do. I want to be able to get to a studio. I want to be able to take a couple of you guys with me. For real. I know it sounds crazy. But it can be done, man. There's a lot of marketing and just different things that could be done to get us there. And I feel like yeah, you know, Trader TV is great and all. I love them to death. You know, I think there's, you know, you need to have like, I just think I could do it better. I just think we could do it better. I think we could really help with like, all right, you know, targets and all this stuff.
I read stats in the news agency citing unnamed sources says 5 people were killed.
What? Listen. All right, so there were some people killed, and I still can't believe. Oh, nice job, Chris. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. I don't know why this is out like this. Let me fix it. There we go. There we go. Sick, bro. That's awesome. I always like to slide those things in there. You know what I mean? I like to slide them in there. From time to time. I don't even remember what I was talking about now. Russ has to take a step back and realize he's arguing with a grown man wearing a balloon hat. Man, am I going to get copyrighted if I do this? Slap the shit out of him. Hey, looks like a kid. Weakening market or weakening jobs market. All right, so that's Tony Dwyer. When he talks, you should listen. That's Tony Dwyer. When he talks, you should listen. Doesn't mean he's going to be right all the time, but when he talks, you should listen. Listen, I don't need weight. I don't need unless you want me to. Unless you think I need to lose weight. Let's see here. What do we got here? What is this? Hyundai Santa Fe. It's a Hyundai. He should have never bought a brand new Hyundai. That's worse than buying an old one. You buying a Hyundai at the high? Ain't no way in hell. The Hyundais shouldn't be any more expensive. I think they made the Genesis 1 year or whatever. That was pretty nice. But still, it's a Hyundai, bro. The parts are so cheap, and it's hard to trust that thing going down the road at 80 mile an hour. But AAPL. Nice job though, Chris. Great job, man. You found a nice little trade. Try not to get stuck over trading today. I didn't know that the European markets were closed. So look, there you go. Baidu, there's the extra bounce. Look at the volume that just came in out of nowhere. So that's why I'm a little hesitant on that. What else can I trade? What else do we have, guys? What do we have? Let me go to the news. Let's go to the news real quick. We have breaking news. So there was breaking news just a few minutes ago. Let's see if it's on here about an Israeli strike in a consulate or something. Excuse me. I don't know if the markets reacted off of that or not, or if they already priced the strike in or not, as far as the sell-off had already occurred since the bell opening. Israeli consulate strike. Syria targets building adjacent to Iranian embassy. Claims at least 6 dead. Okay, so this was a while ago. This was at least an hour or so ago. A building close to Iranian embassy hit in Syria. Media says 6 dead. Strike in Syria consulate. Wait, is it an Iranian consulate or is it a Syria consulate? Man, that's a steep down move on the SPY today. Alright, so warplanes struck the Iranian consulate in Damascus on Monday, and a Lebanon security source told Reuters a senior commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, blah, 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 has been killed. Zahid. Okay, so Mohammed Razid Zahid has been killed in the attack. I did pretty good with that. I did pretty good reading that name off. Did pretty good. Like reading a name off like that, it feels like it's trying to like you're playing football and it's trying to juke you when you read off those names. But Raheed Malik Akeed, they try to slip, they try to trip you up with those type of names. But I did it. I said it successfully. But anyway, what do we have here? So Jeffrey sees potential in Alphabet. Google is up 2%. So look, shares of Alphabet rose 8% since the start of the year. Blah blah blah. On Sunday, in a Sunday note to clients, Jeffrey's analyst highlighted 3 key factors weighing Google's performance: ChatGPT, margins, company margins, and pointed out concerns about the CEO. Growth continues, concerns, much potential, but there are concerns, but there's much potential. Just reading out keywords here. AI, rebound, 58%. That sounds bullish. Tech giant, top AI talent. Significant data, dominance. All bullish words. Greater than 1 billion users, they said. All right. That sounded bullish. Just look at the keywords. Bullish. What's it doing? Had a nice rally today. No, but seriously, let's go. Let me look at the scanner and see if we can find and give you guys some of these movers. At least something to look for. It looks like airlines are trying to make, like the actual airlines are trying to like make headline news. Maybe we watch them this week for a trade. Semiconductors did start off really well in the morning. United Airlines faces overstaffing due to Boeing's delivery delays. Sorry about that. I didn't want that noise going off on the mic when I was trying to open it. Yo, I was just looking at Enphase yesterday.
Uh,
3M is making highs. BOO or BORRSTRO. Levi, Fossil, CXAI.
More highs now of 135%.
What did I say? As soon as I said it. I gave CXAI a price target of I think it was what, $7 I gave it. Watch $6.50 to $7 on CXAI. Why did that thing pull back like this? What was the news with 3M today? This thing got hammered. Monday rapid fire. All right. All right, so I guess we can listen to this. No, I don't want to listen to it. Oh. All right, so 3M, AT&T, Devon Energy, Deckers Outdoor, JB Hunt, CH Robinson.
Hey, Carl. Yeah, Luke has one of the lowest price targets for Apple, and today bringing it down to 170. It was as high as 185. Not that
Okay.
And the rationale here, well, it's
3M had a settlement agreement.
for most of the year so far, but the big one in this note, predicting an earnings and revenue decline this calendar year versus a year ago. Now, Luke says that would be the first time that's happened since 2016.
What's good, bro? How you been, man? Where you been at? You been all right? Everything all right? I've been wondering about you. Haven't seen you, man. It's been a minute. All right, so Enphase, guys. I was watching. I looked at this chart yesterday. Let's see here. I was watching. I pulled up Enphase on a chart yesterday because I haven't seen it. Like, I just haven't really paid attention to it. And I was like, what are solar names doing? Again, I didn't have a watch list last night because I ended up watching Dumb Money, and it got a little late, and I was like, it's Easter weekend, and I just didn't. All right, so Enphase is pulling back here. Good. Okay, awesome. Nice. That's good, man. That's good. Please just watch parlays, bro. Just double up. Just double up. You know what I mean? Listen. I'm gonna take that back. I'm not telling nobody what to do. I'm not gonna tell nobody what to do. That also, and I repeat, and I said it not last week, but the week prior. I had Illinois before March Madness. I think that was the only pick I took this year of basketball. But I took Illinois over Wisconsin. Big win. Big win. For a few different reasons. But anyway, that's cool, man. That's what's up. Alright, so Enphase, let's go here. Let's look at this. So that's kind of like this thing is kind of mediocre. Like, as far as like, this thing could just continue to trade sideways. I'm not sure if this is a trade yet. But it's really funny that they brought this name up. I think it's really funny they brought Enphase up to do an article on it. And I thought that was kind of funny. Oh, shit. Intel. Also. And I am going to say this. What's up, Matt? Sorry, Matt. I didn't see your question. I'm doing good. How are you? I did not see it. I do apologize. If you're still here. If anybody wants help trading into like a one-on-one, because I really think I could help help put it in front of you, like the picture. I have not traded anything today. It looks like the market hasn't really done much. I mean, the ideas that I liked Coinbase. I didn't take it. Baidu, I talked to myself out of that trade because the spread's a good thing, because I would have been wrong on that trade. And then, that's right, ARM. ARM was the other one. So if anybody wants a one-on-one, just hit me up. Hit me up on Twitter. We can figure something out. Because I'm telling you, man, like, I can really try to help put some things into perspective. Like, and not just the expectations. But I think it would do a lot of people a lot of help. Especially if they feel like they're getting frustrated. And they're just, like, not making any progress. There's a nice little level there. I still think, man. I mean, this could be. You have to get above here. Maybe you do get a rally to like 500. But I gotta be honest. Looks like it's still wanting to roll over a bit. I mean, like right now, like UNH could bounce, but I would expect a. Man, I've been waiting for a move out of this thing, and it just feels like it hasn't been making any progress for some reason. What are you thinking with it, Matt? Like, I was waiting for the day that like this, you could look at this as like a cup and handle, but I wouldn't personally. I wouldn't look at this as a cup and handle for a few reasons. Not to say that it isn't. I mean, it technically could be, right? And then even that right there, you always have that little like that rally that, and then it pulls it back. Let's see if it's like 20% or so, 16%. Let's see. Let's see what it is. See if it's like 16 to 20%. It's 10. We'll see. You could look at this. Maybe that is, you know. I mean, really, if you're bullish healthcare and UNH in general, this is where you would buy it, right? You have a rally. It's consolidated. Looks like a nice cup and handle. It's at the lows, so you're not going to have to wait long to find out if you're wrong. You're going to be buying it cheaper, right? So you're going to lose less. That is where you would buy it. But I think this is a consolidation. And for me, I would need to see some strength, and then I would buy the pullback on the strength. Because it's had 2 years, and it hasn't done anything. Again, this is just my opinion. I feel like it needs to start trying to show us some progress. It tried here, and it just failed. And maybe UNH is just waiting for that secular bull market for healthcare. Right now, it's banks, and it has been banks. We had, let's see. We had technology during COVID. Pretty much everything went up. Then we had energy. Now we just had banks. Like, do you guys see the cycles? And it's good to see them and hop on them and ride them out. Once we get to the end of this banking bull cycle, like, what's next? Is it going to be healthcare? It's been consolidating for 2 years. Are we going to get like a secular bull market? Does Biden win again and they do something with healthcare that you know allows it to extend higher? You know, I think banks and energy had a big catalyst behind them. I don't know what the catalyst would be for healthcare. Like, hold on. What I mean by that is, like, one, we had energy go negative. Two, you had presidential change help cause the war. It helped cause the war. Okay, because this back and forth between Ukraine goes back to Obama. It goes back to when Obama was president and Biden was vice president. So this is, yes, in a way helped. It's fueled by Biden. They can't say it's not. It is. It absolutely is. So that helped energy. Now the banks. Why did the banks have a nice secular bull market? Because the Fed created the bank term lending program, which helped provide liquidity, and it helped stabilize the banking system. So there was a catalyst there for the banks to just be on this long uptrend rally, right? So what's going to be that next one? Right? We'll have to wait. We'll have to find out. But when we spot it, we got to get on it. Maybe we start to rotate back into energy. But I'm just curious about the presidency. And what does that mean if Russia pulls out of Ukraine? right? Because there's talks of us, pulling back with NATO, this, that, the third, if Trump wins, and pretty much having just saying, you know what, we'll have a mutual agreement, on things, but we don't need to be in the UN, and we want to worry about what we have going on instead of all this other BS. Instead of shipping money out, we're going to keep some money in here. And what would that mean for energy? That means energy would pull back. Or if Biden wins again, maybe that's another extension in energy. China's getting ready to open up, or not really open up. They opened up, but there's a lot of stimulus with China that should spruce like not just spending, but like that should really kick off like between just real estate, construction, pumping liquidity in the system means like the velocity of money should change hands. And as the velocity of money trades hands, people are spending on things, obviously, right? Between real estate, food, and all kinds of stuff, casinos. So that should spruce energy, right? You need energy to open stores and to do things. So I'm wondering if energy if this next leg in energy is happening right now. Keep an eye out. All right. I'm saying it now. You guys are hearing me say it. I think this is the second leg in energy for a few reasons. I do think, though, it's going to come down to the presidency. It's going to mean a lot. It really is. The presidency is going to mean a lot. Between low fuel costs, a war, and the other things that means towards continuing the war and higher fuel costs. 155 just cut for 15%. Going to call it a day. I would do the same, man. You did a lot of trades today, bro. Yeah, I would too, man. Chris, like I said, man, I appreciate you being here, bro. It's good to see you. And again, European markets are closed, and it's just waiting for one of these things to set up. I wish I would have. I said this morning, man, I wish I would have taken that Tesla trade. I really wish I would have taken that Tesla trade right off the bell. I just, it is what it is. It's all good. I'm not disappointed that I didn't trade anything because the day's not over with. Just things were setting up pretty weird. So, you have a good rest of your day, though, man. I'll see you, buddy. I'll be here. I wanted that short Baidu. I want to take Baidu short. But look, out of nowhere, you just get one green candle and you get kicked in the face. So it's not a trade. It's not a trade just yet. Bro, I'm coming out guns blazing Q2. And I'm not just saying it to say it. I'm telling you guys right now, last week really helped me just put things back into perspective on some of the things and stupid things that I did that I shouldn't have done. And I was really happy to finish the week out last week strong like I did. I was really happy to do that. I mean, that Moderna trade, guys, that Moderna trade could have been sick. I don't know. Both trades were tough because they psychologically pushed you around. Like Tesla, we took, and we could always do another video, but we said, hey, look for that off, in the morning, look for that push in the 179.50, right where it went, bang, got the short. But that pump makes it hard, and especially when you see a lower volume there, it's like, everything's telling you not to do that, but you just got to do it. And then same thing with Moderna. I had to sit in that trade for a while, bro. I had to sit in that trade for a minute. Right there. That was a huge... This thing went 400 or 500%. I got in a little late. Or, excuse me, I'm sorry. A little early. And then we caught that upside. I was out at VWAP because that was the target. So, but it's all good. Guess what? A lot of greed trades last week. Scalp the SPY. It helped put me back in the seat. So, Oh, no problem, Matt. Also, make sure that the stream is all the way forward. Like the red button at the bottom or the little red circle. Just make sure the live stream is all the way, like, actually live and that you guys aren't behind. Just in case something happens or news goes off. Just to let you guys know, sometimes it may lag and then it'll, over time, you'll be way behind.
But the ISM itself
I'm not saying you guys are behind, I'm just saying to just keep note of that.
So we have talked about the economy being strong, and we just saw a 3.4 print in GDP for the fourth quarter. We're running about 2.8% in Atlanta Fed currently for the first quarter. We've talked about the consumer, but now you all of a sudden have manufacturing doing well. And why do I pay attention to all these things? Is because obviously it translates into better earnings. Earnings came in at 10% in the fourth quarter. They're probably going to come in about 8 to 10% this year. Little concerned that 2025 is a little aggressive at up 15%, but we'll deal with that down the road. I think it's very legit to say we could see 8 to 10%, especially given that we are seeing better growth, but margins are doing better. They're stronger than expected. That was the big surprise in the first quarter, and a lot of that had to do with lower inflation, a little lower wages, a little bit more price improvement across the board. U.S. companies are excellent at doing this. And oh, by the way, now you have this little wrinkle that China might actually be doing a little bit better. And that number over the weekend, their manufacturing ISM was actually the best in a year. So can you imagine if you actually see global growth starting to pick up, along with momentum here remaining pretty good? So it is Goldilocks. I do worry about a lot of other things.
China could
Scott,
really
it's
shoot energy up. Things are going to start happening in China right now.
Like, you know, investors are more bullish
you could see
than they've been
you know,
in
a big
more or less 18 months.
Right.
And the
like,
data would
like
suggest
our COVID, like
that
things
they
were
continue
just
to put
booming.
money into the market.
Booming.
BofA's flow show from an institutional standpoint, high allocation to stocks, the highest allocation into equities since November of 22. So we're bullish, we're invested. Are we offside?
I don't think so. I mean, this market is really exciting me in a lot of different ways. One is, I look at this time last year where we saw very, very narrow growth. Tech was obviously out to the lead. AI was the story. But if you look at this year, energy was the #1 sector this quarter, followed by communication services, followed by financials, right? And tech was the #7 sector out of 11.
Every few
right?
minutes,
so I think this is,
every
for
couple
me, a
hours,
healthy market. I think this is
my charts
a good follow through for the rest of the year, and I think
to
this is
like on the
exactly what we
daily,
want to see,
they forget to
given the
zoom
macro
in
data
on
that
where
we've
I
seen
have
over
it,
the
and
last
then they
couple
start
weeks.
doing their own
So
thing.
we have, Jimmy, as we enter a new quarter. Do we have substantial risk? I mean, Jonathan Krinsky at BTIG looks at the market and he wants to once again have the conversation about momentum.
Hold on 1 second, buddy.
And whether there's going to be a continued unwind, and whether the biggest risk in his mind could be around the semis.
I haven't tried because I just use my own capital. I haven't had to.
Gainers in the quarter.
I haven't had to. I just use my own money. I would suggest anybody else. You know, that's a personal decision you got to make with yourself. All right. Can you sit on your hands on days like this? Like, you know, I don't know the rules and stuff, but I personally haven't, man. I haven't. I just use my own capital, and I just keep it moving. If I need money, I'll find a way to get it. You know, I don't know. It's like, you know, you know, I'm not going to say that it's not something that you shouldn't do. You know, there's benefits and there's consequences to everything. I think that's just that really is a personal decision, you know, for someone that if you're trading, you know how to trade, and you know, I think oh my God, why can't I think of his name? I think Wiz uses a prop firm. I don't know if he uses like Top Step or what, but it can be good, right? It's access to capital. You know, it's just a personal decision you have to make. I would talk to Wiz about that, Chris. If he comes on, he'd be able to give you some information about that.
I know it's perverse to say that, okay, strong economy, you know, but to what degree?
But define it. Like, I think the risk is, just to really go there, what would keep me up at night is maybe the Fed, this isn't going to happen, but maybe the Fed's, wait a second, things are too much hotter than we thought, we're going to have to raise rates.
And
that's
hold on.
not on anybody's radar screen.
I wouldn't,
that's like, oh, look out below.
Hold on.
That's the.
But what if they just don't cut it all?
Or fine.
It's okay because the economy is strong.
I wouldn't mix
We've been worried about the lag impact
futures with a prop firm.
hasn't happened. And because we've had an enormous amount of stimulus.
Like, I wouldn't separate the equity markets versus futures. They're all the same shit at the end of the day. If you can read a chart and you understand market cycles and what's going on,
there's not a number on
there's no difference
right
between
where you're talking to 10-year
futures and the equity markets. Now,
to say, you know what? That's the breaking
as far as like commissions and like like moves,
some firms have put notes out in the last couple of weeks.
You know, it's like
435. And you get over a technical hump.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is like, can you only trade futures? I need the equity markets. Like, I would much rather be able to have access to the equity markets instead of futures, right? I don't want to just trade the commodity or the underlying asset. Like, I want to be able to trade the companies and underlying assets from like Carvana's and like, because it gives me access to Bitcoin, short squeezes, like small caps, mid cap, large caps.
So that would bother me. But again, we have stronger growth.
If it makes you money,
enormous amount of
that's cool. Go, but you gotta understand that there's
more stimulus last
like
year that hasn't even.
You could, the markets like the ET, like the Qs and the SPY, they don't always move. They don't always move. So, I don't know if they're strictly saying you have to trade futures and that's it, or if you have access to like the equity markets. I need at least access to the markets because you're going to be able to play individual news and gasoline, natural gas, oil, gold, Qs or NASDAQ, I should say, Dow. They don't always move, right? That's not. It all depends on where is the volatility. The volatility could be in the German currency, the Deutschmarks, right? It's all on where is the volatility. Like right now, today, we just saw the 10-year rip. That is showing you the volatility is in the bond market back. It's back in the bond market. Back in the bond market. So that means we need to understand that TLT may be the spot that gives us the trades and pays us. TLT, HYG, LQD, those type of names may be the places we want to start looking for trades because they may start to give us the biggest moves. So just understanding where is the volatility in the overall markets. Is it in futures? Is it in currency? Is it in crypto? Is it in the equity markets? Where is it? Is it Japan? Is it Europe? And they also don't have currencies. They have markets also. So, thinking about giving it a try. It's not that much risk on my end. Okay. I'm paid for trading futures right now. Getting a feel for things. Then I'm going to a 50K Apex challenge. Rock out, man. Good luck with it. I mean, if it it works for people. It works for some people, right? It does. It works for some people. Who's to say it's right up your alley, right? Who am I to say? But that's cool, man. I think I wouldn't mind knowing some of the questions, but I'm just curious on what some of the stuff that they ask you are on there. But that's like, you can't tell me now, is it just like trading options? Is it, because you have option contracts. It's been a while since I traded futures. I don't know, man. Good luck though, man. If it's up your, if it's, as long as you don't, hurt yourself, that's all. I mean, capital is always good to have if you know, kind of what you're doing.
CXAI, $6.46 now at the highs of 163%.
Yeah. And think about, well, and really everything is like 100 times as well too, though. You know, were you trading the E-minis or? Yeah, that's cool though, man. I mean, here's the thing, man. Make sure that you can handle the swings too, Chris, because shit can get real at times. And please always remember, like, especially if you get paid, that news will come through that tape at any minute, and you do not want to get caught with your pants down. You don't. All right, we can't predict the future. Anything would happen. We have a war. We have all kinds of dumb shit going on right now that is just waiting right here on our waiting to just be like, boop, here I am to ruin your day. So just don't forget about that. But that's cool though, man. That's what's up. That's what's up. Just make sure you can handle the moves. Make sure you don't over leverage yourself. Just do what's right, right? Just do what's right. If you need to just, you know, if you get accepted and they do give it to you, you know, just make sure you're handling it, handle the moves, understand like the risks, obviously. Just make the best decision for yourself. Even if you make the bad decision, you know, you could just look back and say, you know what, that was a bad decision. You should at least learn something from the bad decision though too. So it's all not without a loss that, like, you know, you just screw up. You know, you screw up and then you learn something from it. But I don't know. I like Thursday. I enjoyed scalping the SPY Thursday. I last week. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun in my opinion because like it was showing us like that breakout. It was just showing us the weakness. Wait, hold up. No. I thought we had that pullback right at the end. Wow, are we well below Thursday's price action? That's so funny. I mean, it's not surprising, right? It shouldn't be surprising. We talked about this Thursday, right? That's a failed breakout. And we traded the SPY the end of the day. At least I did. I gave you guys circles and everything. I said, hey, I want to see this thing bounce right here. I'm getting short again. Blah, blah, blah. Why I kind of liking it is because it's only like $100 risk on my end, and the leverage is nice. A $1 move in the SPY is like 500 on the ES. Yeah, I'd have to see. I mean, I know the moves are a lot bigger. It's just like I think you can also. I haven't looked at the SPX in a while. Or SP. Yeah, man, just you know, I think it does help a lot of people out. It does. You know, can you see if you can trade? Can you trade equities, or is it just futures? I feel like it's just futures.
In the news. You're at the helm there, that it's clear that they are on an execution roll here. They're going to continue to cut expenses. As far as top line goes, yeah, I'd like to see some more. But let's also, to Steffi's point out that stock trades at 70% of tangible book value. What I want to see most of all is buybacks, because that's really accretive on the balance sheet, and they really shrink share counts. So buybacks and no mess ups.
I figured it was just because of how the contracts are and stuff.
Jason, well, Bank of America.
Because you got Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, you have Amex and Schwab.
Yeah, and I've been adding to Schwab because it's actually lagged.
You see,
I do
right
like
now,
that story very much. Love the fact that the CEO
things are a lot of fun. When the
stock.
market starts
Bank
to
of America, I already talked about. It's one of my largest positions.
normalize,
So
I
Morgan
mean,
Stanley.
I don't know,
I
man.
both think
There's
they are
always still a
unique
nice trade
in terms
there.
Of Bank of America, they've always done
between
really good on
futures.
expense management. I do think they are taking share, and they do have that.
I
wealth
mean, look,
management
Chris, what do you have to
exposure piece that I
lose,
like
man?
That complements the capital
You know, what do you have to
markets
lose? Just
piece.
make the
Again,
right
trading at
decision.
1.1 times
Make
book.
sure when you put the
Good
capital
balance
up,
sheet, well
though,
capitalized. Morgan Stanley, it's
like
really going
I'm
to
talking
depend
like
on the new
on the
CEO.
actual
Can
trades.
he
Just make sure you
execute
can
and
handle.
be consistent.
Make sure you know what you're
Because
doing.
expectations are kind of high because they did outperform the last couple of years. But I still think, again, that's more of a capital markets play. But they too also have a wealth management business, and they've been doing really well on the margin side of things too. And I think NNA in general for the industry is improving.
What about J Energy, which was the best performer in March? You mentioned it kind of in passing of the other areas beyond tech that have done well. The XLE is up 8% over the last month. So it was, yes, it's one of the best performers of the quarter, but really set itself apart over the last 30 days. Does that continue?
You know what, I think it does, and there's a couple of reasons. Number one, I think that, again, we've talked about this a lot on the show, the supply-demand dynamic is just a reality, right? There's exorbitant amount of demand, and supply is not really what it is. And we know, that cuts are going to remain in place until at least June. Right?
Listen,
so
that's exactly what I was thinking about,
going
Chris.
into our,
it's exactly what I was thinking about.
Season and where a lot of the spending happens.
Because it's going to be so easy.
So
that's kind of why I said it.
For continued growth.
I was just thinking about that.
XLE,
But I think you'll do good. I mean, if you got,
we got out of Chevron.
If you, I mean, you have, you have the live stream. If you have any questions with me, I would like, I would always help you with like, to not do those things and like, and say, yo, watch over trading. Like today, like stop, like relax. Like we just opened back up. Let this market move and pick your spots. Just be careful of over trading. Like, just having the support, right? Somebody there, even a group, like just having that there is a really big help, to, for your, for your, whether it's your mindset or for whatever it is, right? Understanding that sometimes the market puts itself in positions where it's not going to move. And we keep trying to trade and trade and trade. It's just like we're just losing money, not making money. It's because you're forcing something that's not there. You have to wait for the market to get out of those like little ruts that it puts itself in. Also understanding when we do make these big moves, the market's got to cool off a little bit and kind of just like, take some of the move and rest up on some of the move that it's already made. So you would expect a consolidation. And there's just times where it gets itself into these areas where you have a ton of buyers and sellers and it's just whipping up and down, up and down, up and down. And it's not paying, whether it's moving in the direction of your contracts or not, it's not paying you because of that reversal that's tacked on to the upside move. You just have to know those kind of things and you learn them through time. But Iran says their response will be harsh on these attacks. 6 killed, 7 injured. So I don't know what's going on with that in Syria. I can't believe, guys, I literally said it this morning too. I was like, yo, I wonder if I should just go ahead and buy out of the money puts and just put them on. We would have got paid this morning. That's crazy. You moved almost $7 today. Right out the gates, 176.75 high with a low of 170.20. Like, that's crazy, bro. I had a feeling that gap below us was like, yo, guys, this is where you're going, so be prepared. What was the company? Was it Top Step? Or, oh, you said Apex. I'm sorry. You already said it. All right, let's go to the heat map. I'm not sure what I'm going to do today. We'll throw CNBC back on. And look, guys, there we go. Listen, I said it this morning. Right, like leading up, I said, watch for some of these semiconductors to start to pull back, technology to pull back, and energy to start to go green. It's exactly what I said. Verbatim. I said, watch for that, and gold, and all that fun stuff. Sorry, I gotta move. I gotta fix myself. I gotta get adjusted here. I need to drink some water because I feel like my legs are trying to cramp up, and I've been drinking too much caffeine and like coffee and Red Bull and stuff. Too much sugar. Like I might be getting dehydrated. So let's see here, man. The only thing I don't like that I would like to see is like Home Depot, and some of these other names start to go green, but they're not. That would be a nice signal for the Dow if you could get like Home Depot, Goldman Sachs, or like JP Morgan to start to go green, but they're not. They're still red. So it hasn't recovered off of that pullback just yet on JP Morgan. I need to find a trade. I do. Coinbase. Man, that was a sick long this morning, man. I nailed. I should have just taken it. Even if I bought 2 or 3 contracts, I should have just taken it. Whatever $2,000 would have been, I should have just taken it. I think 8, 16. So I would have been able to get like 2 to 3 contracts, pretty close on the money. I don't know what it would have paid. I'd have to go back and look, but I kind of regret not even just grabbing a couple contracts. It's just a little hard, but even 2,000 might not be a lot of money, but it's still a little bit of money for some weeklies to be putting on a weekly. Like I don't care who you are, if you got 10, 20, 50 grand, you want to at least give yourself 2 weeks. You don't want to get killed just because you didn't give yourself enough time. All right, so that's pulled back. I think it's got a little bit further to go.
Sink this ball into that hole. Sounds easy, but it takes patience and practice to gain an advantage when so many factors affect my game. It's a lot like investing, but with CNBC Pro, I'm never playing the markets. I've got an advantage. Pro's exclusive investor toolkit, plus CNBC's team of global market experts. So for even the most challenging shots, I have the strategy and tools I need to reach my goals. Seize your market advantage with CNBC Pro.
I'm really thinking about Coinbase here. Not right at this level, but I'm really thinking about Coinbase. I'm thinking about this trade here. The volume is just stupid low right now, though. It's really low. All right, let's do it. Dude, why is this doing this to me again? Like, I wanted to, all right, let's see here. So I want to start watching Allen. Oh, I forgot. They're expensive as hell. And we already didn't make the move. I forgot. Damn it. 260.
They're talking about their push into premium will not just allow them to outperform the rising tide of airlines' demand growth, but also will be rewarded by investors.
I'm very bullish on Delta. Trades at around 6.5 times this year's earnings. I think there's a lot of upside to earnings. Just listen.
What is this? 275, 280. And even at 280 is $3 a contract. That's crazy, bro. That's so crazy. Maybe it's going to go there.
In some sort of blow off top. That's not
manager is going to look for as their base case, nor is really saying it's their base case. It's their bull case. The interesting story that they have here is that maybe this is a premium brand. They're saying, like an Abercrombie.
All right. Palantir, XOM. Palantir is bouncing off of that level. Here we go. So you can see here the 50-day, but there's no volume coming in here on Palantir. Why? That is a Head and Shoulders if I've ever seen one, guys. Look at Palantir's Head and Shoulders. Look at that on a daily chart. That is a Head and Shoulders if I've ever seen one. Not really, because the left side has a ton of volume right here. Look at that volume on that side, on the upside. You know, that's not what you want to see. So you may get a breakdown and a rally. You may get this thing to like get a failed break of the 50, and then it recovers, pulls back, and then you're like, oh shit, it's going back to 26, 25. That's my thoughts on Palantir.
Yeah, I mean, the stock couldn't get out of its own way for a while, right? It was painful. Yes. But now it's up 26.5% year to date.
But it trades at 18 times, so I think I'm pretty comfortable. And I do think they could see something like 10-10.50 in earnings power over the next coming years, so that makes the stock pretty attractive.
Stock Disney. You obviously have the proxy fight and the shareholder vote coming down to the wire. That's on.
All right, so that's Enphase. Let's go see here. I forgot about Micron as well.
They reiterate a buy. I'm wondering how you're gaming this all out.
Well, let's start with,
as a shareholder.
Yeah, you know, this has been a turnaround story for now many years. What if it now becomes, I'm sorry to use this for the third time, an execution story? What I mean by that, trading 24 times next 12 months earnings. That's not cheap, but it's not too expensive if you get the growth rate that supports the PEG ratio of 1.2. Now, for this to happen, three things. Theme parks, I kind of take it for granted. We can't have any hiccups in theme parks. Number two, profitability in streaming has to continue.
$5 trillion tax increase per his fiscal year 25 budget.
And third, finally, the sort of strategic moves. What are we doing with ESPN? Let's get the Hulu transaction done. That would be a nice little shot in the arm for this stock moving higher. So those three things.
Do you have a take? I know you've said that you're in favor of Peltz.
I am.
Right? So what happens if he wins? What happens if he doesn't? Yeah. As a shareholder, give me both.
Limited president phone driving returns despite warning of disastrous second term.
I don't think he'll distract Bob Iger and the team from what they're doing. If he doesn't get the seat, I think both he and I will be happy with the fact that the stock's up 50% in 6 months with a seemingly good runway for more gains.
You keep holding the stock regardless of the outcome.
I do. I mean, I think Peltz doesn't hurt and on the margins can add. I think Bob Iger and team have been doing a good job, and for the three reasons that I listed before, I think the stock can continue to perform. It's not. I think the Peltz sideshow behind us, and it will be a sideshow when it's done. That'll be good.
Why is Hulu ticket so darn low?
It should be just a process right now of the investment bankers getting together and having you got two independent investors.
Too many corporations pay zero taxes.
It's a process. I don't know, why it's taking so long, Steph, but I don't think there's any hair there.
And you supported Peltz too. Yeah. Before you sold the shares.
And I would sell the stock if he doesn't get a worse.
You would.
Yeah, I would. I think he could make a lot of change. He has a proven track record. He's excellent. You want him on your team. I just don't think it makes sense not to.
NVDA, Nuvi, entered into agreement to be taken private by Advent.
That's not what I wanted to say.
Share, that's November Victor Echo India.
This is what I wanted to do. Oh, and I want to change the. I love seeing J-Lo, and now that Diddy's in the news, it's so funny. Billy Madison. Yup, right there. We're all. What you just said. It's one of the most insanely idiotic things I've ever heard. We are all... No, I want to hear we are all now dumber. We are all now dumber. We...
Story earlier that wasn't talked about Dubai.
Nope, they don't issue paychecks every week that get... Every week, every 2 weeks, or salaries that get taxed The retirement accounts don't get taxed. No. They just don't pay no taxes. Yeah, okay. They spent money to go other places. There we go. Oh, it's going to make them so mad. They're going to be so mad. Yeah, they're going to come marching and yelling, look here. Look here, sir. They're not paying any taxes. Give it to the government. Fucking retards. Anyway, let me get off of there. Man, I have nothing, guys. I really don't. I need to get back in the news. I just knew it was going to be one of those days. Just knew it was going to be one of those days. Is April a good month for stocks? Oh shit, I forgot about Reddit and Carvana. Oh shit, Palantir is popping off of that 50-day. See what I mean? Like, I ended up fixing like the screens and stuff, and now it's like doing what it wants. It's back to doing what it wants. All right. So you have the 90 MA, the 20-day up above you. The 20-day is up there at 24.40. Shit. I should have taken this. I should have taken this trade. I didn't think it bounced back off of it so easy, though. Because it broke the 50-day. The last time I looked at it, recovered. If Palantir can get a pullback to VWAP, I wouldn't mind taking this trade. I think it could help bring in some volume. AMD.
The all-new GoDaddy Arrow helps you get your business online in minutes with the power of AI. With the perfect name, a great logo, and a beautiful website. Just start with a domain, a few clicks, and you're in business. Make now the future at GoDaddy.com/arrow. When it comes to investing, we live in uncertain times. Some assets evaporate at the click of a button. Others can deflate with a single policy change. Savvy investors know that gold has stood the test of time as a reliable, real asset. So how do you invest in gold? Sandstorm Gold Royalties.
Bro, gold is not an asset. It's a commodity.
Portfolio of mining royalties in one simple investment. Learn more about a brighter way to invest in gold.
I gotta make some phone calls too today. Shit. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna start doing this.
Powerful women leaders transforming business and redefining industries. Request your invite at cnbcevents.com/changemakers.
We're back on the half. Let's get to Bob Design now.
DJT Trump Media shares just off the lows now, down about 22% after report that the company lost $58 million in 2023. That's Delta Juliet Tango.
Fixed income ETFs, that's what they do. Joanna, the big question everybody wants answered are these 4 to 5% treasury yields that everybody's fallen in love with going to continue into 2024?
Yeah, so we believe in 2024 the income.
I don't know why they do that.
And investors can enjoy using U.S. Treasury ETFs for their cash management. And also, we think 2024 is very different because it's a year where
It's already 12:30. TLT's getting rocked. HYG. Let's look at.
We're back on the half. Let's get to Bob Pisani now with today's ETF Edge. Hey, Bob.
Hello, Scotty. Investors are in love with their 4 to 5% return on bonds, but is that going to keep continuing into 2024? Let's talk with Joanna Gallegos. She's the co-founder of Bond Blocks. They're 100%
That's
focused
such a big
on
move.
fixed income ETFs. That's
I'm gonna
what they
go
do. Joanna,
outside
the big
real
question
quick,
everybody
guys.
wants answered are these 4 to 5% treasury yields?
Just gonna go
that
get
everybody's fallen
like
in
a
love with
breath
going
of
to
fresh
continue
air.
into 2024?
Yeah, so we
Real
believe in
quick.
2024 the income and fixed income is going to persist, and investors can enjoy using U.S. Treasury ETFs for their cash management. And also, we think 2024 is very different because it's a year where you should be putting on some more risk, given where we think the Fed's going to end up at the end of the year.
Now, so last year we had you on short-term treasuries with all the rage. This year you say go out into the intermediate term, the 3 to 7 year for treasuries. Why are we now in the intermediate part of the curve?
Yeah, we are in the intermediate part of the curve because we feel that we're at peak rates.
We think that the Fed is going to bring rates down towards the end of next year. So what that means is there's going to be a tailwind of total return coming to bonds. So when interest rates go down, their prices go up. And this is how you can manage duration really precisely. So if you step out of 1 and 2 year duration and in maturities, you're going to get more risk in your portfolio.
I'm going to make it like a 5-minute
intermediate
chart.
treasuries for that reason.
And in corporate bonds, amazing, most of them, LQD, big ETFs, still yielding north of 4%, broad corporate bond, but you like the riskier end. That's triple B rated. That's the lowest investment grade out there. You like that? And you also like, of course, what's going on in high yield. Now, what do you like here?
Our top picks in credit this year are triple B intermediate and triple
was looking
C in
at
high
high
yield.
grade
And here's
for you
why we like
guys.
triple B so much. It's because it is the best kept
What are
secret
our
investment
leaders
grade.
today?
Like you just mentioned a 4.5 yield in LQD. The space in triple B
LQD. Oh,
is
it's so
yielding
funny. I was
north
just
of
talking
that. And
about
it yields
that.
north of that because it is the lowest rung of
HYG.
credit rating in investment grade, but it has almost
Signature
zero
brown
incremental default
boxes.
risk. So it's the place that you
Energy
should be
plays
in. You think
much
it's sort of the
25%
place to be is in triple
So you
B.
get more yield for very little default.
Dana Waldron
Little
could
to none
provide
because
critics
the
and become
whole
Disney's
category
first
investment
female
grade
CEO.
is something of like 0.2%. It's pretty low, and if you can pick up more yield and more return there, especially if you take that intermediate space,
look at this
and
for
you get a little more duration
Macy's.
this year. That's why we like it so much.
All right, we're gonna
That
have a
means
lot
they're going to
more
pay
coming
down,
on
not
Bridge
up.
Fee and bond ETFs
We
this year
might be
coming
able
up,
to get
ETF Edge,
a nice
1:10
trade on
p.m.
Macy's.
Eastern time. Joanna is going to be joined by Tony Rockleaf. He's the global head of ETFs at Morgan Stanley. They're very involved in this space. They just recently launched 2 active fixed income mutual funds. That's ETFedge.cnbc.com. Scotty, back to you.
All right, Bob, thanks. See you soon. Up next, 2 big breakups. Industrial giants GE and 3M completing spin-offs this week. Stephanie owns them both. We'll trade them both next.
Built upon cutting-edge American, Australian, and British technologies, we'll develop state-of-the-art, next-generation submarines and build something stronger together, securing decades of peace and prosperity for America and our allies. We are going forward and staying forward together.
United asked pilots to take an unpaid time off. I need a therapist to tax funding stress. Let's see. I'm trying to see what the morning movers were. Usually they have them up by now. This was just from this morning. There you go. /EL, LCO. Is this the girl from the NASDAQ? It is. Adina Friedman was on the Barron's 100 Women. And she is the CEO of the NASDAQ. She's chairman and CEO. I wish I could meet her and see if she could get me a job at the NASDAQ. I mean, obviously you have different companies that run and do the market making and stuff like that. The NASDAQ is just the exchange on in which it's held on. But UPS to replace FedEx as U.S. Postal Service's primary air cargo provider. I don't know why this doesn't have midday movers on it just yet. Maybe it's under breaking news.
Reuters reporting Citigroup to lay off 430 workers.
Citigroup? Yeah, Citi's been talking about layoffs. They've been talking about layoffs. Oh my gosh, I have such a migraine for some reason. I had one real bad Friday. It's a good thing the markets weren't open because I had a really bad migraine. And what are we gonna watch? Tesla. We have Microsoft.
We're back to big industrial giants completing spin-offs this week. GE is first. The company will complete its breakup tomorrow. We know you own it. So GE Aerospace is going to retain the ticker GE.
As
Larry Culp's going to ring the opening bell. It's going to be a big milestone in this company's history and maybe in this stock's progression from when you first bought it.
It's been 5 years in the making, so it's been a very long
Somewhat
time.
painful, rocky, but more recently rewarding.
Humbling, and then, yes, now rewarding. Certainly, it's had a great year. It's up 85% in the past year, and I think the story really just gets going for them. They'll have less distractions. They can focus on their #1 market share positioning and the profitability. That's the most important thing, along with free cash flow. They're going to generate $5 billion in free cash flow this year. I think by 2026, you're going to see $7 a share in free cash flow. I think the story is still very attractive, and I think it just gets going, as I mentioned. So I'm going to hold on to it.
How big of a holding is this for you now?
It's my number 3 position. Yeah. And I'm not touching it.
No, okay, all right. Not adding to it.
Not yet. No, I mean, if we got a couple bad days, but I'm up a lot. And,
Yeah.
So I still like it, though, very, very much.
All right, what about 3M, which we said is also having a spin this week?
Yeah, I hope it doesn't take 5 years for this one to see improvement. But I do think there is potential. We talk about spins and why they work, and because there's less focus on there's more focus on the primary company, the main company, and then SpinCo also gets their own special attention, which separate management team. So I think there's more that they can do just than healthcare. That's what they're spinning off this week. But this company has a lot to deal with, right? And so they've got industrial, they've got transportation, electrification,
Let's do this.
electronics,
Let's throw
consumer,
up
etc. So
City's
I think
not moving.
there's some
Let's
pieces
throw
that
up
they
like
can
Armor,
spin off
AMD.
or close or consolidate. And I
Armor's
think this new
bouncing,
CEO, Bill
actually.
Brown, has a fabulous reputation, almost Larry Culp-like. So I think I'm excited to see what he can do for this company
So
over the long term.
You're looking for a Culpian-like move in this stock.
And the interesting thing is there's only one buy on the sell side and 17 holds and sells. So it won't
Well,
take
because the
much.
stock hasn't done anything,
That's
right?
right.
I mean,
Well, and I just
everybody's
recently
downbeat
bought
on
it.
it.
So we'll see if it can get some legs.
All right, we are going to take another break. When we come back, we're going to look at the committee's biggest winners and losers in Q1.
Let me
And
make
Mike
sure-
Santoli's going to join us with his midday word next.
Get this flag out of the front yard, guys, because the ground is so wet. It's been raining and just raining and raining, and the front yard is so soft. I got to get this flag. It's just like, it's like not falling over, but it's falling over. It's like leaning. So I got to go out there and go get that out of the yard. I don't want it to fall over.
In 1935, GE powered the first night game and changed the way we see the
Okay, so look here on ARM. This could be a nice little level at 127. I would watch. And look, it just breaks right through it.
with better, faster, more sustainable technology that lifts people up and brings them home safely. Electrifying and decarbonizing the planet. Helping to make tomorrow brighter for everyone. April 2nd, 2024 is our opening day.
When these business owners need cash fast, they turn to Biz2 Credit to fund what's next. From fitness studios to medical offices and every small business in between, we've got you covered. Whether you need new equipment, funds to expand, or need money to cover unforeseen business
All right, there it goes on ARM. Let's go in Tesla, Baidu. Oh, shit.
Scan the code on your screen now or go to biz2credit.com to apply.
AMD.
Funding what's next.
Interactive Brokers pays up to 4.83% on instantly available cash in your brokerage account. How much interest can your bank or broker pay? Interactive
Senior markets commentator Mike Santoli joins us now with his midday words. Good to see you. So, new quarter, rates are up. You think today's sell-off is in any way some trepidation about interest rates? What's on your mind?
There's definitely a little bit of the attention to the move in yields. We did have an indicator for a higher open before we got the strong ISM numbers and yields started to move. I think that's happening, though, in the context of a little bit of a reversal of the end of quarter action. So maybe overindulged in some respects at the end of last week. Remember, it was very much a broadening move. A lot of the laggard stocks and a lot of the more speculative stuff were being scooped up. I just looked. The 20 worst performing S&P 500 stocks year to date, all but one of them are down today, and almost all of them were up last week. So you had this reversal of a reversal. So you want to wait for that to clear out. But yeah, I think in general, there is this relatively sort of delicate equilibrium we're in where, the economic numbers are good enough. Inflation's got to be where it is. And then we see where the Fed and yields go. So I do think that, we're getting tested on that front, but it's not much more to make of it than simply you're up 10%. You haven't had a 2% pullback. Long term, that has positive implications. Short term, maybe you have to, digest that a bit.
It doesn't take much, in other words, when you have an overbought market to the degree that we do to make you say, okay, maybe now's that moment to pull a little bit back.
Yeah, exactly. And we've all been paying attention to the high momentum areas of the market, which have definitely had a slight gut check. So I do think that's what we're watching at the moment. But again, you have to see this market develop one of these little wobbles into something of a more proper pullback. We haven't done that since October.
Yeah, I mean, even the NASDAQ showing some life as we have this conversation. Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, Alphabet are all in the green. Mike, I'll see you on Closing Bell. Thank you, Mike Santoli. Dom Chu, by the way, now has a market flash for us. Dom, what do you have?
All right, so Scott, Judge, we have shares right now, Trump Media and Telecom, which are trading down to the lows of the session right now, down about 23%. $48.20 was the last trade there. This is, of course, the parent company of Truth Social, the social media platform owned by former President Donald Trump. This comes on the heels of them reporting in their latest regulatory filings, their first report as a newly merged public social company, a loss of $58 million for fiscal 2023 on revenues of around $4.1 million. The company also says in the filing that it says, quote, TMTG, Trump Media Telecom Group, expects to incur operating losses for the foreseeable future. The market cap right now is still around $6.5 billion, but just the volatility continues here, Scott. Remember, just 4 trading days ago, this was a $79 and change stock, so we'll keep an eye on this. I'll send things back over to you.
I appreciate that update. Dom Chu, thank you very much. Up next, we're going to take a look at some of the committee's top stock leaders and laggers in the quarter. We'll trade those as well when we come back.
baby.
I want to look back at some of the winners and losers in the portfolios of our investment committee. Steph, I'm going to begin with you. Ones that we haven't talked about yet. So one of your biggest winners was Quanta, up 20%. One of your biggest laggards, Zoetis, down 14. Can you talk about both?
Yeah, I mean, Eaton and Quanta are about the same themes, right? It's all about infrastructure and IRA, the spending bill, and how backlog and orders are actually going to.
Eaton was a big winner,
So Eaton
also,
was,
by
yeah,
the way. But
yeah.
Quanta, 20% in the quarter.
Yeah, no, I mean, because Quanta had a really great quarter. It lagged into the print, but I do think that the grid upgrade is certainly real, and you're in the second inning maybe at best. And in terms of Eaton, I mean, their orders went from 2% to 7% sequentially last quarter. That's what got me to buy the stock, because the momentum is there for both of these companies. They are not cheap, so you buy them on weakness. In terms of Zoetis, I actually think that the Zoetis underperformance is because Elanco has done so well. Elanco is actually up quite nicely, up double digits in the past year. And that's because they have a new product cycle story. And I think there's this perception that now Zoetis has competition. Well, this is a huge industry. It's a $60 billion total addressable market, growing to $130 billion by 2030. So to me, both can survive. Maybe Zoetis a little expensive, and it got a little ahead of itself, but I like both very much for the long term.
All right, Jason Snipes. So we know about NVIDIA being a big winner, and we know about Apple being a big loser. But let's go elsewhere. You mentioned Caterpillar, and that stock's been one of those large cap industrial names near new highs or at highs. So we don't need to do that either. Netflix up 25%.
100%.
Not enough people talking about that move.
Yeah, no. I mean, Netflix has been a tremendous winner this quarter. I think for me, ad-supported tier is obviously working. Password share is obviously working. Their foray into live sports is a new catalyst, I think, which is exciting to investors. So up 25%. It's moved a lot over the last year. So for us, it's not a name that we're adding to, but we've obviously enjoyed the run.
What about Arista, which is up 23% in the first quarter?
Yeah. So Arista has been interesting too. I mean, cloud networking. When I look at AI and AI spend and cloud spend, it was projected to soften in 2023 and obviously exploded due to what generative AI and all that's been going on there. So that's exactly where they play. The stock's up 23%. I mean, EPS was up 48% last quarter, revenue up 21%. So I like this name. I think it could still continue to play well.
All right. What about Palo Alto? So Palo Alto has been an incredible stock, as many of these cyber names have been. But this one's down, surprisingly, in the quarter, down 4%.
Yeah. So what's interesting about Palo Alto, I mean, again, it was a strong quarter. I mean, EPS was up 39%, revenue was up 19%. The concern for me, and I think the concern for the market, was their guidance going forward. They have a new go-to market strategy. And sometimes as a stock picker, you look at that and say, wait, what was not working? Why are you changing the strategy? That's why the stock has traded back. And it's only, down 4%.
It was Aero last year.
100%. 100%.
Oh, well,
and cybersecurity.
all these stocks were.
Except Fortinet, the one I own.
That's another area where people are watching now, as you progress into a new quarter, whether these stocks are gonna, as in Palo Alto's case, sort of snap back,
right?
Or they're going to be trouble ahead for some of these. Speaking of high flyers,
right?
They're not cheap. That's the problem. But cybersecurity is huge. And
right now, you're seeing the shift, guys.
I think it actually.
Or just watch. See if energy and gold pulls back, and energy. See if it does start to pull back here. Oxy's just on a roll right now. I would not try to fight that trend. I can't really see with the volume, but man, it is coming up towards resistance here. But it has. I can't remember where we got long. If that was the long there, I think it was. Man. So, maybe not. I don't know why I have Microsoft up there. MCN. Micron. Micron with a really nice move today. I love this name. I love Micron. I think Micron's a company that's overlooked. And a lot of people don't know the potential that thing has. Alright, let me get back to what I was doing. If anybody has any questions, please throw them in the chat. Hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so.
unforeseen business expenses, Biz2Credit is the trusted partner for your small business funding needs. Scan the code on your screen now.
Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna make sure you guys can see everything.
Biz2Credit.
For the most part, you can.
Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, Abacus Life has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors.
All
And
right.
in just seconds, you can use the free calculator at abacuspace.com to learn what your policy might be worth.
For many of my clients, selling their life insurance to Abacus was right for them. And
Look at that move on Tesla. Very nice move. Really nice move there.
There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
everyone say Spice Party.
Oh, nice. David Einhorn's going to be on, whatchamacallit, with, wow, that almost came loose.
A lot of money for childhood cancer. David Einhorn's been a longtime supporter of that cause, of this event. And he's going to sit down with us and have an interview about that. We can't wait for that. Closing bell, Adam Barker, Shannon Sakocha, Cheryl Young's a private wealth manager. So
All right, so Tesla's getting back above the 15-minute trade line, 15-minute VWAP, and see if it holds. It hasn't been able to hold every other time that it tried to do that. But what has held is the rejection of them once it gets back up and underneath of it. All right. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my charts back to the way that they were.
Three rate cuts still on the table this year. She's going to make her case ahead of Friday's jobs report. Manufacturing in China also expanding, breaking 5 straight months of contraction. Is it a blip thanks to the Lunar New Year holiday, or is the country on the brink of a
Okay, so that looks good. That looks good there. All right, so let me save this stuff real quick, guys. I'm going to actually make a couple phone calls as well. So, shit. So that's why it does help when you guys hit the like button and stuff. Thank you guys for those that did. And again, if you don't know, we are doing a giveaway for once we get to 1,000 subscribers, deciding whether or not to split it up between a few people so a couple people get to eat instead of just one person. But I'll let you guys decide once we start to get there. We're still a little ways away from it, but we will get there eventually. Take your time the rest of the day. The European market is not open today. We'll give you guys a, we'll let you guys know what's going on with, the overall markets. The overall markets, the Qs are 0.5% green. Okay, according to last Thursday's close. Today, on the day, they are red on the day from the opening price, but we are above Thursday's closing price. We're right between the two. All right, we're right between the two. Keep time zoomed in. I am also, they're talking about gold on CNBC.
And then down about 25 at the low.
But yeah,
So
if
again,
you guys have questions, just let me know. Throw them in the chat, and I will get to them as soon as I see them. Just give me a couple of minutes. I have a couple of things I'd like to do.
16,367 the last trade there. One place where there is decidedly a good amount of green is in gold prices. COMEX gold futures, they get a star right here. They hit an all-time high earlier today. 22.58 is the last trade. They're up almost 1 full percent. If you take a look at the trade overall, we are not far from the highs that we saw intraday. So a sharp move higher there just off the session highs. We'll keep an eye on those gold prices. A narrative of perhaps more rate cuts down the line, perhaps more inflationary pressure, adding to some of those, along with that kind of safety trade haven element. Gold's a very strange beast these days. Nonetheless, it's up big. And then check out what's happening right now with mega cap technology. A huge part of the story for the last several years, and certainly in the first quarter. It's the reason why we had such a great quarter there. But names like Alphabet, Amazon, Apple in focus today. On Alphabet and Amazon, you've got analysts coming out with their tactical picks for the second quarter. B of A likes the Google parent company, Alphabet. Amazon's getting a tactical buy signal or call over at Wells Fargo. Both of those stocks are up. Alphabet, remember, has been an underperformer. And then Apple, I know you guys, John, are going to talk about this later on, down about 1%. But a number of analysts out there with commentary about whether or not Apple can recover from this. This is going to be a big story. We'll see if they carry that trade in the second quarter. John, I'll send things back over to you.
All right, it's the time for questions about Apple again. Dom, thanks. Meantime, yields higher today as markets process some fresh economic data and look ahead to big reports this week. And our senior economics reporter, Steve Leisman, joins with what's driving those moves. Steve?
Hey, John, yeah, the combination of data, Fed speak, and technicals inside the bond market now calling into question the market's belief in a June Fed rate cut. Take a look here. The probability of a June rate hike trading just above even money at 57%, even the lowest levels we've seen after trading near 75% 2 weeks ago and 62% last week. So it's a sinking probability there. What's more, the futures market now growing, in fact, more hawkish than the Fed itself is. The January Fed funds contract trading at 466. That's above Fed officials' own median forecast of 4.6 for the year-end funds rate. It is just a bit above, but it had been below for a very long time. All of this happening alongside a surge in yields of both the 2 and the 10-year. The 2-year rising a strong 9 basis points where it closed on Thursday afternoon. While yields started the morning higher, they got an extra boost from stronger than expected ISM manufacturing data in the rear view mirror. That is, the February inflation report is apparently not looking as benign as some thought, including the Fed chair thought it might be. Looking ahead, though, the jobs report is forecast to show a weakening in payrolls, but to a still strong 200,000. The unemployment rate forecast to dip a tenth to 3.8, while wage growth picks up month to month, down year over year. There's plenty to bother the bond market here. You got a lot of supply. You have an outlook for inflation that's uncertain, and the Fed. The rise in yields is also happening in the context, John, of improving growth, which looks to be helping stocks in the face of these higher yields. And just one more data point, the Atlanta Fed boosting first quarter GDP to 2.8%. That is up a half a point on the stronger data, John.
Yeah, so Steve, it looks like we went from good news is bad news on the economy versus, stocks to good news is good news to maybe now good news is so-so.
Or what about this? What if good news is good news for the stock market and good news is bad news for the bond market? I will point out that you have these higher yields and they have been going higher. The stock market, yeah, it's off a little bit today, but not the kind of off you would have with 9 basis points. And then also take a look, John, at what's happening, the DXY, the dollar up over 105 right now, which is a pretty strong number. And I'll agree with Dom, the part where he said gold is weird these days. It is rallying in the face of fewer rate cuts expected. It usually goes the other way. And there's that dollar at 105, the DXY index, John.
All right. Steve Leisman, thank you. And now both my next guests believe the Fed is on track to start rate cuts mid-year. One says more accommodative monetary policy will be a potential driver of the next bull run in equities. And joining me now, Stephanie Roth, Chief Economist at Wolfe Research, and Caterina Simonetti, Senior VP and Private Wealth Advisor at Morgan Stanley Wealth Management. Good afternoon to both of you. Stephanie, the economy doesn't need below-trend growth now for a soft landing to happen, you say. What does that mean for the Fed's flexibility on cuts?
Yeah, I mean, what we've seen is you can have strong growth and inflation that continues to moderate. So we're getting this non-inflationary growth, which is what we saw on Friday in the PCE report. PCE came in at 0.26%. The street was looking for 0.3%. And the surprise really was on the consumer side, which came in really quite robust. So we've seen these trends where the supply side of the economy continues to rebound, and that's allowed strong growth and inflation to continue to moderate. We very much believe that January was largely driven by seasonality, and the Fed is leaning on that too, which is why the Fed's likely to still be able to cut in June. We don't have to necessarily be scared of these stronger data points because inflation continues to remain really quite modest.
Okay, so Caterina, what does that mean for fixed income. I keep hearing that wealthy investors are looking to lock in these higher yields increasingly at longer durations.
Absolutely. John, rates are on the way down. Now, we might not know the timing, and we might be unable to predict whether Fed is going to have, 3 rate cuts this year or 2 rate cuts this year. But we know that rates are going towards, the lower points. So investors are taking in these opportunities to lock in higher rates, both on the municipal side and on the corporate side, and extend the duration. Because
I'm not
let's
sure.
face
I don't
it,
know
the
if inflation
5% money
is.
market is something that we.
I think inflation, in my opinion. Now, again, it probably all depends on where you are in the country, but I think inflation's just kind of just pulled back. I mean, and listen, China also is going to be more so reopening than ever before. All right, they got a lot of money, a lot of liquidity. I think you're going to see a ramp up in China, and that also is going to affect gold and energy prices. And nobody's really talking about that. I think they said something about more liquidity and more stimulus. So I would just keep an eye on that market for China. As far as inflation, that should help ease inflation, right? More people working, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at inflation expectations, and I haven't looked at them yet. I'm trying to make a phone call and do just a couple things real quick, but how was your trading this week? Or how was your weekend, I should say. It's good to see you. How was your weekend?
Growth, which is
and how was your day?
In real terms, should
How
be
was your
somewhere
day
around 2
today?
to 2.5%, and then the economy should hold up just fine. So you've started to see some pickup in delinquencies, but that shouldn't be an issue as long as the consumer is employed. And what we've seen so far is the labor market has been incredibly robust, and that should remain the case because company profit margins are really quite high. And there's no reasons for companies to do massive layoffs if their margins are quite
Keep an eye
healthy,
on Amazon,
in
guys.
which case the labor market should continue to be solid. The biggest expense.
Amazon finally, for the first time, closed above that level on the daily chart. Makes out a little bit better. This was like your real first close above that level. You can see here how it took it back. You got up there, took it back, opened up, took it back, closed below it, and he finally closed above it again. So I'm watching that 180 level on Amazon. This is an ascending wedge, in my opinion. It's not like perfect. It's not perfect, but I just think you gotta watch it for a breakdown, a possible breakdown. I don't know what it's gonna do. It could just grind higher and then turn around. And just keep an eye out for anybody that's interested in Amazon. I'm watching that 180 level. I wish I would have taken Coinbase today and Tesla. Those were 2 good trades that would have worked out. Even buying out of the money. Damn, look at that. That wouldn't have been good, but that was the move we were looking for. That gap fill, whether you wanted a scalp to the long of the day, that was the trade right there. Just that. But yeah, I'm not sure where, as far as, I guess you could see where tips are trading versus where yields are. That would give you inflation expectations. But I guess it is saying that inflation could be going higher. I think if you get these energy prices to keep climbing, maybe we could start to see higher inflation numbers. We'll see. We have CPI next week. But that's ultimately what it means.
It's like your own spinoff.
You would think.
It is, exactly. We need more of them, actually. But speaking of what's happening in the industrial space, we're seeing a number of spinoffs, and they're all happening for different reasons. So, for example, 3M spinning off its healthcare business, its highest margin business, due to the liabilities it was facing on PFAS and earplugs.
I'm going to make just a couple phone calls real quick.
Dividend from this spinoff,
if you guys need anything, I'm here.
Tax-free for shareholders.
Do me a big solid and hit the like button.
19% stake in Solventum, which it will monetize over time.
And
the industrial giant will
yeah,
welcome a
if you
new
guys have
CEO
questions, I'm
next
here.
month, Bill Brown
I'm just
of
gonna make a phone
Harris,
call
who
because I
Melius
want to start
analysts
trying
say
to
will
get
be
this
taking a page out of Larry
stream to
Culp's
where I
playbook
want to
and
take it.
turning around or
You know,
trying
I
to
hope
turn around the
hopefully
great
be able to
American
take a couple of
company.
you guys with me
Speaking
if
of
you guys so
Culp,
choose.
simplifying
Want to
GE
try to,
story has won him praise
try to
from
do what
selling
it does
biopharma, spinning off healthcare, and
live the
now
life that
on the
we
verge
all
of
would want.
divesting its energy business.
I think, in my
tomorrow.
opinion, to me,
Shares of GE
living your best life is doing what you love, for a living, and whether you're rich or just getting by, nobody wants to just get by, but it's all a personal thing. But I think there's no better way to live a life than not waking up Mondays being miserable about what, like, just, oh God, it's Monday again, or oh man, it's Tuesday, another week, so I think that's important. If you're able to wake up, even if you work at nighttime and trade the markets in the morning, like, that's, at least you have something to look forward to, right? But that's what it's about. That's what living a good life is all about. Understanding some of the things you want out of life and being able to do what you love.
Companies are finding this to be a go-to strategy, one way to unlock value that they think is hidden from the market. And another reason is just to make it more appetizing or attractive to retail investors who want more simplified ways to invest in stock stories.
And I guess, like you seem to allude to right there,
and China manufacturing growing faster than it has in a year. Look at China.
Growth profiles.
Look.
It's an attractive environment.
That goes right onto the part that I was just
We
saying.
keep saying it, but bigger may not always be better for a lot of these companies, and that's why taking a simplified approach may actually work out better over time. In fact, the data does support that from Goldman Sachs that shows that 1 year after a company spins off, it tends to outperform its parent company by around 6%.
Okay. They argue for getting smaller, and then they argue for getting bigger.
It just depends, seasonality.
Seema, thanks. By the way, do not miss an exclusive interview with the CEOs of GE and GE Vernova. That's tomorrow morning on Squawk on the Street at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Now coming up, China manufacturing is growing at its fastest pace in more than a year, boosting those stocks to their best day in more than a month. Does this mark a bottom in the Chinese markets? We will debate. Plus, Macy's downsizing its department store footprint. Does that open the door for its off-price competitors? We're going to look at the opportunities and challenges ahead when the exchange comes right back.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
That was our level. We said $6.75 to $7. For anybody trading CXAI, I would watch watch your volume. The volume is falling off a cliff here. See if it consolidates. See if you get that consolidation, which it is. Just getting a little bit of increased selling pressure there, obviously, because in front of that $7, that $6.75 really is your level. You didn't quite get there. There were orders sitting in front of that to get filled. It's been a really nice move. Last week and this week, you've seen small caps really take off. Man, I missed it. Fuck. Fudge. It's all good.
Welcome back to the exchange. The Shanghai Composite climbing more than 1% today and up about 3% this year after the latest economic data signaled the recovery there might be gaining traction. According to a private survey, China's factory activity came in at 51.1 in March, the fastest pace in 13 months. Meanwhile, the official manufacturing PMI was 50.8, the strongest reading since last March. And my next guest says this could mark a bottom for Chinese stocks. Joining me now with more is Marco Papich, the senior strategist at Clock Tower Group. Marco, welcome. So on top of all this, the China Securities Regulatory Commission has a new chairman over the last couple months, and that historically tends to mark a bottom. Should we believe it this time?
No, I think eventually the answer will be yes.
You can't just look like, I like Sam and all, but you can't just look at one data and say, oh, this is why the Fed's not cutting. No, you still have to worry about the lag effect. Things are going to be fine. Here's the thing, just so everyone is aware, if you wait to cut rates and you're showing a sign of weakness, you wait until like things really regress, and you start to cut rates, chances are, or not chances, but you're adding on a higher probability that you're going to send the economy into a recession. All right, you want to do it when things are okay, so you can, because of the lag effect, you want to be able to you want to be able to get ahead of it. So this idea that they're not cutting, no, the Fed is going to cut even when things are somewhat okay. If they don't, then okay. Then they're just going to raise the probability of a recession, of a hard landing, I guess.
Yeah, it is, because they've been doing it for 10 years. You see, so this is a very important point, and I mean you nail it right there. In the U.S., we've had 10 years of deleveraging. So the private sector, by 2020, was pretty much done with about a decade of deleveraging. So your point that they're taking on credit, that's true, but it's not yet in a dangerous territory, because in the U.S., we've been only doing it for about 4 years. And on top of that, U.S. households got that $3 trillion worth of stimulus, 2020, 2021. In China, they are where we were 10 years ago. And so they're in that decade of deleveraging, and that's why we're constantly being disappointed by their credit data. And that's why I think it's very difficult to invest in anything in China that depends on domestic economy. Now, externally focused companies, Chinese companies that are selling abroad, they're benefiting from American consumption and European recovery. And that can be an investment strategy, I think, for the remainder of this year and into next year.
Well, what's the strategy? What's the sense in investing in an externally focused Chinese company versus investing in the market that company tends to focus on?
Well, it's like, for example, the situation in Germany. Right now, the DAX is at all-time highs, the German equity market, even though German economy is effectively in a recession. And so if you have externally oriented equities and indices, they can do well even if the domestic economy is suffering. So in China's case, there will be a lot of EV manufacturers, battery supply chain, alternative energy companies. They should do well anyways. Plus, because of the situation at home, the currency renminbi is quite weak, which makes those companies quite competitive. Of course, there's tariff pressures, there's politics, there's nationalism, protectionism. Those are all big long-term risks. But for the next 6 to 18 months, these companies can do very well. However, for most investors listening to this, this is way too detailed of an investment strategy. I would just say, look, the bottom line here is that domestic credit is not confirming a rebound in China. And on top of that, the government is imposing austerity, kind of like we did in 2010, 2011, when the Tea Party came to power. Same things are happening in China. They're actually trying to narrow their budget deficit at the same time the private sector is deleveraging. So if you're just trying to buy Chinese equities,
all right, I will say this. I don't know if there's anybody on here or not, but I will say this.
Much bigger support for the real economy.
I will say this.
Into that more hard tech that the Chinese government tends to view as more strategic, if you're going to play in China at all.
If you're going to play in China at all, that would be a good strategy, absolutely, yeah.
All right, and then what about the overall environment in the region? How is that affected by these dynamics in China?
You know, it's very interesting. Japanese equities have been one of the biggest beneficiaries of just the entire.
Be careful when everything goes down. That's bearish. All right, that's pretty bearish. All right. You know, bear markets is when everything gets hit. Gets hit so bad, even they could take the VIX down. That's a joke, but you know, it's just a joke for how the market will just take anything and everything and take it down. So be careful.
I think that will continue. I think Japan as an economy is well geared for the kind of a macro context we're in. Lots of things are being built, lots of industrialization everywhere. You're going to need somebody to pick up the slack from China from that kind of manufacturing perspective. And I think that these dynamics will likely continue. India could be at risk, by the way. It is a very expensive market. So if you're trying to pick and choose between emerging markets, and China actually puts a bottom.
I might be out of here today. I'm not sure. Would like to keep I would like to keep the stream going. I just feel like I have a lot I have to do today. Trying to think of some things we could do where I could also get some stuff done. Let me be right back. Hold on one second. I don't even have my phone. Holy shit.
Support by the government. Look out for Indian equities. They could actually start underperforming.
Okay. They have been performing well, so we'll watch out for that. Marco Papich with Clock Tower Group. Thank you. Now, still ahead, Apple shares coming off their worst month since September. The stock has yet to post a positive month to start the year, and one Wall Street firm says the fall is far from over. The details and where there might be more weakness ahead. And as we go to break, here's a look at some of the names hitting all-time highs today, including Micron, General Dynamics, Alphabet, Progressive, and Diamondback Energy. But it's not all green out there. Stocks are lower across the board. Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ near session lows. We're back after this.
Coinbase got murdered, yo.
Terrible outcome for Disney. We're talking
5.
Welcome back to The Exchange with major indices near session lows. Time for some show and tell, where we show you a chart and tell you a story. This one has some suspense. Disney shares slightly lower ahead of Wednesday's annual meeting, where Trion's Nelson Peltz hopes to win a pair of seats on Disney's board of directors. The stock is coming off its best quarter since 2000, up 35% to start the year. But if Peltz wins the proxy fight and CEO Bob Iger leaves the company as a result, Disney board member Carolyn Everson told Squawk on the Street this morning it could mean trouble ahead.
I think that would be a terrible outcome for Disney. We're talking, the future of Disney is at stake here. That is why this vote is so important. Bob is just in the midst with his leadership team of a massive transformation of Disney.
All right, now to Tyler Matheson for CNBC News Update. Ty.
All right, John, thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Iran's consulate in the Syrian capital Damascus was destroyed today in a suspected Israeli airstrike. That is according to Syrian and Iranian state media. Israel has not commented, but has carried out strikes on government-controlled parts of Syria for years. Reuters reported that a senior commander in Iran's Quds force was killed in the strike. President Biden will visit Baltimore Friday to visit the site of the Francis Scott Key Bridge that collapsed last week. The president will meet with state and local officials and get a look at the federal response efforts there as the White House works with the state to reopen the port and
I'll be right back in a minute,
rebuild
guys.
that bridge.
All right, I'll be right
And
back.
after an Easter weekend storm stranded motorists near Big Sur in California, traffic on California's iconic Highway 1 is slow but open once again. Parts of the highway collapsed during the storm south of Monterey, sending chunks of the road tumbling into the ocean and leaving some motorists stranded overnight. The famous Route Beautiful road has been prone to frequent closures from weather impacts in recent years. John, back to you.
And even in not so recent years. Tyler, thank you. Coming up, Macy's closing a quarter of its stores across the country as part of its turnaround strategy. But between closures, layoffs, and pressure from activist investors, is the company's pain its competitors gain? We're going to tell you which brands could benefit the most next. And there's still time to register for the inaugural CNBC Changemakers event in New York City on April 18th. We're going to hear from some of the women transforming business, including Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo. To request an invite, you can scan the QR code on the screen or go to cnbcevents.com/changemakers. Be right back.
income.
Welcome back to The Exchange. Shares of Macy's up a little more than 1% since announcing its plans to close about 150 stores. It's more than a quarter of its U.S. locations back in February. And those closures could create an opportunity for other retailers to swoop in and gain market share. Joining me now to discuss who will come out on top, Corey Tarlow, head equity analyst at Jefferies, covering discount and specialty retailers, along with CNBC.com reporter Melissa Repko. Guys, welcome. Melissa, set this up for us. There are a lot of TJ Maxx stores close to Macy's stores. TJ Maxx, TJX has been doing well. Macy's haven't. Why is that? I mean, when I think Macy's, I think malls, and when I think TJX, I think strip malls. I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
It comes down to a couple of things. People like strip malls, and they're just perceived as more convenient for people. And so some of it comes down to the same sort of thing as real estate, you know, location, location, location. And if people want to get in, get out quickly, being in a place where they are grocery shopping, like a TJ Maxx, is more convenient than circling around looking for a parking space at the mall where Macy's is. So that's a factor here. The other dynamic is that people are looking for a deal. And a lot of the brands are very similar at Macy's and TJ Maxx, but people can get them for cheaper.
Corey, weigh in here too, because when I look across the discount space, not everybody's doing well. I don't remember which one it is, Dollar General or Dollar Store. Somebody's closing a bunch of stores while somebody else is doing well. So it's not all about mall malaise. What's the difference?
I think with off-price specifically, this is a concept, given their rather opportunistic buying model, the convenience and small format of these stores, it generally bodes well for consumers across various income demographics because they offer a good, better, best assortment, specifically at TJ Maxx, that's relatively close to a lot of consumers' homes in the U.S. And as you think about these prices that are 40 to 70% off conventional brands that you'd find in department stores, it tends to make the value offering very attractive given the value and proximity.
Okay, Melissa, it was Dollar Tree and Family Dollar that I was trying to remember, closing about 1,000 stores right now. How are they doing that while TJX is doing pretty well? I think there are other retailers who are off price who are doing particularly well. I can't remember which one just reported earnings. You probably do. Is it staffing? Is it, again, location? Is it just the assortment that they're able to put out there?
You have to think about the customer. So compared to a Dollar Tree or a Dollar General, Macy's has a more affluent shopper, and that's why there's more overlap with TJX and even brands like Target or the higher end customer that goes to Kohl's. And Jefferies actually looked at this, Corey looked at this, that, you know, if you look at where that customer shops, it's not just that they're looking for price, they're also looking for some of those more higher end names. And so that explains why we're seeing growth of some retailers and closures of others. Like, I spoke to Target CEO Brian Cornell, and he mentioned Macy's and the closure and the opportunity that he sees for Target. And he said, you know, this is an opportunity we've had before when we've seen boxes close, like Toys R Us in the past. We've moved into some of those locations, and now this is kind of playing out again, but with a different name. Of course, Macy's is saying, as we close stores, we're going to invest in ones that are better performing. So they're saying these ones are already underperforming and perhaps already losing market share to TJX and others.
Corey, is it me, or is this a time of unusual volatility at the high and low end for the consumer? Aspirational luxury is taking a hit right now, and a lot of luxury brands are having to focus in on that core customer who's still going to spend. And we're talking about the difference here in discounters as well.
Well, one of the things that's been quite popular nowadays has been trade down. And you see it from regular specialty stores into off-price. You're seeing it within certain channels like Walmart, where consumers are trading down from brands to private label. I actually just last week hosted meetings with Walmart and Target executives with investors here in Manhattan. And what we saw was, even at those largest retailers, consumers are continuing to trade down into private label. At Walmart, that's a $100 billion business on a $600 billion enterprise. At Target, it's roughly a third of the mix, and it's continuing to grow. And these businesses are continuing to invest in private label, and you're seeing trade down from a lot of those higher, more luxury brands into this category that also helps support better margins too. And so that should bode really well for both sales and profitability ahead for a lot of these retailers.
Corey mentions a really good point that with discretionary spending, that is under pressure. And that cuts across the board from everyone from Macy's to Walmart. But Walmart is better positioned because of having that stronger private label brand and having more of a value reputation, kind of like a TJX. That being said, some of the players like Kohl's, I spoke to Kohl's CEO, Tom Kingsbury. He's saying we can grow as Macy's shrinks. But worth noting that Kohl's is under pressure as well and is seeing people buy fewer clothing items, fewer shoes, and it's fair to say they're losing some share to TJX as well.
Corey, where does digital and omni-channel fit into the picture here?
It's a great question, John. I think that one of the most important things to note about digital and omni is that in the off-price landscape, it's actually relatively non-existent. So Burlington had an online presence and they actually got rid of it. Ross is completely in stores, and TJ Maxx has a very modest online assortment that we estimate accounts for a very small percentage of sales. So in spite of the uptick that we've seen in digital, Target's digital penetration has gone from high single digits now close to around 18% or close to 20%. Walmart's digital penetration has continued to rise. That's run rating at a $100 billion business online. Off price, it's much less meaningful. Why? Because these businesses want to drive brand protected sales that is not necessarily visible entirely online to consumers broadly, so that off-price can serve as an effective clearance mechanism for a lot of brands that need to get rid of excess inventory.
All right. I guess one size doesn't fit all. Corey, Melissa, thank you. For Melissa's story, once again, go to CNBC.com. Now coming up, it's been a volatile month for Apple. Shares down more than 5%, and Loop Capital sees more pain ahead, saying street estimates for iPhone sales and revenue could be 20% too high for the June quarter. Just how far could Apple fall? Well, that's next. Welcome back to the Exchange. Apple, one of the worst performers in the Magnificent Seven this year, might now just be the Fab Four, down nearly 12% in the past 3 months, and more negative sentiment from Wall Street today. But could there be some upcoming positive catalysts for the tech giant? Well, Steve Kovac joins us now for today's Tech Check. Steve, on the one side, I won't say on the one hand.
On the other hand.
Yeah, because it's Monday. We've got iPhone weakness. We've got this DOJ suit. On the other side, we've got high loyalty WWDC, the developer conference coming up, and Apple tends to be very practical about trends like AI, and we haven't really seen their play yet.
Yeah, and so we don't know. That's the big question looming ahead. But today's news is this Loop price target cut down to 170. They were as high as, I think, 185 pretty recently. And they're basically saying calendar year 2024, sales and earnings could be down. And they're saying that hasn't happened since 2016. And look, a lot of it is happening in China. We know the economy is in rough shape over there. We know in the December quarter for Apple, sales were down 13% overall. And just drilling down on just the iPhone in China, really bad data coming out for the first bit of the year. The most recent data, we have February numbers now, some estimates saying that iPhone sales were down as much as 16% for February. We don't know March yet. And of course, we'll get earnings in about a month or so here. But the thing is, when does China turn around and how can it turn around? Tim Cook was out in China last month and, met at the business forum, opening up a new store. Does the consumer turn around there? And then the other question is, of course, what is this AI announcement that we're expecting to come at WWDC? How does that drive, again, iPhone sales? And then further out, September, we have the regular iPhone event, the iPhone 16. What can that do on the AI front that makes people want to upgrade? Not because, they need a new phone, but because they want the new iPhone and maybe they'll upgrade a little sooner than expected.
We've got the China situation that's not necessarily just about the Chinese economy. We see some possibilities that could be turning more positive, but also about Chinese sentiment toward a company like Apple.
And a little company called Huawei is causing problems for Apple, too. And they started making phones again last year. And we've seen evidence that they're eating into Apple's market share. For the first couple years throughout COVID, Apple, when Huawei stopped making phones, we heard a lot from Apple about how many people in China were switching from Android back to iPhone. And now we're kind of seeing it go the other way. So that is another one. Loop points out as well. Don't count out Xiaomi, by the way, which is often referred to as the Apple of China, also causing pressure and more competition. So yeah, there could be a little bit of nationalistic buying on that sense, and also just, literally Huawei fans excited that there's a new Huawei phone that they can buy. That's definitely hurting them. By the way, those are cheaper phones.
For investors, though, who are wondering when there might be an entry point for Apple, I can't help but notice that Apple has some advantages in the AI era. One, everybody, Google, Microsoft, want placement on the iPhone and are willing to pay for it. So
pay a lot of money too.
Yeah, a whole billions upon billions of dollars for it. And then also, a lot of what these companies are doing are trying to vertically integrate in order to get better performance out of AI. Apple's already vertically integrated. They design their own chips and hardware and software. When they make a move in AI, it could be a very fast move.
And just that. But then the question becomes, as we heard 2 weeks ago, that they're partnering with Google again, or likely to partner with Google, and in China, likely to partner with Baidu. So what does that relationship look like? Which ways? That seems like almost better for Google than it is for Apple. If they're relying on that, it gives Google more. That's why we've seen Google or Alphabet shares recover so much the last 2 weeks on this news, that it either gives them more exposure for Gemini AI, or they're going to collect money from Apple if Apple ends up licensing Gemini for all these users too. So that becomes a real question. What kind of vertical integration do they have? What is their own internal AI thing? And we might not hear that till the next iPhone cycle, because I can bet you what they'll do something like, okay, if you want the best AI stuff, you got to buy that Pro model.
You really think Apple's going to pay, though, or is Google going to have to pay for the privilege?
It feels like they would. I feel like it would be the other way around. We just don't know. But yes, of course, they want access to, a billion plus iPhone users. Of course, but it's a good thing for them either way. And that's already baked into them. They pay billions of dollars to all these other platforms in order to be dominant on those platforms. So that's, by the way, DOJ doesn't like that.
Right.
Yeah.
DOJ doesn't like much these days. Lots of big companies doing big things. Steve Kovac, thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
Well, coming up, Mag 7 stocks managing to eke out a gain today, building on the first quarter's nearly 18% gain. Up next, we'll get a look at some of the quality names one trader says have been left high and dry by the big push into tech. That's when the exchange returns. Welcome back to The Exchange. 2024 has been a strong year so far for the Magnificent Seven, up more than 17%. But what about the high-quality names that have been left behind? Well, we'll dig into them in today's Three Buys and a Bail, High and Dry edition. And here with our trade is Chris Grisanti, MAI Capital Management's Chief Equity Strategist. Let's start off with your first buy, Bristol-Myers Squibb, down 23% in the past year, but coming off its best month since 2022 as the company looks to quell concerns about expiring patents with two major acquisitions and new treatments in the pipeline. Chris, why are you a buyer here?
Well, John, first of all, thanks. It's good to be with you again. First, let's step back and talk
Coming
about
in
the
at 2
Mag
o'clock.
7
Give me
real
1
quick.
minute and I'll be
Money
right
has
back.
gone in that direction, but they've done
Or
us
I'll be
a
on.
favor.
I'll
They've left
put the
these
camera back
other
on and
things
everything.
high and dry, as I like to say. Some of them at record low valuations, record high dividend yields. Getting to Bristol Myers, less than 8 times earnings. It's yielding over 4.5%. It's got $12 billion in cash flow. That's more than 10% of the market cap. This is a classic story we've seen over and over again. The negative story is well known. They have drugs that are going off of patent. Their sales will slow for the next several years, so investors look elsewhere. But what investors are overlooking is that they can use that great cash flow to make the acquisitions that you were talking about. Then the earnings growth will start to go up. At the same time, when investors start to see that, they'll bid up the shares. The multiple may grow also. So you'll get a double virtuous tailwind, and you could make 50 or 60% on that kind of name without really risking anything higher than a 12 or 13 PE. So we like that kind of story.
All right, that sounds good. Next buy up, Verizon. It's up around 10% in 2024 after posting strong subscriber gains in Q4. Redburn Atlantic bullish on those gains, but warning that it took more than $50 billion in 5G expansion to get there. So, Chris, why buy here?
So they're making a good point, but I think they're also looking in the rearview mirror. They're absolutely right. That 5G stuff is expensive stuff, but that has already peaked. And so Verizon, again, because of this tech capital grab, has sold off with the other slow growing stocks. At its bottom a couple of months ago, it was selling at less than 6 times earnings. It's done a little better. It's now less than 8 times earnings, 6.5% yield. The average multiple is about 13 or 14. So if you can get back just to the average multiple as cash flow starts to increase because the cap spending is going down, we get paid 6.5% to wait. Again, we're looking at a not heroic guess of a 50 or 60% return over a couple of years as the world returns to normal. No heroics here, John.
All right, I see you making that connection. Now for the final buy, Hershey. Pour one out for the chocolate Easter bunnies. It's down more than 20% in the past year in the face of spiking cocoa prices. Barclays noting that the company is nevertheless gaining back share from Mars after a few months of weakness with significant strength in salty snacks. Chris, you're bullish on Hershey.
I'm bullish on Hershey. And I said there was no heroics with Verizon and Bristol. You got to have a little heroics here with Hershey, John, because cocoa prices are just going up unbelievably. They make NVDA look like a slacker. Cocoa prices are up over 100% this year. And that, of course, is Hershey Chocolate's biggest raw ingredient cost. So in the face of that,
that what that's doing is masking terrific execution at Hershey. So they're hitting on all cylinders. They're just facing a hurricane-like headwind of enormous rise in cocoa prices. So if you can imagine cocoa prices moderating and, God forbid, going back down to where they were over the course of a year or two, Hershey's continues to execute, investors come back, the multiple goes up, and once again, you've got a stock that's been left high and dry that can take off without a lot of huge risk to the downside, I think.
Okay, I hear you. But NVIDIA is up 82% year to date as well. All right, now for the bail. Boeing down more than 25% in 2024, set to undergo a management shakeup at the end of the year after the MAX 9 door plug blowout was just the latest in a series of quality issues. Citi, however, maintaining its buy rating, citing robust demand for new aircraft. Chris, you're throwing in the towel here. You're not optimistic.
I am, John, and I'd like to be optimistic. This is the kind of stock that value investors like us would like, because obviously it's a great market position. That the aircraft market as a whole is a terrific place to be. It's growing worldwide. But having said that, I still don't think the company has gotten religion. Clearly, there's deep issues of quality and safety that they're working on. So they're going to change management. That's great, but they're not going to change till the end of the year. So clearly, this is a show me stock. But the show won't even start until next year. So I'm quite disappointed in a stock that I'd like to own, but I think that the board of directors here really hasn't done its job in terms of making the changes it needs to make, and also telegraphing that things are different this time. So,
all right, we'll leave it there. 3 buys and a bail. Chris Grisanti, MAI Capital. That's going to do it for the exchange. Power Lunch starts on the other side of this quick break.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Power Lunch. Alongside Courtney Reagan, I'm Tyler Mathisen. Glad you could join us on a Monday. California's new minimum wage law takes effect today, $20 an hour. We'll talk to the CEO of Raising Cane's, which has nearly 100 locations in the state, about the real impact of this wage hike.
And stocks getting a speed bump on the way to Dow 40,000. Friday's inflation data and subsequent comments from Fed Chair Powell leading the markets to believe the Fed will cut rates later rather than sooner. That's a big reason stocks are pulling back today on this first day of the second quarter. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, that's the laggard, down about 0.7%. S&P 500 down about 0.33%. Nasdaq down, but hey, only just marginally. Plus, the S&P 500 was up more than 10% in the first quarter, so it might not take much to convince investors to take some of those profits. Let's bring in Mike Santoli now for where on the market stand. Mike, how much of this is seasonality when you're talking about the turning of a quarter?
There is a little bit of an unwind, I think, today, based on some of the very, very end of quarter action yesterday. I'm not sure it's broader seasonality. I do think it's a market that's earned a rest, not just up 10% in the S&P 500 for the quarter, but in a steady fashion for 5 months, 5 straight up months, 2 straight up 10% quarters. So you can kind of pile up these superlatives. You look at what's happened historically after similar periods when we haven't had a 2% pullback in 5 months, for example. It all nets out in a similar place, which is longer-term uptrend intact. It's probably not the ultimate peak, but you ought to expect a little bit of a give back in the meantime. The other thing I'd mention is the yield move up today. 10-year treasuries toward 4.3. We got some strong economic data. Caused us to rethink about the Fed. So that's sort of a natural place to maybe locate some of the selling, because the downside drivers of the Dow today, the two biggest ones, Home Depot, Goldman Sachs, so rate-sensitive moves.
What we will hear endlessly over the next couple of months is the old cliche, sell in May and go away.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe April is the new May, but given the weather, maybe April's the new February. I don't know.
That's right. So hard to actually pull that apart from what the single cycle, kind of handicapping is going to be. In other words, yes, broadly speaking, the best returns are the 6 months from November through April. That's just the way it's gone for many, many decades. However, I always say that's climate, that's not weather. That kind of tells you general tendencies, because, we should have had some pullbacks, for example, in late February based on all the seasonal patterns. We didn't get one. April has actually itself been a very strong month. Maybe we'll get some turbulence around tax payment deadlines and things like that. But I don't know if that's going to be the driver. To me, it's about, does the economy hold up? Is the Fed still going to be poised to cut into a record stock market high and a good economy?
And a hot economy.
Or not. Yeah. And that's, to me, where the debate's going to hash out.
Yeah. Was there an inflation number that came out late last week?
On Friday morning.
On Friday morning, which the market didn't really have a chance to react to until today.
And interestingly, I think the number itself was palatable. In other words, it was good enough. It didn't show a continued acceleration in inflation. But then this morning, the ISM manufacturing numbers came out, and it just seems as if there are parts of this economy that are kind of reawakening at a time when nobody's convinced that inflation is coming down. Prices paid within ISM was higher. Anyway, the point is, there's a reason to kind of be concerned if you're inclined to think inflation is going to be stubborn at these levels. And so that's why the bond market's kind of pulling out that possibility of a near-term cut yet again.
All right, Mike, stick around as we bring in our next guest, who says the market still has strong support from solid growth, but wouldn't be surprised to see a pickup in volatility this quarter. Dan Suzuki is Deputy CIO at Richard Bernstein Advisors. Dan, welcome. Good to have you with us. How do you explain today's action in the market? Is it a little bit of reaction to the inflation number last week, maybe to the ISM number today, a little bit to the fact that we've had back-to-back excellent quarters, as Michael points out, and maybe it's time for a little breather? What is it?
Well, I think everything Mike said was spot on. I think the market's really trying to balance the two sides of the growth coin. On one hand, growth is coming in hot, growth is coming in strong, and I think the market likes that, and I think that bodes well for this coming earnings season and the earnings seasons to come. But as Mike also alluded to, you're seeing a lot of stickiness in the inflation numbers. You're seeing that in the PCE number we got last week. You're seeing that the ISM report this morning. And remember that inflation lags growth. And so if growth numbers continue to come in hot and you're starting to see that flow through to inflation, I think at some point you do have to worry, that's not only going to come with the good reaction, but there's going to be a negative reaction given, what the Fed's response.
The market is an instrument that discounts future profits. Walk us through the prospects for future profits, Dan.
Yeah, I think, listen, there's tons of people that come on your show and proclaim that they can see exactly what the world's going to look like in a year's time. I have yet to meet anybody that's very good at that and predicting the future that far out. I think the next best alternative, which is where we hang our hat, is looking for the signs that growth is rolling over and inflecting. And the reality is we're just not seeing those signs. I mean, people have been bearish on the economy for years now, but growth continues to show signs of not only resilience, but actual acceleration, including today's ISM report. So I think that, underlying the surface of everything, earnings growth is going to continue to accelerate. Now, the drivers of that earnings growth may shift a little bit in terms of the mix, but while earnings growth continues to improve over the next 1, 2, or 3 quarters, I think that's a good time to be in markets. And I think that provides that strong support that we started the conversation.
Mike, we are 6 minutes into the show. We haven't talked about the Magnificent Seven yet.
Yeah, that's right.
These big mega cap stocks.
We haven't said NVIDIA, right?
We haven't yet,
Wow.
so let's do it now, NVIDIA. How important is all of this to the market where we stand now?
Well, what's interesting is they've grown a little bit less important over the last month. I think the big question really going into March was, can the market not rely on those handful of stocks for the upside? Well, tech underperformed in March in general. And really, you had NVIDIA working, Microsoft's hung in there fine, but Apple is still a wait today. And that's actually been down 10+% for the year. The market's held up well. Why? Because a lot of stocks that were still getting back their losses from 2022. I mean, regional banks started to act better. A lot of cyclical parts of the market have managed to catch a bit. The question is, can we have this magical, perfect rotation, indefinitely? Or is it at some point we're going to fumble the baton as we hand it over to another sector and get a proper pullback? That, to me, is the bigger question. But so far, I don't think you can completely have the AI story, go cold. But for now, it's good enough, and NVIDIA's up again today.
I think the Wall Street Journal, Dan, this morning said the Magnificent Seven has now become the Fab Four when you take out Apple, Tesla, and I forget which other one, or maybe it was Alphabet. What is your reaction to that? Is it a good thing that maybe we're not as dependent as the market was on 7 stocks alone to pull it forward?
Well, 100%, Tyler. I think it's extremely bullish that you're seeing the breadth of this market really broaden out, because if you go through bull markets historically, you've never had a sustained bull market that was incredibly narrow throughout its full period. So I think that it's a necessary requirement to see breadth broaden out. And I think the reason behind the breadth broadening out is that earnings breadth is really broadening out. And I think that's the key inflection point looking forward, is that Magnificent Seven earnings, while continuing to be very, very strong from an absolute growth level, those growth numbers are actually set to decelerate in the coming quarters, whereas the rest of the market is what's going to be driving the further earnings gains from here.
All right, Dan, thank you very much. Good to have you with us. And great to have you in the house, Mike.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Thanks.
Well, that fear about rates not coming down anytime soon and also being reflected in the bond market today. Mike talked about this a little bit. Yields moving sharply higher. Rick Santelli is in Chicago to take us more in depth. Hi, Rick. How are you?
Hi, Courtney. Yes, sharply higher. That's a good way to put it. And there's a couple of good reasons. Let's go over them. Here's the good. The ISM manufacturing headline breaks a string of 16 consecutive months under 50 to come up with the best number, 50.3, since SEPA 22. The bad, well, this is prices paid. You'd rather have it go down, but as you see, highest level since July of 22. And finally, the ugly. Listen, this is employment index. 6 in a row under 50, 11 of the last 14 under 50. That doesn't look like it. If that was a stock chart, you probably wouldn't be looking to buy it. But yet, after having said that, last year, 9 out of 12 months were under 50, and the jobs market was pretty good. So how much can we really glean from these? And finally, what did it do to the markets? Well, here's 2s, 10s, 30s on one chart, 24-hour chart. 10 o'clock Eastern, you could clearly see these numbers, as Mike Santoli said, fed the sell-off. But the sell-off was already afoot. Why? Because every analyst I read all weekend, every economist, boy, the numbers were pretty much as expected. I was there at 8:30 Eastern on Friday, and the numbers did not make any progress on inflation. They're the Fed's favorite. And it certainly does demonstrate that there's a definite Rorschach going on when it comes to the Fed still. And Chairman Powell on Friday still underscoring he doesn't really see a problem. And finally, all of these issues with rates, 2s on pace for a 2-week high close, 10s on pace for a 4-month high close. Dollar index, you guessed it, it's solid as a rock. It's been trading above 105. It's on pace for a 4.5-month high close. Courtney, back to you.
Thank you very much, Rick Santelli. Well, coming up, a power call on some footwear stocks. Barclays getting bullish based on some strong survey results. The analyst will join us next. Plus, California raising the minimum wage for fast food workers, a potential hit to some businesses in the state. We'll talk to the co-CEO of one chain that will be affected, Power Lunch. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Power Lunch. As the second quarter is officially underway, Barclays is taking a big step to expand its coverage into the footwear apparel space. Firm out with a note, initiating 4 footwear stocks: Crocs, Skechers, Deckers Outdoor, and On Holding, with each stock receiving an overweight rating. Here with us now is the author of that note, Adrienne Yee. She's managing director and consumer discretionary analyst at Barclays. Adrienne, it's wonderful to have you here with us. I guess you've got 4 stocks here. Let's start with Crocs. Why are you so compelled when you look at a name like Crocs? I think so many of us look at them as a fashion fad that surprisingly has not faded.
Yes. What I'd say about the 4 names that we initiated on, I would say that the footwear space is unique in that it allows for a lot of white space. So if you have a compelling brand and you have loyalty across, for different income brackets and different demographics, you can actually continue to succeed. I think what we like about Crocs is they command, literally the highest product margins, as one can imagine, right? 70% versus the sector sort of 50, 60%. And then in terms of operating margins, once they get that leverage on the model, they are printing, north of 25% operating margins, which is far and away like 1,000 basis points, 10 points above others.
Yeah, and when it comes to some of these names, obviously they operate in slightly different subsectors, but obviously Nike has been just this mega brand for so many years. We know they have their individual stumbles. Any of these names also partial beneficiaries of Nike working out its own problems.
So you hit the nail on the head. If we look at the horizon from 2016 to 2022, globally, Nike and as well as Adidas have
I'll just play.
4% from Nike and about 3.5% from Adidas. And so that opens up a ton of oxygen in the room for these nascent brands, like a Hoka and like an On Running, as well as a bunch of other running specialty, sneaker brands. And so what we've heard from Nike, self-admittedly, is that they really didn't do a good job in closing the door over the past 2 to 3 years and blocking out some of these innovative competitors. And I think we also heard on the last call from Nike that it's going to take some time for them to retrench, right? So they're doing franchise management and they're going to hold back on selling, certain of their products into the market. Again, it takes about 15 months to 2 years to build this innovation pipeline back. And it's going to leave some room for Hoka and for On.
I wonder, I think of these brands, and I mean this in a non-pejorative way, whether it's Hoka or whether it's Crocs or whether it's Uggs or even Skechers, maybe even On, as niche-y. They're a little fun. They're niche-y. And maybe their future is in not trying to take on Nike, because who can? Am I barking up the right tree there that if they play their niche really well, if their niche can mean rich?
Yes. So Tyler, I think you are spot on with the notion that each of these has a technology, a loyal following, a brand differentiator that at their size, right, can last them for years on the come. We like to think about kind of these brands as the S-curve of adoption. And we always like these brands are their best and strongest when they go from late early adoption to early mass adoption. That runway that has low brand awareness and high brand desirability can propel these brands for years. And we used to see this kind of back in the early 2000s, where you would see 3, 5, 7-year runs on these great brands. So I think you are absolutely correct. These guys need to stick to their technology and kind of play their own game in an area where they're still the smaller competitors, and they could double in size pretty easily with, not a lot of, harm, in terms of kind of taking a ton of share from the incumbents.
Adrienne, I continue to be fascinated by the idea of balancing direct-to-consumer with wholesale. When you're a new brand, wholesale can be very valuable because it sort of offers marketing opportunities. If a consumer goes in thinking they want Nike, but then, oh my gosh, they see a new shoe from On Holdings and maybe they want to try that out, that's valuable. But in your notes, you're talking about growth opportunities through the direct-to-consumer channel. Nike is just now sort of saying, yes, we want direct-to-consumer, but maybe we do need to refocus on these wholesale relationships. So where is the opportunity? How do you find that balance if you're one of these niche brands? Do you go direct-to-consumer? Do you go wholesale? How do you find the balance?
So when you are low brand awareness, the greatest propellant of brand awareness is to go wholesale. It's the fastest. And that's how you become discovered. So in our analysis, we did a proprietary survey, and the aided brand awareness for On was 8%, and the aided brand awareness for Hoka in the U.S. Among our survey participants was 22%, compared to Nike at 95%, right?
Wow.
So in order to get known and recognized among the consumer landscape, the fastest way is to go through a wholesaler like a Dick's Sporting Goods or a Foot Locker. So you're put side by side for trial next to Nike, next to Adidas, next to Puma, right?
Right.
And that's the greatest way. Having said that, once you get to this notion of I am aware, people are aware of the product, then you want to take back control, right, of the branding, the promotionality, how the brand is positioned, the innovation pipeline. And you don't have as much of that control in the wholesale channel as you do in the direct-to-consumer. So if you want to control the message, right, there's a very fine balance between going DTC and wholesale in tandem. And it's a very fine line, and people kind of straddle it right now. But I would say, in the early stages, wholesale's the way.
Quick answer, if I might. With the exception of Skechers, which has an endorser in Howie Long and maybe a couple of others, I think of these companies as going low on advertising and endorsements compared with an Adidas and even an Under Armour or a Nike. Am I right on that? And how have they done it in the absence of a big advertising budget and endorsements?
So it's interesting because there's a bucket that's called demand creation, which we would know as advertising and promotion. Within that bucket of demand creation are personality endorsements. And I would say that each of the running brands, for sure, so it has personalities, particularly in the running segment. So it's possible that you may just not recognize them as well as, say, the Skechers spokesperson Howie.
I'm running out of room here on my
To the
desk.
extent that these companies are investing anywhere between 7% up to 10 or 11% of their P&L.
Just give me 1 second, guys.
Status quo.
Gals.
Okay. Adrian, thank you. Thank you very much. Adrian Yee, appreciate it. All right, still to come. It has been 1 year since the boycott that hit Bud and Bud Light specifically. So where does the stock stand now, and how does it approach branding? Boom. That's next. I don't know whether you heard that, but we did.
Just give me 1 second, guys. Just give me 1 minute. Let me finish this up, and we on. I would say if you are able to get a VWAP test, see if you can't get a bounce to VWAP here on the SPY.
C.
Well, welcome back to Power Lunch, everybody. Shares of AB InBev still haven't fully recovered following a controversy which began last April following its partnership with a transgender influencer. Brandon Gomez joins us now with more on an eventful year for the company. Brandon?
It's definitely been eventful, and the road to recovery for Bud Light definitely still continues. Reported sales being down as much as 28% in the months following that partnership. Nielsen data at the time showed Bud Light lost its #1 spot in U.S. beer to Constellation Brands Modelo. Consumers also turn to Molson Coors. And look at shares of some of those companies, right? AB InBev still down about 8% since that time. Constellation, Molson up 20 and 30% respectively. Now, look, Bud Light was able to stabilize its decline by fall, investing in some strategic brand partnerships. Even former President Trump posted on Truth Social back in February of this year to give the company a, quote, second chance. But Bud Light still hasn't been able to fully recover. The latest Nielsen data shows that market share remains down 4.8% compared to pre-boycott levels. A company spokesperson talked to me over the weekend, said that
I was
Bud
just
Light
watching a
remains
video
the
of
number one beer in volume
some,
sales year
Supra.
to date, is improving in off-premise, and that the company has been, quote, on a positive market share trajectory over the last 7 months. So the question remains, is the stock a buy? Well, Bernstein in a recent note says the company's recovery appears to have stalled for now, emphasis on the for now, but they do maintain a buy rating, citing the company's broader portfolio. Last quarter, it saw profits rise despite the boycott. So, Tyler, it's been a long year for Bud Light as a brand, but perhaps there's some light at the end of the tunnel for Anheuser-Busch as a broader company.
I guess the simple question is, have people forgotten what got them into hot water in the first place?
I don't know that it's a forgotten case, right? I think that Bud Light and specifically Anheuser-Busch has been strategic about their partnerships moving forward, right? Their core consumer demographic felt alienated because of the decision by what the company made, by what the company decision. But then now they're investing in country music stars, partnering with them. They now have a partnership with the UFC. They now have a partnership with the Olympics. So I feel like they're trying to develop more and more partnerships that are more in line with what their core consumer demographic was pre-controversy in order to sort of pull them back.
I wonder if some of those investments ring a little hollow with the core constituents who go, oh, you got in trouble there. So now you're coming back into a more mainstream group of endorsers.
And you see with that post from Trump on Truth Social saying, you know, let's give them a second chance. Even if that kind of an endorsement isn't enough to get that core demographic back to the brand, what's it going to take?
Again, this fascinates me, and I know we're sort of out of time, but can we really attribute all of the sales decline to this incident?
No, I mean, it was happening before the boycott incident happened, right? That market share shift to Modelo was already happening. This may be a catalyst that expedited the process, but you know, you can talk about even more broader consumer trends where folks are turning away from beer, going into ready-to-drink cocktails within the space. So, can it all be attributed to this one moment? No, not necessarily. But it definitely was a catalyst that sort of pushed the needle in one direction.
And compare Modelo. I watch a lot of sports. I know you do too, especially this time of year with the basketball. Modelo's advertising is very effective. It stands out. I mean, I can't even put my finger on the theme, but they're sort of vignettes of people who are artists or barbers or entrepreneurs.
I can hear the music, actually.
Yeah, it's very effective and catchy. So, I mean, I guess they've done very well at that. Yeah. We appreciate it. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Enjoyed that. Brandon.
Let's get over to Leslie Picker. She has our CNBC News update this hour. Hi, Les.
Hey, Courtney. The White House said this afternoon it is aware of reports of an Israeli airstrike on the Iranian consulate in Damascus. A spokesperson says the president has a team looking into the claims. Meanwhile, Iranian officials said on state media channels the country reserves the right to take reciprocal actions against Israel. A top Revolutionary Guards commander and several diplomats are among those reported dead. An expert panel appointed by the FAA said today the agency should stop requiring pilots to disclose if they're in talk therapy. The panel said the current rules lead to healthcare avoidance or non-disclosure and create barriers to reporting mental health issues. The FAA says it is reviewing the recommendations. And U.S. traffic deaths likely fell about 3.5% in 2023, even as people spent more time behind the wheel. But even with the progress, the statistic is still higher than it was pre-pandemic. Federal highway safety regulators are urging people to put down those phones and avoid other distractions while driving. Courtney, back to you.
That is very good advice, something I often harp on people about. Thank you, Leslie. Well, California's minimum wage hike beginning today. Workers using it as a backdoor to organize without forming a union. Multiple public chains will need to comply. But after the break, we'll talk to the co-CEO of Raising Cane's, a private fast food chain which is planning to open 20 new California locations this year. Power Lunch will be right back with that and more.
Alright, guys. Alright, guys. Ladies and gents. Let's do it. Let's see if we can't finish this day out strong. Let's see if we can't finish the day out strong. Watch here and see if you can get Micron. You know, it looks like it is rejecting here. Semiconductors as a whole are pushing back just a hair. Excuse me. Sorry about that. All right. Let me make sure I have all my ducks in a row here. Following the launch of Spotty Chest, that was notable size. Exposure is still pretty tiny compared to fund assets. It's not really a big driver of industry returns. So then post what the big driver of industry returns are. Bruh. Let's see here. So then why post it? So it's not really a big driver of industry returns. Okay, so then why post it? It's not returning anything if they're short. And it's still going higher and just holding up at higher.
A new minimum wage going into effect in California for fast food workers, $20.
All right, you goofball. She's starting to piss me off. All right, let's see here. Let's scan these markets, see what we got. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to go to the heat map. All right, so we said it. Listen, verbatim this morning. We've seen energy down. We've seen semiconductors up. We said, and technology for the most part was up. Microsoft, the infrastructure part was like blue, or not blue, but like purple. So it was about flat. And Square was down. Look, Square is actually kind of bouncing. We're not going down as much, I guess you could say. I said, yo, let's look for energy to start to go green and pull that tech back a little bit. Let's see. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but that's exactly what's now. NVIDIA is not green. It is starting to go red. It is just about break even, just under break even. I mean, 0.5% on NVIDIA is nothing. So I would consider that just about even. So with energy, taking the lead today, I was a little upset that I missed Oxy. I didn't really miss it. It's just like, it was a little, so you can see here, right? How you came in, you had this, I guess, gap up. But when I looked at it, we were like here. So I was like, man, I don't know how much room it has left. I'm sure it has a lot more to go, possibly. But it's up 2.1% today. And if you look at the daily chart, you would not expect a daily candle like this. That is a breakout candle. So that's why I didn't get long Oxy, right? This is comparable, compared to the average ATR on the daily chart. You can see that candle just pretty much dwarfs anything that it's done in the past. That's why I didn't feel comfortable going long Oxy. Once it does, this candle here, like to give you guys an example from low to high or high to low, however you want to do it, we'll say 64.50, right? 64.50, 66.50, that's $2. Look at this day here, 64.34, 65. So it went a little over 50 cents. Look at this day here, 60, 61.50, $1.50, right? So I didn't expect it to do all that it did today. I mean, looking at it now, obviously that's a breakout candle to extend higher. It is what it is. No big deal. All right, I haven't taken anything today. I did want to get long Coinbase right off of that pullback, just to take a, whether it be a scalp or just to get it up to that. The goal was 275. All right, it was that 275 or 270. I'm sorry, 270.75. That was the trade there for that right there. That move right there. We would have got it. We nailed the entry. You could have got the top. Tesla, I didn't take it, but I was talking about grabbing some out of the money puts for the delivery numbers because of this gap and some of the support levels we have below. Just, you know, I kind of forgot about it. Today, guys, I came in the day wanting to just wanted to let things play out. Let's just see what the market does, and then I'll take it from there. I think, you know, what I'm getting at is I knew today I wasn't really going to be trading much. I knew I wasn't. I did have some ideas like Baidu. I missed that trade. And it's a good thing because it's just holding up at highs. I'd like to see a pullback with Baidu, but that may not happen. Let me log in real quick. I did say a little bit ago I'd like to see if we can get a bounce back to VWAP on the SPY. We'll see if that's possible. That's an idea. I'm not sure. You know, it's just a nice little double bottom. I have to do some work. Let's find out. Let's go look at it right now. Microsoft was on the list. So there were some opportunities. You just had to be ready to take them and take them off. You know, you could have got chopped up a little bit today. Let me plug this in.
What about if your workers are making more money and then others are as well in California? Do you anticipate any kind of sales potential benefit from people having more disposable income to buy more chicken fingers?
You know, we have always tried to stay consistent, do one thing better than everyone else. So we focus on what I call everyday value. So we don't do limited time offers. We do 5 things: the chicken fingers, fries, toast, sauce, and coleslaw. That's what we serve. And we do that.
All right.
So our customers come to us for everyday value, and they're pretty regular. They're very
Hold on, guys. I'm just trying to get to my. Let's look at the scanner. All right. So right now you have Crocs on the. You have Crocs on the scanner. AMC and GME. I know GME was a. Come on, bro. This girl. Alright, so this looks like apparel. Where this sector here is doing pretty good. Let's look here. Let's go to here. Russell 2000. So SMCI is doing pretty good. What sector is this? This is. Come on. What is it? Energy. Okay, small cap energies. A&F. So there you go. So some of your apparel, right? Shake Shack, or just really consumer discretionary. Consumer discretionary. Crocs doing good. Abercrombie & Fitch doing pretty well. Guess, Boot Barn, Urban Outfitters, Dave & Buster's, excuse me, Eat. Who has pizza? Oh, Papa John's. Mercury, let's see here. Man, just a lot of red. In this information technology. Mara down. MSTR, that's pretty crazy. MSTR is down. And look at financials. They did really well last week. Yeah, TPST, I forgot about that. My bad, guys. Micron, guys. I think Micron is such a good name to own. Public. Let's see here. Let's just go to the NYSE, New York Stock Exchange. TSM's still holding up really well today. ANET, Dell, CCJ. So that's uranium. So your energy and whatnot. Pinterest. Oh wow. Hoya. Just trying to give you guys some of the names that are doing pretty well. And gold, like your materials, specifically gold, Rio Tinto, BHP, Newmont, Barrick, all doing well. Baba's doing pretty well today. Your Chinese names. What else can I help find? Airlines is mixed. Airlines is mixed. I guess that would actually be industrials. Full Truck Alliance. What's GD? Crips? GD Crips? GDK? Graham Corp, GHM. SPG. Goldman Sachs is down.
They explain life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy.
Let's look at TPST real quick. Let's go over to TPST. Small caps have been doing really, really good. This doesn't have much volume. It's up 45%. Man, a lot of these small caps, man, this started yesterday, or not yesterday, I'm sorry. Last week. It started last week, and it feels like this is just a continuation of last week. And I had a feeling, and I mentioned it this morning, that, remember that small caps last week really had a nice day if you knew where to look, or had a nice week if you knew where to look. And you would see if you would get a little bit of that continuation going into this week, and it's apparent you did have a few names run. We could look at Reddit, ARM. Let's look at some of these semiconductors. Let's see if we can find something here. So I'm going to turn on CNBC real quick. You know what? We'll turn on Schwab. It has something a little bit different here. And then we'll see if we can't get busy. If you guys have questions, throw them in the chat below on anything. If you want to spam the ticker with tickers, spam the chat with tickers, whatever. If you have a question about me, the markets, throw it in the chat. If you just want to say hi, if you're new, I do urge you to participate in chat. You know what I mean? We all don't bite. We got a good group here. So I do want to say thank you for being here. Let's see if we can't grind it out into the rest of the day, and even if we can pull out a couple scalps and get green to start the week. I'm not going to just sit here and I'm not going to try and hurt myself and start the week off on a bad note. But if I see something, I'm gonna let you guys know, and we'll get it going. It's a little bit of it's a pretty nice recovery there on AMD. Coinbase got smoked. Coinbase is getting smoked. So I don't know if you guys, anyone was able to short that. That was a trade we gave out this morning. We didn't really have much news, I thought, this morning to really set the stage for stocks to look at. I'm not sure what has earnings and what doesn't. I can look real quick though. XLE. There was a few. Sorry, Triple M. There was something with that legal mess that they had going on. It finally got cleared up. It is from the sounds of it. That was one that was in the news this morning, but I don't really trade that. I'm kind of curious. Let's see.
next-level network. And ensure we have the network with 24/7 built-in security. AT&T Business.
You know there's no T in Skechers? What are you talking about, Romo? T is always in Skechers. T and these Skechers slip-ins.
Come on.
T and these Skechers slip-ins. I pity the fool who isn't in Skechers slip-ins. See, Romo? T is always in Skechers.
Small businesses are the soul of the neighborhood. That's why NBC Universal and State Farm partnered to create Open Doors, a marketing 101 online resource to help small business owners like you. Visit NBCUOpenDoors.com to learn more.
Personalized financial advice from Ameriprise can do more than help you reach your goals.
We can make this work.
It can help you reach them with confidence. No wonder more than 9 out of 10 of our clients are likely to recommend us. Ameriprise Financial. Advice worth talking about.
Just give me 1 second. Need to make sure I have everything live up here.
Thursday, April 18th, CNBC presents Changemakers. Join this groundbreaking summit featuring powerful women leaders transforming business and
Alright, let's go look at the dollar.
request your invite. CNBCevents.com/changemakers.
Her uncle's unhappy.
I'm sensing an underlying issue.
It's T-Mobile. It started when we tried to get him under a new plan, but they unexpectedly unraveled their price lock guarantee, which has made him a bit
Unruly.
You called yourself the uncarrier. You're sick about price lock on those commercials. The price lock, the price lock. So if you could change the price, change the name. It's not a lock. I know a lock.
So how can we undo the damage? We could all unsubscribe and switch to Xfinity. Their connection is unreal.
And we could all unexperience this whole session.
Okay, that's uncalled for.
Man, it's really close. The dollar's really close to trying to put in a new high. Not like a new high, you guys, but for the year. This previous 105 level, it looks like it's trying to. It may actually already have, yeah. It looks like it already did put in a new high for the year. It got above it. But we've been here before. We've been up to 107, 108, you know. I'm really curious here. This is going to... So, you have a couple different things fighting against each other right now. If the dollar continues to climb higher, that's going to put a little bit of pressure on energy. It's definitely going to put a little pressure on gold, that's for sure. So...
We do, yes. I would be a buyer of Match here. I don't really think our online dating is going away anytime in the near future here. They have some really popular platforms.
What else? There's got to be something I'm forgetting. Oh well, it don't matter. It don't matter.
But now you're seeing growing revenue and popularity in Hinge, which is their second largest platform. And that's not just growing here in the US. They're actually starting to push into European markets, let alone when you look at Asia, that isn't a hugely untapped.
It just feels like it's going to be a boring afternoon, so I'll take any questions or anything. If you guys have any stocks you guys want to throw in the chat, throw it in there. Hit that like button, subscribe. I know you guys have. I appreciate you. We'll see if we can get to 10 likes today. Amazon is trying to get rid of its signature brown boxes. Okay, what about UPS? Stocks making the biggest moves midday. This was posted 2 hours ago. Camco. I feel like we need some news. 6% Bank of America raised its price target. Camco initiated coverage. Microsoft. Microsoft was one of the. Are planning a $100 billion data center project.
And some of your other casino operators do have that exposures. Caesars doesn't. And they also did have a recent merger with.
I wonder if this right here, depending on how they do it, 100 billion, 100 billion. Are they gonna get it from the equity or what? What are they gonna do? How are they gonna do it? Keep an eye out on that. Keep an eye out on that Microsoft news there. AT&T, the news over the weekend, so UHS. And liquid Adderall. I need some. Not really that, but I could use it. This is the that's the most wrong thing I've ever seen about, like, what are they just trying to like sell, like, they think it makes you happy? Are you crazy? If that's what that does to you, you don't need it. Because if you're a person that needs it, I'm gonna tell you right now, you're gonna be quiet, you're gonna be grumpy, you're not gonna have an appetite, you're gonna be mad, like kind of like not mad but mad and real irritable. It's not cool. And again, that's from somebody who needs it. I'm freaking tired, man. I'm getting tired sitting here. Ken Griffin's letter to investors. Let's check this out. No.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more?
Oh gosh, Larry Fink. Hold on.
It's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
No, we're not doing the cookies. Like, his face kind of just pisses me off. I would just want to slap him. August 3rd, 2017. I wonder if somebody has it on, I wonder if somebody's posted it on Reddit yet. Let's see,
When you need to prepare for unpredictable adventures, you need WeatherTech. Laser measured floor runners, front and rear. Seat protector to save the seats.
what's up, Wiz? How'd you do today?
Kid-proof your vehicle with American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
What's today? March, April 1st.
Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders.
It's not giving it to me. It doesn't want it. Google does not want to give it to me.
It doesn't matter to him that our technology helps rebalance his portfolio. She doesn't care that we work with billions in assets. And they aren't even aware that we spent over 2 decades focused only on RIAs. We understand what really matters to your clients.
So, Citadel's Griffin says, economic landscape will remain challenging. Of course it will. Oh my god, bro. If I fuck this watch up, bro, which I can't, but if I do, that's the second time. I've been like, dude, all day today. Just beating the shit out of it by accident. Alright, anyway. Citadel's hedge fund billionaire Ken Griffin told investors, the economic landscape will remain challenging. Economic growth is likely to be modest, staying below potential in the upcoming quarters. Central bank is persisting in its fight against inflation pressures. I think we have to just worry about financial conditions, guys. I think what he's missing here, I don't know if he heard or did not hear Powell's speech. Because Powell literally said, we're pretty much done balance sheet runoff. We're done. You know, there was a high. We pulled back to that high. You know, we call that support. What is it, bro? Let's scan. Let's get out of this. I was gonna say, please don't do that. It's just one of those days, man. It's just one of those days. Just one of them days. That's an old one. That was man, we had some of the best music growing up. Just one of them days. I forget who that was. I don't think it was TLC. I forget what girl sang that song. So what do we have here? We have Mara up here. We know Coinbase got slaughtered. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold up. Hold up. Alright, I gotta do the old, cheat code here in a second. Let's go to the SPY. We'll go to the ES, actually. Let's go to the ES.
If you are the University of Iowa, obviously you are an employee there. How do you continue to capitalize on the Caitlin Clark effect if this does end up being her last game as a college athlete for the university? I mean,
Oh, I got it. Good shit. Wasn't too bad.
with the broader country going forward.
So I said a little bit ago to look for a possible bounce to VWAP. Looks like it's struggling just to do that. Looks like you're struggling just to do that. Still think they might try to run it up after hours. They don't want you to make money, but they want you to be strong enough to hold it till after hours, and even then you're still fighting time. So if you know what I'm saying. See how it's not leaving this area here to bounce back? Even to like 5,300, it's not bouncing back in a way that would say, hey, let's scalp this thing long. Fucking or flipping boring day today. TSM has remained pretty strong today. Alright, we have closing bell coming up here. Trying to see, look, there it is. Look, the SPY is just fucking pulling back. That's so funny. That's so funny. Like, look, we held this. We're going to go down further, guys. You might as well look for like a 519. Because we just sat here. That's wild, bro. That's wild. That's some weakness. That's some real weakness right there. I wouldn't be surprised if you tested low a day again. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know what to do, man. I don't know what to look at. Like, there isn't much right. Yeah, I agree, man. It's just one of those days.
And there's been 12 times previously we had double-digit returns to the S&P in 2 straight quarters. You know, we were up 11 and change in Q4, we're up 10 and a little bit in Q1. So I said, all right, well, what happened the quarter after that? And if you look back, the averages, it worked another 4% on average, and only one time were you down double digits, Q3 1975. So the data, it's not a massively statistically significant sample size.
It's not an exact science or anything, but the trend is your friend. I mean, momentum means
it's
something.
up. 9 out of 12 times it was up. Only one time was it bad out of the previous 12 years. So history doesn't say, oh, I had 2 great quarters.
Always good. All right, some story
for the rally? What do you think?
You know, we look back, our data goes back to 1928 in our database, and there's been 12 times previously we had double-digit returns for the S&P in 2 straight quarters. You know, we were up 11 and change in Q4, we're up 10 and a little bit in Q1. So I said, all right, well, what happened the quarter after that? And if you look back, the averages, it worked another 4% on average, and only one time were you down double digits, Q3 1975.
I wonder
So
if we can get
the
an
data,
AMD
it's not
short
a
here, guys.
Massively statistically significant sample. So
Oh,
yeah,
shit,
the
wait.
data-
Was that AMD or was it?
The trend is your friend. I mean,
Trend's your
momentum
friend.
means
It's
something.
up. 9 out of
AMD.
12 times it was up. Only one time was it bad out of the previous 12 years. So history doesn't say, oh, I had 2 great quarters, let me, throw everything out. So I'd say that, the trend's your friend. And I think this week's big. If we get any negative pre-releases, I don't think we're going to, but that's something you got to monitor. Usually everyone dots their I's, cross their T's, and maybe Wednesday or Thursday at 4 p.m. you get a little, revenue guide down. That's what we have to watch out for, but I don't think that's what's highest probability.
How are you thinking about rates
if we could break VWAP here.
Because, you had the better data this morning, and the 10-year goes to 433, and stocks are a little uneasy. I mean, isn't there a point at which stocks don't want to handle the backup in rates once again? We don't want to be talking about that again, do we?
Man, it's like I want to change my mind on that every day. I want to say good news is good, bad news is bad. If the economy is good, the 10-year backs up a little, the stock market goes up, corporate earnings are good. That's how you learn it in the textbook. It's only in the last 13 years we've all been messed up by Fed intervention that we think it only can be good when rates go down, right? And today it's interesting, the market's, not having a great day, but tech, which you would think is more rate sensitive, is fine. So I think you can handle higher rates as long as I think the economy's decent, but I don't know what the magic cutoff is, if it's, 5 or something like that. But today surprised me a little bit. I think, good news should be good.
You've called the broadening pretty incredible, right, that we've seen in the market. It's been extraordinary, really, that, finally all these other areas. In performance. Does that continue?
I think if you're bullish, it will. If the market goes up, it will. I don't
Sorry,
think,
I didn't know that was so loud,
that
guys.
small caps outperform
My
in a
bad.
down tape.
My AirPods
So
were
to me,
dying,
the reason
so
things
it
are
wasn't
good
that
is
loud.
financial conditions are very easy. If you look at any sort of standard financial conditions
Yeah,
index,
it's raining
this
where
is
I'm
about
at,
as good as
too.
it gets. It's in
I
the
think
top
it's-
5%.
I think
of
there's a
easiness. So
lot
the
of
small
people
caps
under, like,
shouldn't have
severe
trouble,
radar or
problems
severe watch
accessing
today.
capital. Their margins can go up, and that's why it's broadened. If you
Especially
get
out
tighter financial
in,
conditions, if the economy slows, then I think you narrow back to the ones you're confident in the growth trajectory.
I mean, I heard somebody use the word Goldilocks earlier, right? Economy's
Yeah.
strong.
Alright,
we know the
so-
Fed's going to cut at some point. Earnings are probably going to be, decent.
I might
Is that-
try
would you-
this.
Would you use that word?
I might try it
that's right. I
right
mean,
here.
I'm in Goldilocks.
I may
Well,
try it.
yeah. I mean, you had 2 double-digit return
make it a little
quarters.
bit
The Fed
higher.
is, saying they're going to be accommodative. Margins are going up. If financial conditions are easy, I think that's you got to dance when the music's
Not
on. I think
easy,
the question is,
easy.
does the Fed somehow, really get people
Just
thinking
kidding.
we're
I'm just messing with him.
Look, the worst thing is you start being afraid we have stagflation later this year. You get a little bit of pickup in inflation, economy slows, and then that's where you get the double-digit
All right.
correction in that
And-
month. Right now, that doesn't look like something you should position for, and I think there's lots of portfolio strategy, right? You can own AI, you can own accelerating software, you can own electrification industrials, you can own energy and copper. Like there's things
I was
that I
saying
can own
this.
healthcare services for cost.
So if you go on Twitter right now,
and so that keeps me
everybody and their
constructive.
mother
Let's talk
is
positioning.
talking
You
about
Just use that word. So
10-year going higher, Powell's not cutting rates because the data's good. Now listen, saying that is the most goofiest shit I ever heard. Why? Because if Powell waits until something is wrong, he's too late. So things are going to be good while for the most part, they're going to be decent. You're going to see a slowdown, right? When they actually cut rates. Like for him to cut when, things are really bad, let me cut rates. You still got more coming down the pipeline. You might have just put us in a recession. All right, so to say that just because data is good or bad, and that's why he's cutting, no. He needs to cut prior. We already know. If you go back through all the years, I've shown it, and I've shown it many times. GDP continues to increase through rate hike cycles. 2 years prior, during, 2 years after. There's a really long lag effect that really comes with this stuff. It's not a joke. So in order to have a soft landing, you would want to cut before you start to see any type of like economic data that, I mean, right now, I don't know, what are we at? A year and a half? Maybe pushing close to 2 years since we started rate hikes. I don't know if anybody remembers when exactly we started. I know it was 2021, the beginning of 2022. So they're going to start to think about cutting, I promise. And it's not going to be because one data set's good or bad. They just want to see inflation's down. They're getting that. As long as that's consistent, they're going to say, all right, let's cut before we do too much. Before we start seeing data sets that could potentially be bad, and that's telling us we're a little too late on cutting rates. So just remember that. Remember, if you're cutting rates when things are bad, you were too high for too long. You're more than, like, the probability of a recession is a lot higher now. So when people say, like Sarah, like, manufacturing is way up high, he's not cutting rates. No, that's not it. That's not the case at all. That is not the case at all. At least that's my opinion. Maybe she's right. Who knows? Maybe I'm right. But I think I would agree that Powell would say if we waited until things were bad, then that means we're too late. We did too much. AI. All right, so 15-minute chart. I want to try and take something going into the end of the day, if it shows its face. Let's see if you get a pop and a rejection here. Let's turn this back on. Sorry for cutting it off. Let's hear what they have to say.
That have lower margins grow more slowly and are more expensive.
Would you short? You would short some of those names?
I would. I think that this is, the least believable, sustainable part of the, growth story. I'm willing to believe we need more compute with AI. I'm willing to need more industrials with electrification. I know we need more housing. Like, there's things, I know healthcare companies can be much more profitable in terms of their, productivity. Like, there's things I can dream they might happen 6 months from now, they happen in 5 years. What's the dream? I'm going to sell more stuff at Target? Like,
so how would you play the consumer, which has been pretty strong? Would you do it through experiential and travel type things, or you wouldn't play it at all?
I think you have to be underweight. That's our biggest underweight in the portfolio is discretionary. Sure, high-end travel holds in because, the upper 10% are inelastic to hotel pricing and the like. You haven't seen great data out of, the booking companies over the last couple of quarters, so cruises, et cetera. So some of that is slowing a little bit in the middle end. But I don't think you want to own Target or Ulta or, Dick's or the things that sell things in physical boxes.
But hasn't Target already gone through these trials and tribulations? The stock's really reversed.
It's up 60%
Well,
from October
that's not.
7th.
I don't know
Look how
about
far
that
it fell.
because
And
Walmart's
I look at
good,
it now and I
but
think,
like Dick's,
so I'm
no,
paying
not
19
good.
times $9,
Ulta
what you got
probably.
into. $9 in bets,
Y'all
some
been
universe
saying
and margin
to
and
not
growth.
buy
What am I
Ulta
looking
years
at? I
ago,
comp
and it's still
negatively in the
grinding
store,
higher.
comp negatively online,
Just
and
look
don't
at the
add new
chart.
boxes.
Where
That sounds
else
to me like
do they
every
go?
hedge fund guy I talk to
Like,
says, I short
you
multi-ice
can't just
cubes.
get
You
makeup
got a
and
giant
stuff
wall in front of you.
online
It's
and
overvalued
expect the
because
color
everything
to be
worked. Why did
correct.
it work?
That's the
When
thing
people
about
think the Fed's
Ulta
gonna
that
cut,
separates
the
itself.
playbook says buy discretionary.
I would disagree
Right,
with
so
him
the
on
multiples
that.
expanded 4 turns in
And
that
let's see
sector
if I'm
so
right.
far
Look
this
at the
year,
chart.
and I don't see any
Oh
fundamental
wow, it's
fall
up at
through.
all-time
With the other
highs.
things we talked
It's
about,
pulling back off of it,
housing,
but
electrification, industrial semis. I've seen some fall through. I can believe
You
that
wouldn't buy
could be
a Costco?
Costco might be a little
Whoa,
different. Harder to steal from them.
whoa.
Employees get paid more. They don't steal as much themselves. A little bit harder to resell on Amazon. 50% of the operating profit comes from the annual fee. So obviously there's some little nuance differences, but I think the poster child would be like a TGT.
All right, let's bring in CNBC contributor Shannon Sakosha now of NB Private Wealth. Hey, Shannon, it's good to see you. Glad to have you on today.
Damn it.
So we have a new quarter. What's your view?
I messed the chat up, gang.
Well,
I didn't mean
Adam said a lot
to.
of great things there, but I think there's a couple of things that I really want to drive home as we go into this next quarter. Clearly, we've seen a little bit of weakness here, Scott, more recently in that momentum factor. And I think that's an important sign for people that are looking for the continuation of the rotation. Momentum was really leading the trade.
H, what's
technology and
up?
Communication services. So it's really opening up
we're
the
getting a
avenues
pullback.
to
It's the
some
start of the
this
quarter.
diversification, some of this
I think you're seeing some
underlying
profit
sectors.
taking going
I
into
think the other thing to
Q2.
remember is that as we're going
I did
forward,
not
we
know
talked
you
about rates
messaged me
earlier.
today.
You know,
I'm
rates
sorry
as
for being
a,
late
sort of a near-term
on the message.
transitory
Let me
mover
do
of
this.
That's one thing.
we
Expectations, to your point about the Fed pivoting, is another.
Sorry, guys. I
Our view is
apologize
that's not
for
going
that.
to happen. And so some of this incremental move, if you will, in rates may offer some opportunities both on the equity and the fixed income side, frankly, to manipulate your positioning. But I think more importantly,
I think you're seeing
the potential for the reacceleration of inflation. I think
you're seeing profit taking. Well, here's why. Let me tell you why.
It seems like the
I'll tell you exactly why. All right, I'll tell you exactly why. All right, I'm going to tell you why. But the question is, why are these things doing what they're doing? Okay. Look at now. Here's the thing. Bitcoin's holding up, right? Bitcoin's holding up pretty well. That's a risk asset, holding up pretty well. You had the 10-year. Look at this big spike. This is 10-year yields. Look at that. This was 10-year yields. All right, that's 10-year. 10-year treasury bond there. That's the treasury bond, not the regular 10-year. Which you can see here on TLT. So that's what caused, along with a dollar that popped. So, look at this dollar. Bang. Look at the dollar. Just rallied really high. Why did it do that? I don't know. I think it could be technical. I think it could be... technical. You know, I don't know. I think all the signs... I think they're going higher, and the dollar's going higher because we're getting signs of a recession. Gold is going higher. Japan and what they're doing not really would be a part of it, but that's going to that could help the bad calls. But look at energy. Energy has been going really high for a while now, right? Look, energy today, green. So anytime you have energy that's green, that's going to put a weighting on the markets. It always does. It's just how the market is. That's just how it's just one of those things. You know, I can't sit here and say why. You know, I have to dig more into it. There, and what's her name from CNBC had posted this on Twitter. I can't believe I'm drawing a blank on her name. It's because I'm tired. But there was little to no news today. See the dollar? See how we have a double top here? I think it could just be a technical bounce. You just had yields and uranium, right? Like energy start to just go higher. And here's the thing with that. It could be because of China. It could be a China reopening trade that is brewing because they have a lot of money that's being sent out for stimulus and they're trying to kick their economy off. And if and when it does, that means homes. That means a lot of oil being used. I think that's why. You know, and the markets haven't crashed. It's just when you have these things happen, a higher dollar, it just puts pressure on the markets. And taking profit, you know, it could be taking profit as well. You know, it's a mix of a lot of things. But at the end of the day, you know, we could just wipe everything we did out today. We could just wipe that out in a few days, or we don't, or it gets worse from here. It's Q2. Today is the first day of the second quarter, so keep that in mind. First quarter was really good. We ran up. I said this morning when we came in to look for the first 2 to 3 weeks on how we handle this quarter. What's the direction? Do we pop, pull back? Do we pull back, pop? Or do we just sit here and consolidate? I'm really curious on what it is that we do. But I think that's all I can give you. There's no real reason. There wasn't data. It could be inflation expectations. The thing is market conditions are still down, and everything went today. All right, that's your first sign. JP Morgan, from financials, healthcare, technology, pretty much everything outside of energy sold off for the most part today. Not in a big way, but a take profit pullback type of way. So I think the market there could be something brewing in the bond market that's telling us that we continue this. They don't raise. Maybe that there will be a recession, and I wonder if we continue to get this type of price action with high oil prices, high energy and materials like uranium, gold. They all keep going, and the dollar also. That in and of itself could cause Powell to cut rates or the Fed. No problem. But there was not like a specific data point. Just so you know, there was not a specific data point that came out. Because this all happened at like 7 o'clock today. So it could just be Q2 rotation. It could just be the fact that, you have Japan doing what they're doing. We have gold going higher, energy going higher. And this is a trade versus this is a take profits. We're gonna go to cash and kind of wait this stuff out. I think that's what we're seeing. I forgot what I was doing. But anytime. It's good to see you. How was your weekend? How are you, by the way? How have you been?
Quite close. Maybe closer than expected a couple of weeks ago. CNBC.com's Alex Sherman is here to discuss what's at stake. That's sort of where
let's see what they say and what their thoughts
what
are.
we're hearing is that this could be a lot closer than people thought.
Yeah, I think originally
talking about Disney.
Last quarter, it seemed like Bob Iger and the board were the drivers. But the shares popped. They
awesome. I'm good too. I had a really good weekend.
Things, in terms of what the future of Disney might look like.
I kind of just hung out this weekend. I ran a few errands. Getting a little tired today. It's been raining all day. I need to go get a haircut, but it seems like every day there's it's just windy, rainy. It's been like this for 2 weeks now. So, but I'm good. Outside of that, I am really good. I'm good. Kind of just waiting to see what we do this week. I want to see what it is that I'm going to trade this week because I'm kind of just unsure. I didn't take Coinbase or Tesla or Baidu, thankfully. I think Baidu I would have had a small loser. Keep an eye on Chinese stocks, guys. See if they try to start catching a bid and to go higher. They always get taken back. The past few times that we've tried to rally, they've been taken back, but this might be different with the stimulus and everything that's going on there. I don't know. I'm not going to invest there, but if there's a trade where there's a lot of volume that day, or we come in, there's a lot of volume and it just continues to go higher and higher and higher for a couple of days, I'll trade that. But I'm not going to go out and buy some of these names because you can't, Xi Jinping, could just come out and say anything. As far as changing laws for companies and business owners, I think that's why these stocks are still on their lows, because you can't invest in a company that is subjected to rules and regulations that change on a dime. You wake up, the stock's down 40% because the outside of the CEO gone missing, right? Outside of that, you have rules and laws being changed. So, but stocks I'm watching, AMD, like semiconductors, ARM, AMD, SMCI, Microsoft. I am keeping an eye on Carvana. It's trying to go higher right now. Roku, putting in a little bit of a double bottom there. I still don't know, guys. I think I'm just going to continue to be patient. The European markets also were not open today. Just so you guys all know, European markets were not open today. So that left a lot of volatility. That a lot of liquidity that wasn't there that usually would be there, right? So let's just see what happens going into tomorrow and the rest of the week. All right. I'm going to scan markets and see what we have here. Just, keep an eye on the indexes between the Dow, IWM, and the Qs, and what sector's doing what versus whatever the stock is you're looking at. I probably won't be trading the rest of the day. I'm going to be honest.
I don't see a reason why I should put on risk. Like right now, we have not made a recovery. It doesn't seem like we have. They may try and do it the last 15 minutes of the day, but we're struggling down here. And like, believe it or not, by the time we get to VWAP, we're going to be overbought. So there could be a short there back down to 519 into tomorrow. Or do the European markets come in and they buy the dip and they ride this thing up higher and we come in with a gap up? That's why I feel like today is a little fishy, because there's a bunch of countries between Germany, France, and Europe that are not in the markets today. Australia, I don't know if they are or not. I would imagine they probably were open. I'm not sure though. How did I do that? That's crazy. Let's read off what we have on the scanner. CXAI is a small cap that was grinding higher today. Looks like it's got having a nice little rally here going into the close, guys. Let's see here. Shoot, I may try this. I may try this out. It's gotta be worth it though. That might be it. So $7, that might be it. Let's see if you get a strong selling pressure in here. I don't know if it has a news catalyst or not, and if the catalyst even means anything. Gold gains 1%. CX. I don't understand.
It's not a 9 to 5 proposition. It's all day and into the night.
Top midday gainers. Google. Oh shoot, I forgot about Google. Google had a really nice morning. Gilead. Yup, look, it's trying to break $7. Watch out. This thing breaks $7. That's gonna be a problem if that thing breaks $7. Yes. No, I do appreciate it. So I was working on a thing here. Like, if you go on Twitter, so I've been using I've been trying to learn DaVinci Resolve, right? This editing software right here. I've been getting used to it. So that's kind of why I'm like, you know, I'm trying to get there. It's just learning the editing and stuff like that, because things a lot of change. Look, it just turned around. I told you. Look at that. I told you. I said, watch out. That's gonna make some people nervous there. That was a pretty big candle. But yeah, I am working on it. For a few different things, like whether it's trading options, market sentiment, understanding, like, you know, I feel like a lot of people struggle with, like, when it comes to putting on the trade, they don't feel confident in putting on the trade because their mind is thinking about a lot of different things at the time. One, whether it's because it's too much money that they're trading with, or they just don't know what they're doing. Like a lot of the trades that I came in with Tesla last week, I was making a video with that, you know, pre-market. I said, hey, look, in the morning, let's look for, when the bell rings, look for a bounce. 179, we're getting short. And it took a little bit, right? It would have been really easy for people to get sucked in. And I just reiterated, like, hey, are we at 179? No, we're not doing nothing. Until Tesla's at 179, we're not doing anything. And there was a few reasons why, because it was at major it was at major points, like between support and resistance, or supply and demand. But there's more to that. It was also the indicators lining up with those areas, right? Like if I go to this 1 minute chart, and I said it during the live stream Thursday, was right here. You know, I went back, I watched the tape, so I said it over and over and over that, hey, 179.50, we're getting short. Bang, that was a really nice trade. You could have got 200%, you know, if you would have taken it back down to 177.50. But anyway, I said 179.50. The target is 175. It did just that, okay? But here's the thing. People, and you can see here, wait, I'm on a 1 minute. Why am I doing that? It went right there to 175. What the heck is going on here? Yeah, so you can see here, look, went right down to 175 pretty much. But it tried to trick us. And what I would show you, and why I was so confident is that, because if you combine the 15 minute, 3 minute, and 1 minute, you're going to see the indicators are telling us, number one, like right here, like you can see here on Tesla. I'm going to bring you to Thursday, right? You see that tail there? Well, we came out of the gates and it was, see, that's not where it was. That's not where it was. Because this here, like this wick right here, this RSI was up here when we opened here, right? So I said, look for the bounce. You see that yellow line right there? You see VWAP? It lines right up there. But that yellow line was the target to get short. So as we run up into that, and I see, wait, 179, you have a double bottom here. Boom, boom. You can see from the day before, support, support. We broke it. Let's look for a push up there. The 9 EMA is going to be our target. They actually tried to fake people out right here, where it broke below 177.50, and you can see it bumps into 177.50, and then they sell it off, right? They sell it off, and I said it on the live right there. I said, yo, don't do anything. All right, we're not at 179. I mean, like, you guys do whatever you want, but I'm like, yo, I am not doing anything. But right now, I think this is going to get reversed, and a lot of people are going to get caught and lose money because they just took the short off of that 177.50 level. If we need to be short, we need to be short up at 179 for a few reasons. Other than the indicators that we have up there, prior days closed, the indicators, all that fun stuff. But if you think that Tesla's going to go lower, in order to get new shorts to come in and people to take this stock down and sell it, this thing needs to go up higher, because they're not going to get short. At least, you know, institutions and, like, you know, other traders that know what they're doing, they're not going to get short on the lows. Like, this thing's going to need to bounce, and that's exactly what it did. That's exactly what we did, and look, went right to it. Went right to where? Right to that 9 EMA. Bang. 179. 924. I showed it this morning. 924 was my entry on that. And then we scalped. Obviously, the end of the day, we were just scalping the SPY when we were talking about how we thought we would get, a nice little sell-off or a pullback at the end of the day. So, I was just saying, at 9:34 a.m., we were short. I was short, at least. So I stuck to my trade. And that's why, right? Because if I think that this thing's going to go, if I want this thing to go down, I need it to come back up, because nobody's going to get short down there. Because the risk to reward down here means that they have to sit through a 177.50, 78, 79, 80. They had to sit through $3 of upside as their stop loss, right? Like, people need to understand where, like, your stop loss, where is it? Like, my stop loss would have been prior high a day, which would have been from, this would have been my stop loss on the top right of the screen, right? Entry at 179.50, and I probably would have gave it a little bit above that level right there. And after that, I would have said I'm good. Because if we start closing above like 180.50, I'm out of here. Like this thing's obviously, it's going to start getting shorts to start covering. People are going to start buying it. Now it's green, right? So with me getting in at 179.50, my stop loss is at 180.50. You know, that's $2 versus getting short down at 177 and having to wait until 180.50. That's $4 or $5. I've doubled my risk, right? And on top of that, I'm paying more because it's lower, right? As Tesla were to rise back up here, I'm paying a cheaper price. I only paid 25 cents for those puts versus the dollars or 75 cents that they were. They were 3 times as expensive down at that 177 level. So there's like a lot of reasons why, and why it was, you know, why I put that on there. There were a few reasons, but this was a really nice trade. I was happy with this one. You know, Moderna. So like these trades here are like, I could make a video on why, right? Why did they work out? Why was I confident that that's what I wanted to do? You know, with using multiple things, not just one thing. Like, you know, I would like to see the volume, I would like to see the indicators, and I want to see the levels, and I want to be able to combine them, but I want to be able to like tell the story, right? I want to be able to like kind of somewhat read the next moves. Like right now, I did not get long to VWAP on the SPY because it felt like, you know, we were being like, there was too much, like we weren't going anywhere. As you guys can see, I never took it. And it's not moving. And look at your RSI. Like the RSI is already back up to 50. You know, obviously on a 15-minute chart. But look at the 5-minute. It's already oversold. Right? Look at your RSI. It's already halfway, not oversold, but it's at 56. And you haven't went anywhere. So that is showing you here in a little bit, as that continues to rise, you'll probably reject VWAP, and it looks like you might have more downside to go. So, you know, I would also wait, though, because the European market's going to open. I don't know what type of data you have tomorrow. I have to look. But that's that, man. But I will. Back to the thing, you know, I want to make a video. I just need to get good at, you know, I need to get good at editing, and I want to make it, you know, really good. So, it's definitely a thought that's been on my mind. Maybe I'll work on that tonight. As a matter of fact, I'll work on that tonight while it's raining because I'll have the time. And this is exactly what I'm telling you guys right now. Energy, gold, yields rising, the dollar. This, how to listen when the markets are speaking right now. They're speaking right now. And look, we have Jeff DeGraff on here. I want to see what he says. I want to see what he has to say. I didn't know he was on.
Good to see you, Scott.
So I was going to say, we're about as overbought can be, or at least it seems that way. But
Thank you,
say not
H, though.
exactly
It's always good to
quite
see
yet.
you. I appreciate you.
Well, yeah, I would say not exactly quite yet.
But I do appreciate the kind words.
Above their 200-day moving average, it's right around 82%. That number can get a lot higher, obviously. People have a tendency to worry about that number when it is over 80%, but all our work shows that that's a sign of momentum, where you really want to be concerned about the overall market is when that line's contracting, say 75 from 80, and the market's still going up. That's a sign that you start losing the participation. So the ascending that ascending reading actually for us is good news because it's a broadening of the market. So the very tip top of momentum,
Look, we're seeing it.
momentum
You're
names
seeing a
have come
pullback
under
in
some
energy
pressure
right
versus
now.
Low momentum names hasn't been bearish for the market. It isn't usually bearish for the market.
You're seeing that small pullback, and look for semiconductors to start going back. Look, remember, NVIDIA was 0.5% in the red, but now it's starting to go back green. Like you can see, semiconductors turning back around. It's starting to turn purple. All these healthcare names were red. They're bouncing back, right? Energy rallied. It's getting a pullback now. It looks like there's profit taking in energy. That's why you're seeing a shift right now. That's happening right now. I mean, things are still down. Don't get it twisted. Things are still down in red, but this is a fight between semiconductors and energy. I'm surprised energy was still holding on, or semiconductors.
High momentum names will take a pause, but that should force the money down to the lesser aggressive names. I think that's going to end up being good news. Still, and I think it's very obvious what's going on, still with this bias towards cyclicality, right? So it's not people fleeing, say, discretionary.
I don't know how to do that. I don't know what happened. Uh-oh.
Much more a fan of the physical gold market than we are the underlying stocks in gold. But copper really to us is the more interesting play here because we're seeing the breakout in those names. I think there's kind of a global element to this of an improving economy, maybe not so high, believe it or not. So I think gold is the real deal with this breakout. I like it. The positioning, when we look at small traders as an example through the CFTC, this is not being driven by the retail crowd.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to do that. How to do that?
Has held up.
I'll look it up,
these
though.
Are big money buyers that are pushing this higher, and I think that's got some duration to it.
And that's the
What's
goal
interesting
here.
Is the physical
like
looks a lot better than the
there is
equities.
an objective and a goal I would like to get
much
to with
more
the
a
channel.
fan of the physical
There
gold
is.
market than we are the underlying stocks in gold. But copper really to us is the more interesting play here because we're seeing the breakout in those names. I think there's kind of a global element to this of an improving economy, maybe not so hot that it's just detracting from some of these other areas that people can make money, but certainly shows that this whole concern, which I think has been modified pretty aggressively about recession, really is back of the back burner.
What about energy? Leave us with a good thought here because it's ripped. Obviously,
Yeah,
it's the best performer in March by a lot.
It's a hard one for us. So momentum's good with energy. That's okay. Nothing wrong with that. But the trends on a relative
Good
basis
thought.
still
I
aren't there yet.
appreciate
So
that.
we'd stick
Yeah, we'll
with,
have to look into that.
Stick with the
I will
transport
look into
names,
that. I'll look into
stick
that.
with the marketing names. The big integrated still don't look that good to us.
I don't know why I didn't think about that.
I'd rather steer you towards materials than I would energy. But if you have to be in energy, stick to the smaller cap names and those with the strong relative performance trends, which tend to be transports and marketing.
Even with the kind of momentum that this space apparently is showing, I mean, we've learned our lesson.
I haven't used
when momentum gets going, it's
TikTok,
hard to break. This space was up 10%
Twitch,
last month.
Yeah, so you'll get
Snapchat,
a pause or consolidation.
even YouTube Shorts. I haven't used it that much, so
is it really shouldn't be
I
doing
could
that well in
do
our
a lot
market
more
cycle
on
clock.
that,
So
and
it's
that's
just
where
kind
it
of, it's doing
becomes.
well, it shouldn't.
That's where it becomes a lot, like with one person, outside of like Twitter, uploading on. I mean, I know you can record and like kind of like send it to a couple different places, but usually there's different demographics on each one. So you want to have different shorts and different videos for like each social media site. But just using YouTube and Twitter, that's all I've used so far. And you're right, I do. I could do Google Ads. I could go ahead and do TikTok and, just, more so social media stuff, which I need to. Which I'll look to do a video this afternoon and try to go get a haircut and stuff and actually go do that. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about TikTok and all these other places. again, the goal here is to be able to take it from here to somewhat of a studio and be able to, to help other people, right? People spend so much money just to learn another trade and a craft that they can take with them for the rest of their life, right? And people charge them thousands of dollars, and half of them don't even know what the hell they're doing. They say they do, but then when you go there, it's not as fun as you thought it was, and it's not as good, right? And they don't tell you the truth. They say they do, but they don't. They say that they tell you guys the truth, right? There's a lot. There's a lot I could say that I'm not going to, because I'm not here to down anybody else. Just know, if something seems too good to be true, probably is. Okay, there is when people do, like, people when they do selling programs like they do, right? They want to sell you or do something to be able to, so you know about them and go trade with them at their site. Why? That's all I have to say. Okay, they want to make money at it? Cool. That's fine. If people will pay you, good. All right? I feel like there's other ways to do things. All right? Whether it's t-shirts, advertisements, okay, and different. I feel like there's always other ways. And the one thing I will say is to prove your worth first. Because if you make people money, they would have no problem in helping you. Right? It's like the give us money first and then we'll find out. Who's to say that you don't have a bad year? Right? Who's to say you don't have a bad year? Who's to say that, like, you say, as a group, we hit 80%. We're not worried about a group. What about individually? I mean, I come out here and tell you guys, like, no bullshit, right? I'll show you guys my trades. They're accounted for. And the number one thing is I'm not having the SEC knock at my door because I'm over here paper trading, telling a lie. All right? I don't have to tell a lie. I've been doing this for 10 years. And secondly, the point that I was getting to that I forgot was, why don't you prove your worth first? Okay? Like, you're asking people, like all of them do, right? All of them want the money first instead of performance first. Like, show, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. People try to make a business. That's cool. All right? It's just not a route that I want to go down. I would like to be able to try and get advertisements, whether it's shirts and merchandise, something that people can actually take with them. And if they can give back, they can. But to be able to have... here's the other part to this, too. Having the courses and, like, different things, that's cool. All right? But why do none of them give you guys a physical copy? You guys, people pay for a service, and the services between Tim Sykes, Warrior, you guys all know of them. Why is it that you don't get a physical book or something physical that you can take with you for the rest of your life? They say that you can take it with you for the rest of your life, but yet you cannot get back on that site unless you pay them the money. And that's the only way you have to the so-called, courses that you paid for, but you don't get access to them again because you didn't renew and pay $2,000 a year. There is, now as far as investing, there's one person, and I always recommend him, who I think is the best, but he's not, he does day trade, but he's not a day trader. He's a registered investment advisor. So it's a bit different. He has access and talks about things that you and I would not have access to unless we were a registered advisor, between order flow and all kinds of stuff. But that's the biggest thing too, is why do you guys not get, or why do they not give you guys something physical? Right? You guys should pay for something and get a product out of it, right? Not just a paywall. Oh, you didn't renew your stuff. Those courses are gone, so you can't freshen up on your trading. And I'm trying to make a book, guys. That's the other part I didn't even tell you guys. I'm in the middle of making a book, right? So, you know, I got a lot going on over here. And then on top of it, trying to, you know, the stuff with daily life and being able to come up with ideas, news. So if you guys wonder why I'm tired all the time, that's probably why. There's a lot that you guys don't see that I'm trying to do. You know, and it has to come to a point where I have to recognize, you know, you can only do so much, and I may try to tackle too much at one time, which, you know, I kind of recognize that, but, you know, I'm just take it for what it is. Like the course that I want to be able to get out for trading, which would be a physical book, I shouldn't have a problem getting that finished within another like 2.5 to 3 weeks. My issue that I'm running into is it's not even really an issue. It is the, you know, which I had to learn, right? The font size, the spacing, the paragraphs, you know, all that stuff, and then making sure that the pages that are made are within the place that, like, not necessarily the publishing group, but I guess you could say it's the publishing place, the place that actually prints the book and makes it. I know a lot of people say Amazon, this, that, the third. I don't want to go down Amazon route. I guess I could. It could be easier, but I would much rather be able to have my own book and be able to sell my own book, right? And be able to actually physically give someone stuff, you know, because Amazon's going to take a bunch of pieces of it. You know, I haven't looked into it. Maybe I should look into it, but it could be an option. But there are just like some finite things that I use to help keep me consistently profitable. And I'd like to be able to get it out there because the market cycles change, right? They change between up markets, down markets, and, you know, there's just a lot of different things that it could really help. Google ads or creative ideas for your channel. Okay, awesome, yeah. Oh, absolutely. I will. Absolutely. I definitely will hit you up. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Just heard, looks like it's getting ready to storm here. We only have 10 more minutes left anyway in the market, but hopefully tomorrow's a little bit better. Again, the European market wasn't open today, so there's a little bit of liquidity that was missing from the markets. We'll see what tomorrow brings. I wouldn't hang your head up on this day. This is a sign, but I think, like, if you really dig deep, all right, let's see what volume comes in at the end of the day. But today's volume wasn't too serious. Like, you didn't, like, look at these candles. Like, I'm going to take today with a grain of salt. This is a big bear flag you have here. I'm going to take it with a grain of salt. You know, 519.50 is doable. 519.50 is doable. And I wouldn't get nervous or anything. Like, if we pull back, I'm not going to get nervous at all. Let's just start with that, right? Because, you know, we could still use a nice pullback into 517, 518. All right, we could still. That's a major support level there. Yeah, I would look for a pullback into 518. So tomorrow, if we continue with this and we do get like a decent amount of volume at the end of the day, I would look for tomorrow into tomorrow, like the end of the day tomorrow, to be into like 518 possibly. I would. And I would expect a bounce there. And 518, 517 is that Fed day, really. So we're still holding on. We're still holding on to the Fed day. This blue box, by the way, these blue boxes on my screen are Fed days. All right, Fed day, Fed day, Fed day. So, looks like we're getting a bit overextended here. And look, let's see here. Look, it's going to start bouncing. Oh, man. I would try to scalp at the end of the day, but I just don't think we're going to get, like, I don't think we're going to get anything cool. You might, but I don't think we will because we don't have a reason to, like, for this market to really, like, give you, like, a nice candle to the downside to scalp.
Free movies, free shows, free streaming apps. You are the unexpected bright spot on my trip. On heaven.
Time travel only works for you.
Oh man. So hopefully today, this afternoon. Alright, let's see. Where are we at? Here we go. Alright, hold on. Where are we? Because you might get a little dip here. Not really. You might not. Let's see if the Qs, if we start to get some upside tomorrow, see if the Qs can be our leader and technology starts to take things back. Alright. That's if we can get a bounce. I wouldn't mind seeing the Qs try to start to regain a little bit of power. I'm thinking about an AMD short, guys. I am. I needed it up there, though. I forgot about that.
We're still growing, 5% plus nominal GDP. Earnings revised lower in the first quarter at a slower than normal pace, so that seems to be holding up. It's really hard to, if you go looking for faults or looking for things to worry about in this market, all
That is a
come up with is it's been too good for too long.
serious wick. See, I'm stuck between AMD still having a little bit of an up move on it. Alright, let's go. MACD's getting ready to try to go positive here. We have 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left. Yeah, let's see if we bounce here. Looks like she might bounce. Let's see if we get a bounce here. I'm not going to be able to do it. Yeah, she's going to bounce. I think AMD bounces here. Bounces right here. And then that's really it. So you guys have a great rest of your afternoon. And look, there it goes. It's starting to bounce. It's starting to bounce. You guys have a great rest of your day. We'll see. Look, there it goes. See? Told you. I knew it. Well, I didn't know it. Let me stop with that. I'm going to go use the restroom. I had a really great day today, even though we didn't do much. I kind of expected it because of the setups that like really weren't there that I seen. Why does my right AirPod keep dying when it was on the charger all day? I want to thank you guys so much for being here. You guys could be anywhere doing anything, but you guys spend it with me. Hopefully tomorrow and throughout the days, I can start to come up with some fun stuff for us to do and cover and talk about and watch, or and just some other cool stuff. We'll keep striving, keep getting better, guys. Don't give up, man. If you guys are getting frustrated with trading, if anybody out there is getting frustrated, like they just feel like they can't get it, reach out. You can reach out to me right here in chat if you guys want to. On Twitter at Ivy League Trades. All right, message me there. We have a really good group that we have going on here. We look out for one another. I am not on Instagram. I was years ago, but I couldn't even tell you what my what my Instagram thing was. I'll have to open up. I'll have to make a new one. I did have an Instagram a while ago, but it was for cars. I have well, I don't have anymore because we have a Mustang, a truck, and a Nissan. But I had 3 S4s, 3 Audi S4s, and an A4 Avant, and an A4. I've had like 5 or 6. So you know, my Instagram was towards, you know, automotive at the time, and it's been a while since I've had it. I don't even remember what it was. It's been so long. Like, I had Instagram, I think, like just about when Instagram first started is when I had Instagram. Literally, when Instagram first came out is when I had it, which was years ago. So, all right, come on now. Let me use the restroom real quick. I have to get to work. I got a lot of work to do tonight. I got a lot of work to do tonight. We got
that comes out says actually we need even more.
Sorry about that. I apologize. We have Instagram, TikTok. We got editing videos. We got a hands full. Got to get to work. I'm gonna come in here tomorrow and tell you guys I got a few things crossed off the checklist, like an Instagram and a TikTok. We'll start with that. And I'll come up with a few things to post on there. Can you post reels on Instagram? I think you can, right? I think you can. I think you can go live and post reels on Instagram, I think. But yeah, I will open that up.
About that court, what do we need to know about PVH?
Scott, there's always a lot of good read-throughs in PVH's earnings, frankly, because you've got this parent of Tommy Hilfiger and Calvin
Let me use the
Klein
restroom.
and
I'll be
others, but
right
it's
back.
global. It operates wholesale and direct-to-consumer networks with the way it sells its goods. It also has